Okay, my apologies to everyone. Oh man, we had a full room. I lost my connection, I lost my link, and I think I inadvertently um, stopped the broadcast. So my apologies. I guess this is gonna be part two on YouTube. So now I just have to sit and wait for people to come in. I'll have to re-invite and see what happens. And then I have to offer so many apologies.
Hey man,
Hey, John.
we lost.
Man,
That I think the other hangout is actually still going on.
is it
Yeah.
because I thought it stopped? I thought it stopped,
Oh,
and
it's not live, but it's they're still going at it.
oh man,
It was getting good, and then you got raptured, man.
yeah. Oh God, and I can't even get into that room. I don't have a link.
Oh,
Uh,
I left it. Oh.
can you get back in? You don't have the link either.
Are you sure you don't have the link? It should be on your Google Plus page.
Um, damn, yeah. And I wanted it to be live too because I wanted it to be on video. Whew. And I know
Yeah,
we're
I
live
hear you.
now. Gonna be like part two. Um, I thought I saved it before I had to restart my computer. I lost the internet connection, and
I'm sorry, man.
yeah, I lost. I guess because I was outside the house. Maybe I don't know. A wind went by, and I don't know. My Wi-Fi, it does that sometimes. It wasn't doing that earlier, but yeah, I had to refresh, and then I couldn't paste the link again. So you're saying that on my Google Plus, I might be able to get the link,
Yeah,
John?
you should. Yeah, that's how I got this hangout. I went to your Google Plus to find you, and oh, it said you were live broadcasting again.
Yeah, because I sent you the initial invite. I sent you another invite. Let's see. Yeah, I see it listed there, but if I click on, I see it in my page, but if I click there, it's just going to give me whatever was recorded on the live broadcast.
Hmm.
I don't think it's going to give me a link. I'll see. I hope I don't get kicked out of here. Let me open in a new tab.
The power of choice. Okay, let's see. Uh, oh
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, this did take me to this room. Okay, so I'm guessing this is a series that you do, so it just takes you to the.
yeah. I just started another one and renamed it the same thing. Idol Smasher. Just when it happened, um,
Yeah, you cut out.
he said he was at work and just cut out. So damn.
Well, it says Nephilim says he wants to come in here. So let's see if we can get him in here. Maybe we can get something new going.
I sent another invite, and there's no way I can't get into that room because now they're off air, and I don't have the link, so I don't know what to do unless
Yeah,
and even if I go into history, even if
doesn't
I
have
go
it.
into it won't put the whole link. It'll just say probably like I was in Google, but I don't think it'll give me the link. Uh,
I'm sorry, man.
God,
You were trying to, have some fresh air outside, and
yeah, I wanted to have a nice view, stuff.
well, I'm
So
planning on doing a hangout later tonight with Brett. I'm gonna do like a question Q&A with him.
okay,
So if I leave in the future, that's where I went. So
okay. So then I guess you know what? Why don't we just me and you talk? I guess there's nobody viewing now.
maybe you can invite. Oh, I can't even invite people.
How do I get you? Can I? Is there something I can do to help so you can invite people?
I don't know. I don't think so.
If you copy the link on top, you have the
Oh yeah, I can always do that. That's
yeah,
true.
copy and paste the link. I'll do that here too. I'll just I'll do it under the last and just send it that way. I'll send one. Oh God, it seems like I always.
They probably don't want to even move. They probably don't even want to leave. It was getting good in there.
I know,
Yeah.
son of a bitch.
Yeah. So how's your day been going, man? We did a 10-hour hangout the other day.
Dude, I went 13 hours.
Oh, you went out after that after I left.
After you left, it continued on, and I left it with Adam in there, and who
How you
else?
doing, Neff?
Hey guys.
So yeah, yeah, we went 13 hours. That was like 9 hours of off air. Let me. I'm gonna try. Hi, Neff. Just give me a second here, because we lost the last broadcast. I lost it, and let me see if I just want to put a notification.
Yeah, for those who just joined the room, John lost internet connection for a while and he couldn't get back in. And it was so good too. It was getting a good conversation was going. But
Hello. Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Actually, we finally managed to change the topic because the free will stuff is just did not get us anywhere. Let's say.
I guess if you want to, you could just always just edit these two clips together. You know, last hangout with this one in a new video.
Yeah,
I
because
don't know.
it looks like in
Well,
looks
we got
like-
Nephilim in here. Nephilim is much different perspective on things than everyone else.
It looks like I let Carlton have the last word in that video. I guess where I'm trying to go is that I'm trying to, like, in the practical sense, you know, our power of choice, our just day-to-day life, our moment by moment, and I think, you know, so, but it seems that many seem to disagree that we have any kind of any free will or power of choice at all.
Yeah, I think the reason why I like, you know, Rocky Road is, you know, that's just how I was raised. I don't know. I something happened to me as a child. I ate certain foods that developed a certain taste, and that's why I like that ice cream.
You're not actually believing. You're not actually believing. You don't have any free will, and all your choices and desires and hopes and personal likes are all just determined by chemistry from a Big Bang. You're not really following.
No, I'm not saying it's from a Big Bang. What I'm saying is I was born into a world where things happen to me, and because of those things, maybe.
Well, that would be determinism, just extrapolated into human society. You're not you're saying you don't have any responsibility for what you like or dislike or desire or don't desire.
So but you're saying, Nephilim, if I was raised in a family of mass murder.
No, I'm trying to find out if that's what you believe.
But let's say if I was raised in a family of mass murderers and that's all I was raised to do, think and act to kill people, how could I actually change in the future?
Well, that wouldn't mean that you don't have free will because you're predisposed to do a thing because of your environment. There's no doubt that people's environments predispose them towards things. The Bible actually speaks about that. It says that cultures of people will be brought up to believe and act in a certain way because they're brought up in a culture that way.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
Yeah,
I mean, I think it's skirting all responsibility towards. Actually, I think it's skirting responsibility toward God for people to do that. I think that's what that whole argument
Well, I mean,
based on.
ask a sociopath. Ask someone who's a sociopath. He has no emotions.
Ask somebody who's not. Ask somebody who's not.
Right. I get. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Right. Okay.
They're. That's
They
who
don't
they
have
are.
free will either.
No, sociopaths are animals. They're sick.
No, I
and
say somebody who's not a sociopath. They don't have free will either.
No, of course not.
Why? How do you know that? How do you know that nobody has free will and that they have no power to choose anything?
I guess I don't actually know. No, but
Well, what would cause you to believe such a ridiculous thing?
because
Go ahead.
because you don't
Go
want
ahead.
God to be real, and if God is real, then you have a spirit, and if spirit is true, then you have a responsibility to God. So we just go back through the logic tree and cut down free will because they're cut out spirit because there's this guy, and then well, we got to start with God because there we fix it. Done.
Well, actually,
Is that how it works for you?
Whether or not we have a problem explaining free will existing in a natural mechanical universe, that doesn't mean we don't believe in free will. I act as if I have free will. It is still a useful concept, a useful way of thinking about it.
Act as if. Is that kind of like the argument that I hear from atheists regarding a lot of things? They'll say, they'll make the nonsensical argument that we just call it a car. It's not really a car. We just use the word because that fits. Is that the same ridiculous argument?
I don't know what you're
sort of thing. Well, you act as though you have free will, but you don't really.
Hey, Art.
We don't explain. We don't know how to explain free will in a mechanical universe, but that doesn't mean we don't behave as if we have free will, and it's not a useful kind of concept to think about it, and it's not a problem for actually non-believers at all, because I can just say, well, big deal, tough luck. So there is no free will.
Well, if that's true, then you can't condemn Hitler, can you? Then you remove all of your own ability
I think it goes both
to
ways.
say that there's such a thing as good or evil. And
It goes
therefore,
both ways.
if that was true,
There
if
is
that's true, if
Well,
that's true, then you cannot say anything is morally incorrect or correct, and therefore
But like,
you're making yourself into a sociopath.
No, we can prove things objectively is true and morally right. Objective morality, it does exist.
I agree.
Yeah, but
Right. So see, because it does exist, you have free will.
Not necessarily.
I just proved it.
No, we might have free will. In fact, it probably is the case that we have free will. We just cannot explain it. You see?
Well,
That's the problem.
well, the argument, Norse, the argument you made was self-refuting. I'm not trying to be cold or hard. I'm just telling you straight up. Basically, if you
How's it
agree that
self-refuting?
objective morality does exist, and as a Christian, I don't believe all morality is objective.
I think
I believe, but
we
if
have
you
free
believe that
will
objective morals
only
do
based on
exist,
what we
then
know.
you have to agree
Well,
to be
wait.
consistent with yourself. You have to agree that free will exists as well.
Like, you can't
Well, yeah,
ever
I
ride a
agree,
roller
yeah.
coaster if you don't go to a theme park. So I mean, like, it's not just some magical outside thing. It has to do with what you've experienced and what you like. You can say it's bad to murder, but
Right? Maybe I was raised to hate. Maybe I'm raised.
Hold on, you! Oh God! Listen. We have to give each other a chance to talk. All right. And especially Neff. So let Sasha talk. John, J Dubs. Let him finish his thought, and then you can interject. Can we all?
Oh, I thought he was finished.
I was saying everybody. You can say it's like bad to murder and stuff, but then like everybody wants to go to war. Those same people that are like go for the Bible will be like, oh, death penalty, let's go to war. And I'm not saying like I'm for either side. I'm not saying we need to eliminate the death penalty. I'm from Texas. I think it's necessary on some occasions, but like you can't say like, oh well, killing people is bad, and then let's do it in these situations though. And I'm just saying it is based on experience and what you think and what you know and what you've done.
Right? What if you were? Let's say someone was hardwired to be antisocial. Why would they go to a nightclub?
Maybe their friends push them into it, or they get drunk one night and they just decide, oh, this is the night.
Let's do more realistic there, Sasha. I mean.
See, the problem I'm having with this, and Neff was alluding to this, is the problem I'm having with this hardcore determinism or there's no free will is, and if those people are going into these rooms, what's the point of even debating or having a discussion or trying to change somebody's mind then? If that's what you believe, then you have to accept that, I can't change their mind.
That's a good point.
You know what I'm saying? What's the point then?
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
a
I'm
good
saying.
point.
It's based on what you're presented. It's all based on what you know and what you've seen and what you've heard and what you've done.
Well, see, the thing I was pointing out is if you really believe that, if you really hold to determinism, and that it determines.
No, I'm not a determinist. I'm not a determinist.
Oh, okay, well, to those who do,
I'm not.
then it would be impossible for you logically to say Hitler was a bad guy. because you can't make any moral judgments at all, because your moral judgments
Well,
are
I will argue
supposedly
this. They
not
could
your
say,
own. You
they
haven't
could,
chosen
they,
to believe anything or feel a certain
no,
way.
they could
It's
say
all
that.
chemistry, and
They
it's
could
just
say
how
that
it works out.
they could say via psychology we are trying to eliminate thought patterns like that.
Yeah, well, that's just chemistry. That's just adding a
Exactly, it
label
is
to
just chemistry,
determinism.
and
It
they
doesn't
can say
answer for
they're
it.
still going for the moralist chemistry based on what
Well,
the
then you just say if they're going for something, you're referring to a free will act.
No, I mean we could call it free will, but what if it's just these chemicals are fizzing the most on
And
this
it's
side,
just
saying
a
that that's
car.
what's
We just
bad?
call it a car.
If Nazis had
It's not
won,
a
then
car.
everybody would be fizzing saying Nazis is good.
Well, I mean, so how are you going to tell me? How are you going to condemn Hitler and say you have no free will?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they could argue that, saying that there are things that are being done, and that historically, like if Nazis would have won, we would all think Nazis were good. We wouldn't say it was bad. We would say that was the best point in history. That's when history turned around. And
But see, nobody believes that and lives like that except a true sociopath.
no,
So
okay, I know, but we wouldn't say that if the Nazis had won, is what I'm saying. Because they lost and they're all wiped out and they're all in hiding now. Now the most chemical fizz says that was bad.
whether they had or not, there's still going to be evils
I'm not a
in this
determinist.
world.
I'm not a determinist. I'm just saying
Okay,
that,
but I'm going to refute what you just said, because whether or not Hitler had won, there's still going to be people, even within Nazi Germany, who are going to have an idea of what's morally correct and incorrect. And if they do, they can't be a pure hardcore determinist. It's illogical. It's self-contradictory.
Why don't we give Art and Adam a chance to jump in here?
Yes,
Art
thank
and
you. First
Adam.
of all-
You want to get in there? Go ahead, Art, and then Adam.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, first of all, Neff, even if they are determined to do this, that doesn't mean it's somehow not evil or not bad. It is still useful to eliminate those people from society because they did something bad in a way, and it's still harmful to keep these people. And actually, like I said, I didn't actually think that there is no free will. I just said that there is just no model of free will that would be compatible with the mechanistic naturalistic universe, so to speak. And also, I'd like to bring up one important question here. That is, how the heck do you have free will when God is all-knowing?
Right. Knowing doesn't determine. Say, for example, there are two cars. You're sitting on the side of the highway enjoying yourself a nice glass of iced tea, and there's two cars coming down the
Yeah,
highway.
that's not an argument. I'm just going to cut you
I'm
short.
going to explain.
You just
65
short.
miles. I'll explain. 65 miles an hour heading straight toward each other. Now they get 15 feet apart. They're doing 65. There's no way they're going to avoid each other. You know they're about to hit. Does that mean that you caused them to strike each other because you know for a fact they're going to hit? No more is God knowing what actions you will take in your life in any way an indication that God is forcing you to choose to do it.
That's a poor argument. That's a strong.
No, that's just crystal clear.
Oh, okay. Can I respond, please?
Well, if you think it's false, tell me how it's false.
Neff, please let Art finish, and then I do want. I think Adam wanted to say something, and so I want to try to get everybody to have a chance to talk, and also consider this. Can we consider? Is it a little of both? But anyway, go ahead, Art.
Okay. Well, Neff, it's not. The argument is not because God knows, therefore He caused it. The argument is that there is basically a temporal paradox here. Because God has absolute knowledge that cannot change. That it doesn't matter if we actually have free will in any imaginary sense whatsoever. Let's say perfect free will. In these conditions, us actually choosing something means that we had no choice but to choose it because...
No, it does.
Yeah, wait, let me explain. Because, for example, in the future, God knows what I'm going to choose in the future. Even though I freely chose that, from my perspective, I chose that freely, but God knew in advance what I'm going to choose, and right now, I cannot choose to do something else in the future, because God knows already what I chose in the future. So there is a choice from one option, meaning that I have no actual free will, because that's not a choice. A choice from one option is not really a choice.
You're not saying that logically.
It's not saying that because God knows, therefore He caused it. That's simply a straw man.
No, what you're not seeing it logically.
Wait, hold on, Neff, please. Adam, did you want to say something?
Sure. Yeah. I'll just put in my 2 cents real quick. I basically think that we do have free will. I don't think it's actually possible to believe that you don't have free will because it requires believing in free will to hold that belief. I mostly agree with what Nephilim's saying, actually. Like, I think it's kind of silly to take the reductionist view and bring it down to like the chemical level, and therefore convince yourself that what you're experiencing right now isn't real. It's like,
that's a good idea.
It's really weird.
If you don't believe in free will, explain what it would look like.
Did anyone else, Prescott? Did you want to add anything?
Well, I'm only going to say something that I don't even know how connected it is to it all.
Okay.
You know, in the beginning of the Bible, we have this story about Adam and Eve being put in the garden, and they're told not to eat from the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And then, of course, they eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and so, of course, from this we make the point that they made a free will choice. But that doesn't mean that they, having made that free will choice, it doesn't mean that somehow God is off the hook in all this, because he already knew what they were going to do, and yet he put that in front of them. So he was guilty by association in their act.
Well, the reason
because if you put a bull in a pasture, and you open up the door to the pasture, knowing what the bull, you might not actually chase the bull out of the pasture, but you know that if the bull leaves the pasture, the chances are that the bull's going to do something bad. And so that means that you, in this case God, having created this situation, became a part of the actual sin that they had committed. It wasn't something that he could say, as if he is God, and if as God he knows all things, he's omnipresent in terms of not only place but time, if he is all powerful and he set up this scenario, then it isn't a case of where Adam and Eve were actually just participating in some free will exercise, because God was actually implicated in the action itself.
I agree, God is implicated in a way, and that's true. And the Bible says that God created evil. He acknowledges that. But why? How is it that God created evil? It's because by default, anything that is lesser than his character in his eyes is imperfect and therefore evil. See, God created us full well knowing that we would sin. No matter what circumstance God created for us, we were going to sin, because we were created inferior to God. The only way for God to create anything perfect
so we didn't have the ability
to recreate himself. And he's already said in his word he will not share his glory with any other. He's not going to do that.
Yeah. So we did not have the ability to choose not to eat from the fruit of the tree.
To not eat from the possibly, but
no, you can't.
No, I'm explaining. You won't allow me to explain, sir. Wait. Possibly not for that sin, but something else. It's inevitable that man will sin because we're imperfect.
You don't know
God
that.
knows that. But the thing is, God knowing that in advance also provided a way in advance for us to be with him blamelessly before himself, and that is Jesus Christ. So, but that doesn't take away man's free will. Now, you mentioned God existing outside of time, and that's exactly a good point, because that's the point I was making earlier. It's not that you're determined that you must do all these things and determinism is true and you're going to do all these things. It's that God, being outside of time, has already seen these things because he is outside of time. God can rotate time in 3 dimensions and see he can be watching the Battle of Hastings this second if he wishes to, because he's not in time. See,
what's your evidence?
God knows the future and knows everything you will do. It's not because because you're determined to do it that you must do it. It's because God can observe time, anytime, all at once, continuously, anytime he wishes. And that's how he knows what you will do. It has nothing to do with determinism. It has to do with God's knowing. See?
I think part of my well, I knew we were going to kind of go into this direction,
But
but I was.
I just have to say,
Yeah,
determinism is a
yeah,
really
yeah,
big
really. You didn't even
excuse that
consider.
people
All right,
use.
I'm Neff, man. Really, really, Neff. God, please, man, let's show some consideration. I agree with you for the most part, but we have to give everybody a chance to talk here. Um, the beginning of this hangout, I was really hoping to address some of the practical ideas of choice and how to change our choices and how I knew we were kind of go into this direction, but I was hoping to start off with some of just practical day-to-day things that we think about and choices we make, and how can we make better choices. So I was hoping to start there.
I like that topic a lot better.
But
The
Prescott,
practical
I'm sorry, who was that? Adam?
Oh, sorry. I was just saying I like the practical topic much better than actual choice in your real life versus the free will thing.
Yeah, because we start going, okay, we're going to start talking, about, I mean, we could go so, forget it. I mean, that's an endless conversation, I understand.
No, guys, you got it all wrong. Would you like an explanation?
Well, I know, Rob, we're going to get the two wolf stories, and I'll give you a minute for those who have not heard it before, but please. Hi, Rob, how you doing?
Good, mate. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
You're looking a little dark there. Where are you? Outside?
I'm sorry?
You're outside, are you?
I was outside. And by the way, I want my apologies to everybody. I lost my internet connection. I guess maybe, I don't know, I was outside and the Wi-Fi from my house, I don't know, wind went by or something, and I lost it. So now I'm in my patio plugged in, and so hopefully I will not lose anything. So the sun is coming down.
Coming through very clear from here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you a quick rundown of where I see things, but again, I expect that you may not agree, but it is that two wolf story, and I relate it back to very primitive instincts that come down the evolutionary track, and they're two survival strategies. One's about survival of the individual, which is about selfishness and advantage for the self, and they're very powerful forces. And those videos that I've shared in other times clearly show that, like, the scientists are onto these things. So you've got one that's about self and self-interest and self-advantage, and then the other wolf, if you like, is about the herd. It's about making choices, and they are very much choices. And this is the duality that we're confronted with all the time. It's just the way we're made. That's our makeup. The other choice is about being authentically selfless, and it involves meditation. Meditation is pretty important. Prayer is bullshit. That sits on the ego side, because all a prayer does is feed the ego mind. But on the good side, this thing called good, if you like, it's very much attached to the primitive survival instinct of the herd, belonging to the herd. Because in that model, you had to watch your neighbour very carefully, and that's where the love thy neighbour concept comes from. Because when you actually pay attention to your neighbour, some really interesting things happen. So there's like a payback or a karma that comes with that, and that tracks very closely to what Plato was saying about things like courage, wisdom, temperance.
Let me ask you this, Rob. Though, okay, and yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm there. I'm kind of like
we have to make that choice. Is the point I want to make.
Right.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm kind of for me, I like to take a lot of the middle of the road approach to a lot of things. That's just kind of my nature. Whether that was chosen for me or not, I don't know. But my question is this: but do you think there are things, like we were discussing earlier, things that are just determined for us, or people have a propensity to do certain things because of a genetic makeup? It could come even as simple as just your preference in a flavor of ice cream. Is there anything? Is there any kind of anything predetermined in your worldview?
Yeah. Okay, and that's a really good question, and I'm going to really throw a spanner in the works because it throws a spanner in the works for me as well.
Okay.
and I'm a truth seeker, so I don't discount anything. And unfortunately, I looked at Nostradamus, so I discount biblical prophecy, and I can give a rational explanation. Hang on, mate. I discount biblical prophecy, and I'll give anyone a rational explanation how they were fraudulent stories after the fact.
Well, I just want to address my question. Just address my question.
Yeah, I will. I'm not far off it.
Okay.
If I look at Nostradamus, right? So you got to know I discounted biblical prophecy. I think they're all crap. But when I look at Nostradamus, I can't yet discount it. And being a truth seeker, I've got to find a rational explanation. I can rationally explain Bible prophecy, but I can't do the same for Nostradamus. So that leaves me in a bit of a quandary, because if it turns out that, you know, there's some events that he seems to be talking about that are looming, if they turn out to be true, well then the only explanation you can offer is that things are predetermined. So that throws a massive spanner in the works. The other element is my father's near-death experience, right? And what happened to him when he was out and I had to revive him, he experienced a really wonderful peace. Now, his life story, which I know very well, is that he's a guy that I would class as feeding the good wolf. Genuinely, he's a real, genuinely selfless individual. And then I remember reading about Kerry Packer. Now he's Australia's wealthiest person, and he's known for potentially, and I'll say potentially because I can't say one way or the other, you know, as having criminal connections and the like. He'd be what you'd call an emperor. Now that guy had a near-death experience himself, and his recount to his son, and I'll post that in the link, was that and this is the way he said it. He said, "There's nothing fucking there." So that sort of story talks to me about karma, you know, for, you know, the way you live your life. They're mysteries for me. I don't have any better explanations than that.
Okay.
That's
Anybody would like to respond?
I will. Here you made an allusion to evolution. I would say this about that. Evolution can't provide an origin for morality, because evolution theory within itself operates on what's beneficial and non-beneficial, and that does not equate to what's morally correct or incorrect. So you cannot explain the existence of morality. Wait, sir. You cannot explain the existence of morality with evolution theory.
What do you call symbiosis?
So, excuse me. That's not related. That's biological. It's not related to morally correct or incorrect. That's beneficial, non-beneficial, or it's programmed and it's designed. But so morality can't be explained with evolution theory. In fact, a lot of things about organisms contradict the evolutionist idea that evolution somehow produced morality. Collar squirrels is a perfect example. They are reproductive females in their prime. If evolution theory were true, evolution should have selected non-reproductive older males, because they're the least useful to the group. They can't even reproduce anymore. Or so, as collars, they should be collars. But no. Squirrels are reproductive females in their prime, the most important individuals in the whole group. So you see, that contradicts evolution theory, as everything does. But so morality can't be explained by evolution theory.
I'll go back to symbiosis. The acacia tree has evolved to have holes for ants to live in, for no other purpose than for ants to live in. And if you don't see that as a basis for morality, then how?
No, that's nothing about morality. No.
Yes, it is.
Wait. First off, you don't have proof. I don't think that the tree evolved to have holes for ants. You're assuming that.
No.
Secondly, if it did adapt itself in some way to have holes because symbiosis was beneficial to it, that doesn't explain the existence of the tree with evolution theory at all.
That is evolution. What you just described.
No, it is evolution, because there's acacias in Texas that don't have the holes. They don't have the holes in Texas, but in Africa they do.
But that's not evidence of evolution. Having holes is not going to change a tree.
Okay, I do not want to get into the topic of evolution and creationism.
Okay, sorry.
Let's stop.
That doesn't support evolution.
I want to get into
guys. I just put a link up there. Right?
Do you hear me, Rob?
You hear me? It's a 3-minute video. Sorry.
You hear me, Rob?
Yeah, I do. I just put a link up there. It's a 3-minute video.
Okay. Well, I got it.
If you have a look at that link and then discuss that link, you
Rob,
get a link.
Rob.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. You guys, Rob and Neff, you guys are very passionate about what you want to say and everything, and I admire that and everything. But okay, number one, we have to give consideration for each other. That's one. Two, I'm gonna have to start issuing a 3-strike rule here or something. I'm gonna either mute, I'll start by muting people, and then we'll progress to kicking people out of the broadcast. I really want to get to the practice of choice.
Yeah. Hey, I'm shutting up. I put my little link there, so I'm shutting up. But I would like if we could discuss it at some point. That's my request.
We can. Listen, Rob. I'm a little bit with you here. Look, I got my yin and yang shirt on tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you can make choices.
Can you see that?
There you go. The Book of Chang. There you go.
Yeah. So I'm looking at your stuff too.
I hear you. And I got the Tao Te Ching here too. Man, J Dubs left the room. But okay, let's deal with an issue. Say somebody's suffering from depression, and I'm sure everybody in this room has suffered a depressing thought or a time in their life, and we know the argument can be made that for some depression, there's some kind of chemical imbalance, there's medication needed, and then there's that side of it. But I also believe on the side, and for me, if I'm having a depressing thought, and I'll take something that always comes to my mind, and I'll take a scripture from the Bible, and I do like this scripture, and it talks about capturing every thought, right? So if that thought comes up, don't I have the power to capture that thought and to change that thought and to think of something less depressing, to be more grateful or something like that, so I can change my mood? Do our thoughts? Here's the question: do our thoughts control our emotions?
Actually, I might add something to this. There is evidence for that in my experience, and there are a lot of kind of this self kind of thought books, or I don't know how they call it in English, but they reveal an interesting fact about human nature, which is that our minds have two kind of parts. One is conscious, and the other is subconscious. The subconscious is sort of an autopilot that governs our daily actions, and it is possible through repetition, through kind of changing your life, to learn to change the subconscious way and to change your automatic reactions to certain situations. If, for example, you are depressed in some situations, you can kind of say good things to you, say affirmations for you, like it's going to be all good, I am happy, I'm going to be glad. I've tried this, and it does work actually, but it's kind of nuanced, also a little bit and complicated. So, but it is possible, definitely.
Okay.
No.
It's
not complicated. No.
Rob. I know, Rob. Wait. I just want to give an opportunity to everybody. Really, I'm just trying to be fair here. That's my job here, as the moderator. I'm sorry. I'm going to start from my left. Adam, did you want to add or anything? Say anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Adam's good. How about we have somebody in the room, Benny? Benny from Europe. Yeah. Do you want to say anything? You want to say something? Go ahead. You're a gangster. What does that mean? Am I gonna have to kick you out?
Okay, Benny.
Benny, really? You're all right? Okay, you're a gangster. You're just trying to be funny? Okay. I'll let that slide for now. Who else? I got a blank box. I got a blank box here. And it doesn't even come up any. Who is this? Bernhard? Bernhard.
Oh yeah, I know Bernhard. He's Bernhard.
Yes. Yeah. How you doing, Bernhard?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm doing all right. I don't think we ever met.
No, I just came here because Rob gave me the link. I was just listening to see what you guys are talking about. So.
Okay. Did you have anything to add about, choice or anything like that, or comment?
I just hard to add right now because I haven't been listening to what you guys are talking about, so I don't want to say anything twice.
Okay.
I just wonder what was it? What was the topic then?
Well, I'm starting off here with the power of choice and how, if they do our choices or can change the course of our lives, I guess, in a nutshell here, or the way we feel about things, or
Is this like a free will issue or what? Or what?
Well, I mean, we're kind of gonna go towards there. I understand that, but I'm trying to do it try to deal with the practical sense of choice and the power of choice.
Okay, well then I would definitely agree. Choice can change one's life.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Prescott, did you want? Prescott, did you want to say anything?
Not right now.
Okay. All right. Before I give Rob the floor here, because you know how this could go.
I know. I understand that. I'm trying desperately to think of something to say that's very long, but I can't come up with anything.
I can think of something about the thought about thoughts affecting your will and everything. Like I put it in the chat, but I'm just gonna say it for the sake of anybody watching. If you think there's no hope, then there is none. You have to think that there is hope for something, and then it's there.
I hear you, man. I'm with you there. All right, Rob, go for it, and I'm gonna put a rein on your how long you go, but go ahead.
I'll try and do it succinctly, but fundamentally, two-war story, right? That's about duality. And duality by its very nature, you can't have good and evil in the same instant. So in a religious context, reality belongs to the moment. Reality belongs to the moment. In one given moment, you cannot have both good and evil. Impossible. Just doesn't happen. And the precursor to all behaviors are these choices we make. Some are primitively subconscious. It's like when I fire up some of these believers, there's a very common pattern that you witness. And they're all behaviors, and they come because the ego mind, which is the belief mind, senses a threat. And what follows that, you can almost script it, right, is that common immediate rise in emotion and then the flight-fight patterns. And you could run that any time you like against any individual that's holding a false belief premise. And when you hold a firm position, you get behaviours that come from that. And they're similar to behaviours that we see in the animal kingdom. And this is what I say to Neff, is that there is strong evidence, I feel, that behaviours that we see driven from these two models appear both in the animal kingdom as they do in the human world. And that's what that video that I dropped up there, it's only a 3-minute one, explores and exposes. So I might just leave it there, but primarily I'm saying that I will say that those instinctive responses happen, and I'm almost convinced that people are not aware of their behaviours at that point. They're just instinctively trying to handle a threat, and we see play out that fight-flight response. An absolute avoidance of any facts whatsoever. So, I don't know whether I made any sense then, but that's what happens. That's reality.
Okay, I'm going to allow Neff if he wants to respond.
Yeah.
Organisms have, animals have, they have instincts. Actually, instincts refute evolution theory, as a matter of fact. There are so many things about instinct that cannot be explained by evolution, just defy it. I'll give you just one. Bees will go out and find flowers, and they'll come back to the hive and they'll do a dance, and they'll dance this way and flutter their wings a little bit, and then they'll dance this way and they'll dance the other way, and they're turning, and they do this really complex dance. And what this dance is doing is telling the other bees that are standing around watching it, go this way 50 yards, go that way 50 yards, take a left, go 100 yards, take a right, go another 50 yards, take a left and go another 70 yards. There's your flowers. The bees will leave the hive and go straight to the flowers. So that kind of thing just can't be explained by evolution. Organisms display all kinds of pre-knowledge of how to do things, like the emerald cockroach wasp. It's born with the knowledge of exactly a complex procedure of things it must do in order to survive. It refutes evolution theory.
I'd like to respond to that.
Naturalistic things do not explain the existence of organisms or their instincts. Creatures have instinct. Because we have instinct doesn't provide some sort of naturalistic explanation for anything about an organism, whether it's their psychology or whether it's the organism's existence itself. There's a big, so much of what's going on in the scientific community today is all based on a hard-nosed paradigm that it all must be explainable by naturalism. And this even has taken over psychiatry and psychology, whereas psychiatrists are believing that all of a person's thoughts or feelings are all driven by chemistry. It's all chemistry, and this what it really does is it's denial of the human being as a spirit, and this is the basis of their choice and their dispositions and aptitudes and whatnot. And so that's why drug therapy has taken over so much in psychology and medicine. It's a horribly degradatory thing that's taken place in medicine and psychology today, because instead of treating the actual cause for somebody's emotional problem, they give them a drug. See, because their paradigm is chemistry explains all, because naturalism is the truth, and there is no God, no creator. God didn't create anything, so we treat it with a drug. We fix the chemistry, we get rid of the psychological problem. But one of the things that refutes that and makes that glaringly false is that is psychological therapy. For example, if somebody goes to a therapist because they have a problem with, let's say, sexual addiction or drinking or whatever, if it were a chemical problem, how in the world does talking it out with a psychological therapist result in a remapping of? So you would have to believe, the naturalist has to believe, that by discussing the problem, addressing it, and acknowledging the problem, and discussing how it can be overcome, then this is somehow creating an unfathomable new map, or reverting the brain back to the map that it had before that was not inerrant, the chemical electrical pathways in the brain, that was not inerrant in causing that pattern to be restored. That is, to believe such a thing is utter nonsense.
But do you think the therapist would have to connect with that person on some deep level to get them to stop doing that?
Would they be able to connect with them at the molecular level all throughout their brain and rewire all the
No. I'm not saying. I'm not. Again. I'm not a determinist. I'm not a determinist.
Can I please respond first?
Yeah.
I've said a lot of things there, and I really wish I had a paper and a notepad here before this, because he does this quite often.
Go ahead, Art. Go ahead.
Okay, well, Nephew said that science, the evolution theory, cannot explain what is you talking about? Innate behavior, instincts, right? That bees do this complex dance, and you said that is innate behavior. That is a behavior that is from nothing. It's just knowledge out of nothing. Okay, you have to prove that it actually is knowledge from nothing, because there is actually a good explanation for where this knowledge comes from, and that is simply that it's beneficial for animals to pass along some knowledge or some.
Saying it's beneficial doesn't explain the origin of it.
Let me finish. It is beneficial to them, so it's going to be selected by evolution. And the fact that you object to me presenting this idea that beneficial is going to be selected by evolution shows that you don't understand evolution. Although
please.
That's not surprising, actually.
Atheists always use that card.
To get to the second part of your objection, you said that science is biased and it cannot posit a supernatural explanation such as God. It's not biased towards it. It's because an explanation using an all-powerful agent such as God or other supernatural explanation is not scientific by definition. It cannot be. It will only remain in the stages of a hypothesis. You cannot go and test the supernatural. Okay.
You can prove the
and
supernatural.
that is unfortunately all that I remember.
I can prove the supernatural exists, but you're
go
labeling
ahead.
something beneficial does not explain the outrageously complex behavior or how an organism can
gradual.
No,
Yes.
you're not explaining. You're just saying it happens gradually. You're not providing.
That's a possibility. That's a possibility of how it could happen. Natural. Yes, and it's a valid explanation. Yes, using Occam's razor, it's the best explanation.
No, you're just saying no. It isn't.
No, it's the best explanation atheists can offer.
Occam's razor refutes evolution theory countless ways.
I don't want to get again. I don't want to get into the evolution creation theory again. I really don't want to do that. But
can I ask Neff something?
Yeah, go ahead, Sachin. I was just going to address you. Go ahead.
Do you think that after the new covenant was made, that people have the free will to choose whether or not to do what they do now, or that because God said it, we now don't do it?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because there's no people. The people are no longer going around like cutting off each other's foreskin, or cutting off foreskins that adults have to come show to their kings and stuff and everything. And I mean, because the new covenant was made, and Jesus said, "Hey, let's stop all this craziness." And do you think that God just said that and everybody stopped?
God didn't do away with his. God didn't do away with the law. He embodied Christ to be the fulfillment of.
Yes. Why?
And Christ said that the whole law hangs on two things: love your brother. If you're saved, you will be motivated to do this. This gets into a huge theological discussion about what it means to be saved and how to become saved.
But without accepting Christ,
people were saying that before Jesus. The Pharisees said that before Jesus.
But are you saying there's no morals without accepting Christ? There is no.
No, I haven't said that. Human beings have innately know that they have morality. That morality doesn't exist unless God exists. So naturalism can't explain.
No, rubbish. That's absolutely untrue.
But does God?
No, naturalism cannot explain the existence of morality.
Let me ask you this, Neff.
Two wolves can.
Neff, are you saying unless a person has God, they can't choose good from evil, can't choose good, can't choose to do evil?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying good and evil, and free will choice, and morality itself exist because God exists.
But okay, without the covenants, is there no morality?
No.
No, because God, morality in its most pure, its simplest form, is that which is either in alignment with or in contradiction to God's character. That is that is the very beginning of an essence.
So before Moses, there was no morality.
I didn't say such a thing. God existed before Moses.
Before the covenants are when God passed down.
There's someone in the Hangout typing
Morality
on the keyboard. Can you
before
mute?
the covenants.
I'm sorry?
There's someone in the background pounding on their keyboard. I can't hear what's going on.
Is that me?
Maybe it might be you, Bernard. Yeah. If
sorry. I thought I wasn't. I thought I was kind of muted because I never see myself show up when I'm talking. Sorry.
See, the naturalist has to believe for these instinct behaviors, to explain these things, they have to believe that somehow an organism it does a thing, it turns out to be beneficial, and so it remembers to do that, and that passed on to its offspring. Now, the next generation, or rather 100 generations later, something gets added to this procedure. And eventually you end up with something like the emerald cockroach wasp, which is capable of, which knows from its birth how to do all these things in order to reproduce. But first off, that can't explain the symbiosis between it and the roach. And secondly, if that idea falls short, because to believe that is to believe that behavior becomes encoded as genetic information, which is passed on to an offspring and then modified. And there's no known mechanism whereby a repeated behavior becomes encoded as genetic information.
But humans aren't alone.
Naturalism, evolutionism cannot explain instinct.
Here we go again. Oh man, with the evolution.
Well, they're bringing up their naturalism. It's really impossible to keep evolutionism out of it if they're going to talk about naturalism. They're the ones arguing for evolution.
John, John, it's an important discussion. It's this data transfer. Forget about the evolution. Just focus on the data transfer problem, because that's a really interesting problem. We do have evidence in the animal kingdom of data transfer that we don't, and that's what the debate's all about. Oh, I see. You don't want to go there.
No, the debate is not about that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that. Not this debate, not this room.
All right, but it's an important one.
By the way, could I just say that these procedures that the emerald cockroach wasp goes through knows how to perform from birth, they can't have a reason piecemeal, because the failure of any one of these numerous steps would result in the failure to reproduce and the extinction of the roach. You see what I mean? Give that some thought.
Complexity. Oh, right. Okay, that's been refuted.
Now, if you need to give the Sky God story that the Persians made up some thought, mate.
Oh, I've done that.
Okay.
I've given all the gods. I can explain the origin of all those gods. In fact, my religion is the only one that does.
You see, Muslims can explain the origin of your religion.
No
problem. Yes.
No, they can't.
Yes, they do. Listen to
it.
No, they can't. The character of God, of Allah, and his supposed prophet Muhammad is totally contradiction.
Not according to
it is. Have you read the Quran? If not, I suppose you
should. I actually studied it quite a lot. I studied more than the Bible.
That's the supposed God of the Arabs is totally in angst with the God of Bible.
No, because that's because your message is corrupted.
No, it's because Allah says anybody who will not convert, kill him, and Jesus Christ said, love your enemies. Very different character. Very.
And then we had the Spanish Inquisition, right? And then we
that's not God, though. That's the corrupted hearts of men acting. That's not what God said.
Yeah, but it's Jesus done with the Christian banner. It's done under the banner.
It's not what God said.
Just like all Muslims.
The word of God. The Bible says it's the word of God. I'm comparing.
At least the Quran doesn't have any genocides in it. At least the Quran doesn't have any genocides.
It's because Muslims.
I'll do it in 2 words. Jesus Christ, God will not allow man to stop Jesus Christ from coming into existence, and he did it for you.
The Muslims murdered a lot of people in Armenia. They did.
Guys, I want to address something in the chat. Hold on a second. Well, we got a full room anyway. Does somebody have? What's his name again? I know who he is. Lucid Atheos?
I don't even know him.
Does anybody have him blocked?
I'll go and check. I know Lucid, but I don't think I blocked anyone.
Okay, I'll have to double check myself.
Hey, where do you go, John?
May I comment? If you really don't want to talk about evolution, I won't comment. But just one quick comment. I just want to say, is it possible? Okay.
No.
He's like that, Bernie.
No, that's fine. But if I was Muslim, I would say I agree exactly with the other guy when he says that Allah is not even close to be compared with like Jesus or Yahweh of the Bible. That's just fact.
Okay. I would ask the room to the atheist the question this: if you say that if you don't believe in God, and if you believe that you're just a product of rock soup, how can you explain the existence of morality? Where does morality come from? And let's leave the evolution theory out of it. We can do that.
I know. I've got the answer.
We can leave evolution theory completely out of it because if naturalism can explain the existence of a concept of what is morally, not naturalistically, but morally correct or incorrect.
Yeah. I got the answer, mate. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, I bet you think you do.
No, I do. I truly do have the answer. Are you ready? Right, some 2 wolves. But seriously, it is the objective moral compass is these 2 survival instincts to us. I'm going to give you another video, right? And this is a study done out of Berkeley, and I keep punching them up. I wish you guys would read them, but this study here shows very clearly that we're prone to this ego model, this survival instinct, and it's very much about self being a selfish arsehole.
No, let me explain something. If evolution were true, an organism should eat its young.
Wait a minute, Neff, you do this all the time. Have a look at the bloody video first, then comment.
I've seen all such videos.
Can I just quickly ask you if
Naturalism addresses what's beneficial and not beneficial, not what's morally correct or incorrect. Do you not get that?
No, we are explaining to you how we can feel. Why do we feel this morality? The basis for morality, in the secular view, is something else than evolution. That would be moral philosophy.
Yeah, I disagree with all that philosophy. See,
you
have to believe that in your worldview that moral absolutes do not exist. Is that correct?
No, I actually believe that they do exist.
Well, then you contradict your own worldview if you don't believe in God and say that moral absolutes can exist.
Well, actually, I don't consider them absolutes.
They're those primitive instincts, right?
No.
What happens when we favour the herd, if we adopt a stance in our life where we favour the herd, we love our neighbour, what happens from that? We get some positive reinforcement of that behaviour. If we go the other way and we become a selfish arsehole, we get some negative reinforcements for that behaviour. That's black and white.
Really? And so, what about the positive reinforcements that a cat gets from playing with a mouse until it's dead? How is that morally correct?
I thought we were talking about
what about lions who kill the young of other male lions to keep them from breeding?
Well, I can explain that too. I'll connect that one to the theory.
Is that what's good for the herd. See, how is that good for the herd?
Neff, I'll explain the one about the lions. Don't go running away. You raise a point, let me answer it. Right, the one about the lions ties very, very specifically to that self-survival model, because that video that I showed you about the baboon troop, the 3-minute one that was done earlier, the baboon society live in a hierarchical model, and the alpha male is number one, and that's the premise behind this self-survival instinct that we have. Now, we have both instincts in us as humans, right? That's where this two-wolf story comes from. The alpha male only wants to pass his own seed on. That's why he kills the babies that belong to other male lines, because his whole paradigm is about this alpha, the lion pride. Their whole paradigm, their survival strategy, is dependent on that alpha male succeeding in his selfish model. That's how it works. Simple.
Right. I'm just pointing out that the killing within the animal world, it does not provide an explanation.
He wants his seed to carry forward, not someone else's.
Herd mentality doesn't explain morality.
He's hardwired that way.
That's what beneficial and not beneficial.
That second video I gave you, right, Money of the Mind, that shows how we as humans are hardwired. Because those kids, that was a group. They didn't.
Rob, I want to tell you something for about the fourth time, and I hope you'll get it.
Hey? Sorry?
Rob, consider this. What is beneficial and not beneficial is not explanatory for what is morally correct or incorrect. That's the last time I'm going to entertain that for you. I'm sorry.
Oh, so there you go, mate.
You need to spend a lot of time thinking about how you're failing with this.
That's a believer's stance.
I'm sorry.
Mate. That's what you guys do.
Beneficial and non-beneficial do not explain morally correct or
incorrect. No, you got to stick with the argument, mate. You got to follow it through, right? You got to just hang in there. You believers, once it gets a bit tough for your belief proposition, you want to leave the room. That's very much a
let me explain to you. Let me ask you in the room a question then. If what is beneficial and not beneficial is the explanation for morality, consider this scenario that I imagined a couple of years ago, and I put to a number of atheists. There's a little old man who goes to a convenience store every day, and he has a little cup, and he begs for money. And everybody in the neighborhood knows him as that little old man that begs on the corner. And one day he just stops coming. And nobody really knows why. But here's what happened. Somebody figured out that the guy has 10 grand in his pocket. And they suggest to him that he goes out in the woods and shows him something wonderful. And this guy gets the guy on his four-wheeler, takes him out into the woods, shoots him in the back of the head, takes the $10,000, buries him in a hole, and the whole world is none the wiser as to what happened to the little man. Now, he didn't have any relatives. He didn't have any friends. The world is none the better off or the worse for this little man not even existing in the world anymore. He's just gone. Was it morally correct or incorrect to kill the man and take the money? Because the guy that got the money sure enough benefited. He benefited by $10,000. But was it morally correct or incorrect for him to kill the man?
Yes, I can answer that question. I can answer that.
It depends if you're the old man.
Yeah, no, I can answer that. I can answer that.
Give a naturalistic explanation for why it was morally correct.
Yeah, I can, mate. What happened was the guy that took him out into the woods was being a selfish arsehole. Right? And
why should he be selfish?
Wait a minute.
It's beneficial to him.
Wait. Let me explain. Right? Exactly, it was beneficial to him because that guy lived a life based on the selfish or the ego model. He deliberately chose to live his life that way, and he may have been brought up in. Wait a minute. You go and check it out. You know,
you don't know that.
No, wait a minute. Hear me out, right? If you grow up in a family model, and I'm going to relate this back to me, right? And this relates to my son as well. I grew up in a family model where the father was the altruistic one and the mother was very firm. Now, as a kid with these two wolves inside me, I played the odds. And I played them. I did. And my son did the same thing to me. So there's karma for you. But it's hardwired into us to actually play the advantage if we get an opportunity. What this guy was doing with that, the old man, he was playing the selfish model out to the full.
So how does that make it wrong?
Hey, it is wrong because it had no respect.
It's wrong.
He wasn't loving his neighbour. He gave no respect to the life of the other human being.
How is that wrong?
Wait a minute. That's the other model. That's the alternate herd model where we treat everyone as equals, right?
Rob, tell me how you know it's wrong. You're jumping from one presupposition to another, Rob. You need to be able to explain how you know it's wrong for him to have done it. You're not doing that.
No, mate. No. All I have to do is look at what happens in the animal world. In the animal world.
My example.
Hear me out. If you have a look at that first video about the baboon. No, hear me out. If you have a look at that first video of the two models, that baboon story is a phenomenal story because what happens is we see the whole behaviour and payback reward system in the baboon community change when they flick from the alpha male model across to the herd model. You just see clearly the whole model changes and there's a lot better outcomes.
That's a goalpost move. That's outside of my example. You're moving the goalpost. The question is for you, is to explain to you how you can know it was wrong for the man to kill the other man.
Can I explain something?
If moral objectives do not exist, how can you know it was wrong for the man to kill the other man?
Because it's wrong to get rid of information like that. He could have known something, and he knows more about.
Why is it wrong to get rid of information?
Because that's completely.
Nobody lost any information.
Because you don't.
He was covering up. See, part of the ego paradigm.
No, evolution is about natural selection. So according to evolution, it's not about you getting to choose whose gene pool goes on. It's about what is naturally selected.
I'm sorry, you haven't told me how you can know it was morally wrong for the man to kill the man.
Yeah. I just did.
No.
No, you haven't.
You have not.
Because you're getting rid of information. That guy, I'm again not naturalist.
What information? The information you presuppose that he had, the hole fixer, the plugs.
Because he's from a different generation. He's from a different generation, so he can explain to you how different generations lived.
No, you're not explaining why it is wrong to kill.
Yes, I am.
Murder.
Can I trust?
Because.
No, you're not.
You're saying
killed information. Are you serious?
You're saying evolution has no reason. It's not good or bad to kill him. No, but if you kill him,
information that wouldn't get passed on except your imagination.
Listen. According to evolution, you lose because you did not get information passed to you.
The little man can't pass on information. He's beyond his reproductive age.
No, not reproductively. He doesn't need to do it reproductively. He can do it informationally through talking.
No, okay. My little old man has no tongue. He can't speak.
Okay, so he can write it down then. He can sign.
Wait a minute, I got an answer for you.
To kill him?
Neff, I've got an answer for you.
He can't share information. He doesn't have hands, and he can't speak. He can't share information.
Neff, I've got an answer for you.
Please, Rob, before you go, Rob, before you go, please, can I? I was trying to get in my 2 cents here. Can I please?
Go ahead, Art. Go ahead. I have a quick. Right after that, I want to.
Actually, I'm sorry. Someone is knocking at the door.
See, the question of why is it wrong to gratuitously kill someone can't be answered by atheists or naturalism.
Yeah, no, Neff, I've got an answer for you.
No, you just want to accept the answer.
No, you're not giving one.
Neff, I'm offering one. I'm over here.
Relativism cannot explain why it's morally wrong to kill someone for gratuitous pleasure or benefit.
I don't subscribe to
You have not provided an answer for that.
Okay, one. All right, Neff, hold on. Hold on.
Why do I get to hold on?
Furthermore, if it's only subjective, then you're merely giving your opinion that it's wrong.
Okay. Art, I want you say something, and then after that, okay. First off, Art, who are you going to address?
Neff.
Okay. You address Neff. You gotta have a question for him. I'll let Neff answer it. But Rob, I do want you to think about where does the morality come from? You want a straight answer, and you did say something. You did say something about something being hardwired in the guy. I wanted to press you on that. Okay. Because if there's, these actions are hardwired, how is there any choice? So first, Art, Neff, and then Rob. Go.
Okay, thank you. Well, Neff, the reason why it is immoral to kill that old man is because you're negating his well-being, you're removing his well-being. That's to put it very simply. And think carefully what you're going to say.
Well, then, how does that provide an explanation for the existence?
That is an objective standard. That is my objective standard of
How is that morally correct or incorrect?
I just said that's the objective standard. That's what I determine to be immoral. If you negate human well-being, that is immoral.
So someone wants to die, and you say, "Great, it'll be fun to shoot you. I'll do it for you for free." Then it's morally correct.
Yes, because it's not
really. Really? Okay, with that, I'm taking a cigarette break.
I'm sorry. Repeat the
Thanks
example.
for letting me beat you down so bad. I'll be back.
No. Repeat the example.
That's form, Evan.
Oh, running. Okay, he's gonna run.
Well, I can put a little bit
You know
of
when you're beating your believer when he runs.
Go ahead, Rob. I'll let you.
Rob.
Go ahead. I would be with Art. I would be on the side of Art here with this because I think once you violate the right of another person, okay, that is morally wrong. Once that simple as that.
Yeah, and there are many theories like this. The philosophy of ethics, morality has much to say to this. Mm-hmm. It's really complex, but there are objective basis for secular morality, definitely.
Can I speak after Rob is done or whatever?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, so the objective moral compass is this: if you, and again, all I've got in my world is these two primitive, this duality, these two primitive, instinctive forces that live within us. That's who we are. We're hardwired. So I need to address the hardwired question for you, Johnny, but then firstly I'll just say the moral compass is this. I mean, if you go and kill someone, there's no... You're only doing it for personal advantage. The personal advantages are these. Either they have something that you want, and if you look at that two-wolf story again, you'll see all of the criteria that will govern that decision. It'll be about jealousy, it'll be about some other advantage, it'll be about eliminating competition, it'll be about stealing or greed. All those will be the premise for that person murdering the other one. They're feeding the bad wolf, they're thinking of number one, and they have no respect for anyone else. If you look at empires, all forms of example, all through, all the bad behaviours all track back to people just looking after number one. Conversely, these can be fired off and not be called to an account in a human. That's part of the parenting process. You're supposed to guide your kids through this, but a lot of us parents don't really have a clue until we're bloody old and past the chore. And so some of the kids get through and they adopt these behaviours and they're unfettered, if you like. When you go across the other side, where you have a person that's altruistic and they're about the herd, they wouldn't dream of killing someone unless it was in self-defense. They're more interested in helping that person, so they would not be your typical killer. Your killer will be definitely someone feeding their own advantage, and that's exactly why they do it. And there you have it, an objective moral compass. And those studies back that up. They show that these behaviours, right, so that second one, Money of Your Mind, shows that these are hardwired behaviours. What happened in that second video was you had a group of uni students and they were playing a rigged game of Monopoly. And the guys that were rigged, so it was predefined who would win and who would lose, the guys that would win started adopting, because of this advantage hardwiring, they started attributing their winning to their own self, right? So it's all about number one. And they spoke to their opponent disrespectfully, right? But when they changed the study so that it went a little the other way and they made the wealthy people feel poorer, their behaviours changed in the other direction. They became better people, more altruistic and more respectful. So that's clear, you know, the evidence is there. Johnny, John, you had another question that I probably haven't answered. Oh, sorry, there was a point I wanted to make, right? Now, Neff raised this question about this data transfer, and I've got to say, it's a damn good question because there are plenty of examples in life where we see almost transparent data transfer. We see it in migratory patterns with birds. We also see it in the concept of wisdom, right? Wisdom's an interesting phenomenon. People will just be shown a piece of text and they'll look at it and they'll say, well, I know what that means. So somehow they already have some preconception that that is a good thing and it's about the wise part of the human story. And I'd say it sits in the good wolf camp.
Rob, if that's true, can you tell us what mechanism that
is that turns
behavior into genetic information?
Mate.
Because your argument requires it.
Yeah.
Wait, Rob. Rob, quickly,
really
and then I want Bernard. He had something to say.
Yes, Bernard wanted to go. So what I'm saying, that transfer of knowledge is a really, really interesting thing. Now, what Plato observed is that the good folk, you know, the good wolves, if you like, they had this quality of wisdom. It just, and he made a very specific observation. He said you can't teach it because if you bloody could, you know, we wouldn't have half the troubles in the world because you just teach people to be good and they'd all be good. But that's not the reality. How that wisdom comes to us, it seems, it has to follow those good choices. Now that really works back to your premise, Neff. But I happen to know factually that there's no friggin' God in the sky. The God is within. And that's what the Gnostic Jesus said.
But your argument requires there to be a mechanism whereby behavior is turned into genetic
until you wake up.
You can't provide one.
Until I wake up. Sorry, what was your question, mate? I'll answer it if you like.
Also, I mean, just telling people to do good is just not good enough. I mean, sometimes people do good because, you know, the consequences of doing otherwise.
I can give you an example of it passing down in genetic information.
No, Johnny, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's very specific. I guarantee to you, if a person adopts two things in their life, all the good stuff, as it were, will come to them. And they don't have to go chasing it, right? You have to do two things. What you have to do is be authentic, and that's a very important word, authentically selfless. So that's embracing the herd model, right? That's step one. And the other part is you have to develop meditation. The Gnostic Jesus is very clear about that, because the word Sabbath...
Jesus was not Gnostic.
No, the word Sabbath, actually, and you can look this up, Neff, the word Sabbath actually means rest.
Jesus was opposed to Gnosticism, friend.
All right.
No, he wasn't. That wasn't he doing.
Going off topic here. Hold on. Going off. First of all,
over to Bernie.
I didn't forget you, Bernard. Believe me, I didn't forget you. Okay. But I don't know how you can say that. I mean, some people would probably do bad things, but because of the consequences, they just won't, whether it be jail or some kind of repercussion. So, you know, whether, okay, if that's maybe it's not truly good because they're not doing something out of fear, but still, I don't know. But anyway,
well, Bernard, I can explain it to you, and I'll use Jesus to explain it.
I'll give you a chance, Rob. I want to give Bernard the floor.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Good, go ahead, Bernard.
All right, thanks. I was just to Evan's scenario, that old man. The reason why it's wrong is because there's an objective moral value, and because there's an objective moral value, there is a moral system that transcends us, and that is this argument for why God. That's why. So that is why it's wrong to kill someone in the woods, even if no one finds out, and it doesn't matter if that old man is some sort of paraplegic and has nothing to pass on. It doesn't matter. It's just wrong to kill someone else because of
just wrong.
Moral
it's just
value.
wrong to. That's not providing an explanation. You're pointing to the moral absolute. Thank you very much.
What do you mean?
Well, sounds
that's why it's wrong.
He's just wrong too.
He's a Christian, dude.
He's a
Christian. He agrees with you, dude.
Oh, okay. I'm
yeah, see, you gotta relax. You gotta listen first, buddy. We're not ready to jump off.
Okay. Moral value. You're saying it's objective morals that we're talking about. Like, we're not talking about like a societal moral. For example, like if the whole city agrees to getting drunk every night, that's not necessarily a good thing because it's not an objective moral. It's like a society moral. But when you talk about objective moral values, that is why it's wrong.
But I personally believe in multiple guides. But I'm going to say, he's saying, how does evolution explain it, right? And I'm saying it's not your choice to decide. It's not your choice to decide who gets selected or not. It's natural selection. It's immoral to go against that.
Natural selection selects from what already exists. It's not the creator then.
Exactly. It's who can survive and who dies. It's not about who you can kill.
Right, and who survives doesn't explain the existence of morals.
No, you're talking about different morals.
It's remarkable, though, that we did have an atheist in here when I cornered him with my argument, say that it would be morally acceptable for the guy to kill a guy just because he says he wants to die.
Whoa, actually, I misunderstood you, and I did say that. Someone was talking over you, I think. So can you repeat again your example?
Because the guy didn't ask to be shot. In your question, you were saying, well, if it's all right to kill, then if someone asked him to be killed, it's very different here. So
even if he did, would that make it morally correct to do so?
It depends. If he's in pain, if he actually has no hope of well-being, then yes.
Well, what if you don't know anything about the guy?
Well, then I would not do it.
Says he wants to die on the phone, or the internet. You're in a chat room. The guy says, "I'd like to die," and somebody wants to kill because they've always wanted to kill somebody just for fun. Would it be wrong? Is it wrong to kill for gratuitous pleasure? And if so, how do you know?
Pleasure, of course, it is wrong because you're denying someone's well-being.
Can you tell me how do you know that it's wrong to kill for gratuitous pleasure?
Nev, let Art answer you. Go ahead, Art. Let him answer that question. Go ahead.
It is wrong because you're denying someone's well-being, and you don't. Yeah, that's
it.
Why is denying someone's being wrong, morally wrong?
Because that's the axiom that I have in my theory. Just like you have an axiom of you prefer well-being rather than not having
preference.
Also, no, it's not a preference. It's an axiom. You also have axioms when it comes to divine command theory. You assume that you like well-being. You assume that you have good reasons to listen to God. For example, why should you listen to God?
You're not explaining why it's morally acceptable, why it's morally incorrect to kill for gratuitous pleasure.
I gave you an objective standard. The objective standard is negating someone's well-being.
Why is that morally wrong?
He's admitting that he doesn't have a reason, though, by saying it's an axiom. He's saying
that.
No, axiom isn't.
I have an answer. Because unless a society of gratuitous killers can sustain themselves, then it's just not going to last.
How does it matter for the one little old man?
Yes, that's right.
Well, the way again, that's why I ask you now. Why should you listen to God? Assuming God exists and you believe in Him, why should you listen to Him?
Well, because of His wisdom.
So what? Why should you care about His wisdom?
Why should I care? Because He's superior to me.
Why should you care if He's superior?
How do you know that?
No, that's not a moral statement. No, that's an intellectual.
Yes, I'm asking for.
You're not answering. You're not answering for why it is wrong to kill for gratuitous pleasure. You haven't provided. Nobody here has given an explanation. What they've appealed to, what they've appealed to, is saying that you're taking away someone's life. Well, duh. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're
Yeah.
taking away
Do you understand
somebody's
what
desire to
means?
live. Well, duh.
Can I give you
You
an
still
answer?
haven't
Neff?
explained
Neff,
why
can I
it's
give you an
morally
answer?
correct or incorrect to do
Neff,
it.
Neff, can I give you an answer? Can I give you the answer that you're after?
Well, you can try again.
Go ahead.
Well, I will. Now, in the herd paradigm, right, what it's about is it's a numbers game, right? They want to grow the herd. So it would be immoral in that context to actually reduce the herd.
Why?
A larger
Why is
herd
that
has a
wrong?
better chance of survival. You know, that's their survival strategy. That's why they bunch together in balls, right? They're trying to preserve as many individuals as they can.
Why is
loving
preserving individuals morally correct?
If you have a look, the fundamental thing in most religions is this: love thy neighbour. It's one of the basic premises, right? What's happening in a herd, in a shoal of fish, when they watch their neighbour really closely so that they stay in formation? Isn't that the same thing as loving their neighbour?
That's
Because
not
they're observing
providing
their neighbour's patterns, and they've got to keep a close eye on their patterns. Otherwise, they'll break ranks. If they break ranks, then they're a dead duck. And so the survival strategy of the herd starts to falter and fail. Also in the herd model...
That doesn't answer for morality. That's beneficial and non-beneficial.
The behaviours in a herd model are much more gentler and nurturing than we see in the...
Why is nurturing good?
Hey?
Why is nurturing good?
What you say? Nurturing. Why is it?
You're not providing an answer for morality.
Feel it. Feel nurturing. Have you ever been
Why
nurtured?
is it good? How do you know that nurturing is good?
Why
is survival good?
Have you ever been nurtured? It feels pretty good. You know, it's sort of like hugging and caring.
Well,
and
what if somebody wants to?
Good to you? Don't they feel good to you?
Somebody doesn't want you to be nurtured. Why? How do you know they're wrong and you're right?
Well, it's the feeling. The answer is the feeling, because the
wait a
feeling...
minute. They get a great feeling from killing for gratuitous
feeling is
pleasure.
good, and that's spelled G-O.
How do you know your answer? John, see, what if somebody gets a great pleasure from killing? Their feeling is that it's better. It's to kill. So you're not answering. You're not giving an account.
I am, because that's where reality lies. Reality lies in our senses. It doesn't lie in your head. So if you want the meaning of life, you actually have to live life, and that's how you get your meaning. So if you choose to be a good wolf, what happens is you get all this good positive feedback that gives you a joy in the life experience, and there's your meaning in life, right? It's not the words we speak, it's actually the experience.
That's not the meaning
Jesus
of life.
said that. Gnostic Jesus said that. He said,
Jesus did not say that.
Did. Don't shout me down because I said Gnostic Jesus.
No.
Gnostic Jesus specifically said that there were 5 treasures in the kingdom of the Father, right? And what he's talking about specifically is our 5 sensorial experiences, because that's where reality lies. Reality lies in the senses. It doesn't lie in our intellectual pondering about what those sensory
Jesus said the whole law accounts for 2 things.
That's absolutely
No, 2 things. The whole of God's law counts on 2 things: love God with all your heart and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. He did not say any of the things that you say. He's not a Gnostic. Jesus Christ was opposed to man's wisdom. I want to give you something from the Bible.
There's no such person as Jesus Christ.
No. See, here's the thing. What atheists in here are not giving an explanation for how they can know a thing is morally correct or incorrect, such as to kill someone for gratuitous pleasure. Because I can rebut everything that you've said. If somebody say feelings, well, somebody feels that. Who cares about feelings? That doesn't explain morality or incorrect. Here's why. If somebody gets a good feeling from killing somebody for gratuitous pleasure, how is that morally correct or incorrect? You're not answering for how you know.
Because of not.
I explained to you in that model of the 2 choices we have in terms of survival strategy. I explained this to you, Neff. I said to you, it's not in the interest of the advantage of the herd model to go killing off. No, it's not in the interest of the herd model.
Well, why is the interest of the herd make it morally correct?
I have an answer.
How does survival make it morally correct?
It's because people care about what people think after they die. People care about what people they think after they die, right? And if your soul weighs more than the feather, which means if you've done more bad than good, then people are going to remember you badly, and they're going to remember you as a murderer and stuff. And
so why does that matter? How does that make it morally correct or incorrect?
That makes
Well,
him
that's how
morally
you get
incorrect
the-
because of Mott, and without the balance of the universe, it wouldn't work. The universe wouldn't work. Same way,
Because-
same as God. Same as God.
So to answer for it, you appeal to things you can't substantiate and
No, I'm appealing to gods
metaphysics
that are more
and Hindu
ancient.
philosophy.
Than yours. I'm appealing to gods that are more ancient than yours that we still use today. If you go to courthouse today, you will still see a lady holding a scale with a sword with a blindfold.
So
That is
what
not-
about that? That doesn't answer for the existence of morality either.
Neither does God.
Goalpost move.
Sasha,
yes,
can
God
I
answers. Yes, God answers the
No.
question. For
You guys are unable to provide an account for how it's
No,
morally
if
correct.
I'm
or
not answering for
incorrect.
God, if I'm not answering morality right now, then neither are you.
You're not
Yeah, you're not
answering it.
listening, Neff. That's the problem.
No,
You're not
you're not
You've
answering.
got a biased
You're-
proposition.
You're making
got-
long extrapolated diatribes to try to explain it away, but you're not
Alright.
actually
And he
addressing
answers
the
everything, and I can show you specifically where that's bullshit.
You're not answering the actual issue. You're moving the
Yeah,
goalpost.
I know,
I need to switch topic a little bit and drop this for a bit, because if I hear about the two wolves again, I'm gonna like freak out. I have enough about the two wolves and the herd model and the baboons. I mean, are you serious? Like,
Why?
this is like
Why?
Rob,
Because-
this is like a serious. This is like a dialogue. We're trying to discuss some stuff, and we're talking about herd model and baboons. Like seriously.
Yeah, that's right, because that's reality, mate. That's
No,
that's
it's not
real.
reality. I'm not
That's-
a baboon. Are
that's
you a
reality.
baboon?
It's not in my
No,
head.
Are you a
It's not
baboon,
in my
Rob?
head about this
Rob,
fucking
hold on.
going up in the sky. That's reality. That's what science.
Are you a baboon, Rob? Are you a baboon, Rob? Are you a baboon, Rob? Yes or no?
I think I descended from them.
Are you a baboon? Yes or no?
Evolutionary, I think I
Are
might
you
be.
a baboon? Yes or no, Rob?
Evolutionary, I think I might.
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Evolutionary, I think I
Are
might
you
be.
a baboon, Rob? Yes or no?
Evidence suggests that evolutionarily, I think I might be.
Okay, well, he can't answer the
That's my
question.
answer.
Like I said,
I did. I gave an answer.
a little bit of a different topic. He can't even answer if he's a baboon or not. This is crazy.
I know.
No, I tell you what's crazy, mate. A guy
No,
sitting up
you
in the
can't. You
cloud-
can't answer if you're a baboon or not, Rob. Are you serious? Are
Yes
you
or
a
no?
baboon?
Yeah, I am. I'm serious. Yeah.
You're a baboon? Okay, he's a
Well,
baboon.
no, I didn't say that. I said I might have evolved.
So you're
from
not.
that.
So you're not a baboon.
The evidence seems to suggest that I evolved from a baboon.
Okay, I'm
And
not
well,
asking
actually,
about
I picked up
evolution. I'm asking right now, at this present moment, are you a baboon? At this present moment, are you a baboon, Rob?
Let me address this, make a brief commentary
I've got
about
some
this
of you
Gnostic
straight
Jesus
through.
thing.
Rob.
I want to
I
address
can't
the
ignore-
Gnostic Jesus thing.
Hold on.
The evidence says I can't ignore the baboon.
Rob says that Jesus is a Gnostic.
Are you a baboon or not?
So,
You can't answer if he's a baboon or not.
I want to explain real quickly about Rob's false idea that Jesus was Gnostic. The entire Bible is inspired by God. I'm going to give you an evidence of that and show you how the entire Word of God is opposed to man's Gnosticism. This is the shortest chapter in the Bible is Psalms 117. The longest is Psalms 119. Now listen carefully what I'm telling you. The center chapter in all the Bible, the canonized Bible, is Psalms 118. There are 594 chapters prior to Psalms 118. There are 594 chapters after Psalms 118. You add these up together and you know what you get? 1188. You know what the center verse in the entire Bible is? Psalms 118:8. And you know what that verse says? That verse says this. It says, "It is better to trust the Lord than to put confidence in man." Let me explain that to you one more time, briefly, okay? The shortest chapter is 117. The longest is 119. The center chapter in the whole Bible is 118. There are 594 chapters before, 594 after.
Goodbye, Neff. Goodbye. Goodbye.
No, please don't kick it. Please don't kick it. Please. Please. I have to say
The
something.
Bible
I
is
have to
not
say something.
Gnostic, friend. Sorry.
I have my finger on the button.
Okay. I just want to say something. Are you saying that this kind of arrangement of these verses and this is some kind of evidence that it's some kind of coding, right?
It's one of the many evidences that it's divinely inspired.
Excellent. Are you at all familiar with the Quran miracle of 19?
No, I can't say I am.
Google it. It's the exact same thing. They have literally thousands.
No, it's
this
not the
exact
same
same thing.
Wait, Bernard.
I
The
strongly
Quran
doubt
never
that.
poses a miracle.
Wait,
So
Bernard.
you don't even know the difference in Arabic language and the English language. So pretty much every
doesn't
miracle in the
matter.
Quran, every miracle in the Quran is pretty much made up so that you, I don't know, believe it.
How
There
does
is
the
zero
language make a
miracles in the
difference?
Quran.
How does
The
the
problem
language
I
make
have,
a difference?
hold on.
Yeah, Bernie
Hold on.
knows a lot
Hold on.
about the Quran, guys.
I know, hold on. Oh God, take a deep breath, everybody. Okay, Neff. The problem I have with your example with the Bible is now you said the canonized scripture. I mean, we have so many different translations of the Bible, and what is the canonized word of God? I mean, there were the Bible you're probably talking about is the Protestant Bible. We had
I think it's evidence that the canonization process was even inspired by God. I don't think anybody is going to canonize the Bible and make it just happen.
Muslims say the exact same thing.
No, I don't think they have any evidence to support that claim.
So Neff, let me ask you. So before the Council of Trent, the Bible was incorrect?
No, I just say that whether it was canonized or not, the books show evidence of inspiration, many. And I think the canonized Bible provides evidence of its inspiration as well. And I just gave you a marvelous example of it.
Yeah, but that example doesn't hold before the Council of Trent.
Well, so God can't work through men? Of course he can. He does all the time.
You have the word of God instead of the knowledge and okay, but anyway.
What's our guarantee, Neff, that they're all good men? Where's the guarantee? How do we know that those men
who said they have to be?
Are baddies, bad wolves.
Rob, the same standards for your Gospel of Thomas. How do you know that was written by a good man? Don't use standards that kill your own argument.
Scripture says God uses all things all things, good or bad, for our ultimate good.
Even this chat.
God's capable of manipulating anything. And this is clear evidence. So just the fact that the center verse in the entire canonized Bible is that it's better to put your trust in God and not man. It's just what I was pointing to is this is just one of the countless passages in the Bible that show that the Word of God is certainly not Gnostic, but actually opposed to man's Gnosticism.
There is the exact. I'm sorry if I can just
because just because that was the center verse of that version of the Bible, doesn't prove anything.
It does to me.
Yeah, well, Neff,
if it does something for you, that's all fine. Hey, but to make that rule, I don't know.
Well, I could provide lots of evidence.
Maybe Rob's Gnostic Jesus does something good for him, right?
But Jesus wasn't Gnostic, though.
Can I just quickly? Go
ahead, Art. I'll let Art go. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Neff, the exact same argument Muslims do with the Quran. There is a verse in the Quran. I will tell you. There is a verse in the Quran that is in the middle of the Quran that says iron. And guess what is in the middle of the earth? Iron. It's a miracle.
In the middle of the Quran is what? Say again. The middle of the Quran is what?
The middle verse of the Quran says something about iron, or it's the chapter named iron, I think.
Iron.
And guess what? What is in the center of the earth? Iron. How could have they known it back then? It's a miracle.
Oh, boy, you're really stretching things there.
Well, you're not.
But it's the same kind of logic, Neff.
I'm not.
Neff, it's the same thing. You don't see that?
No, it's not. Iron is
because
not.
Because the Muslim could say the same thing as the Christian, pretty much.
And wisdom, no, he's talking about an element in the earth.
Is there particle physics in the Bible?
No, I do agree. I do agree with Art on this one.
There is particle physics in the Bible.
Bernard, you want to say something? You're actually
no, I do agree. I do agree with Art on this one because for I think for a Christian actually and I really think this is for a Christian is the correct Bible is simply a Bible that preaches death, deity, and resurrection of Christ. And that's pretty much the dividing line. Like if you want to call the Quran a Bible, it's not because it preaches Christ was never crucified. It preaches Christ was then never resurrected, and it also never preaches the deity of Christ. So,
well, not only that, it contradicts itself because it says that the Gospels of Jesus Christ are true and inspired.
It doesn't
and then it turns around and says that Jesus Christ was not the Messiah. So it contradicts itself.
I'm sorry, it doesn't say that. I know.
Yes, it does. It says the Gospels of Jesus Christ are true and inspired. And in other passages, it says that Jesus is not the Son of God, but merely a prophet.
So they say originally are inspired, but they have been corrupted. That's why you have this.
No, that's not true, Art.
No,
Art, that is not true. That is not true. The Quran affirms in a couple verses. It says that the revelation of Allah. That's the words it used. The revelation of Allah is the Torah and the Injil. And then it goes on to say that Allah protects His revelation. So nowhere in the Quran is there room to call the Bible Quran. The Quran never ever mentions
right.
Bible being
It acknowledges the Gospels are inspired, but then denies the deity of Jesus Christ, that He is I am not just a prophet. The Quran contradicts itself in that way.
Please, can I say? You're right, it does say that. But it then later goes on to say this message, the Injil and the Torah, is corrupted.
Okay, Art, $100 if you show me that verse in the Quran, $100.
Oh, actually, well, not from by heart, but I'm pretty sure I can find it.
$100, show me the verse. $100.
Maybe not in the Quran, but perhaps in an authentic
hadith. Well, if it's not in the Quran, then your argument is void.
Yeah. No, hadith is also legitimate scripture.
Art, can you pull it up, Art? Can you go find it?
Not from memory. Well,
no, go Google it. We have Google.
Go find it. It's not there. I'll bet you $100. And if you're willing, say $100 it's there, and then we got to.
Just for the record, I am neither Muslim nor Christian, so I have no interest in it.
Somebody asked, is there particle physics in the Bible? Yes, the book of Job 38:19 asks, where is the way that light dwelleth, and as for the darkness, where is the place thereof, that thou should takest it to the bound thereof, and knowest the path to the house thereof. Ancient man believed light was instantaneous. The Bible tells us you can trace the origin of light from where its incidence, that where it strikes something, to its home, because it travels distance over time. And ancient man couldn't have possibly known about that light travels distance.
Was the tabernacle a particle accelerator?
Dude, just on light,
Wait, Rob. Neff was addressing a question from Sasha. I want to give Sasha a chance to follow up. Go ahead, Sasha.
No, I was just joking. He was just saying there's a particle physics because it says the light and the darkness are separate, and you can find the origin of the light. And I'm just saying, then what's the tabernacle? Can you please explain to me how it fits into modern science?
No, it says you can take it to the bound. In other words, you can follow the path of light as it travels. See, that's light moving distance over time. That's particle physics. This was not. Newton was the first person in the world to have ever written about this fact that light travels distance over time. He's the first person to ever conceive of it. Mm. So that was 1600 something. The Bible knew this 1400.
I'll give you something else to think about, Neff, and this will probably
wait, Rob. Just one moment. I just want to get that scripture. What scripture was that, Neff?
Job 38:19, 1400 BC.
1400 BC.
Yes.
Oh, he's just saying when it was written.
Right. Now, I'll give you something to think about, Neff, right? Now, in the is it the Penta, some bloody 5-star thing, but fundamentally there's 5 primary elements, and this goes through all spirituality. They have fire, water, well, whatever. Fire, water, air, a thing called Earth, of course, and then
doesn't the periodic table just prove that?
Wait a minute, and the 5th element, which is called Ashaka, or something of that ilk, and the Ashaka element has sound as a component. Now, there's a phenomenon. This is a fact, right? There's a phenomenon in nature called sumo-luminescence, and what it is this phenomenon where, and they found it when they were trying to work out about pits in propellers, right? Mm-hmm. Why the propellers were pitting.
I know what you're talking about, and it's evidence that God spoke the universe into existence.
Well, exactly. That's exactly right, because the precursor event is sound. Sound is the thing that creates the massive heat within the air pocket within the water. It's the actual sound event that's the precursor event. And that's a really interesting phenomenon. And then there's another philosophy that talks about this Ashaka, this sound record, and it talks about it being like a living record, and that's one explanation of this passing of data. You know, so they're interesting things, and I mean, you have John saying John is the Word, but being that as it may, right, that
John doesn't
still
say John is the Word, he
does
says
not
Christ is the Word.
discount the Persian. Well, Jesus Christ was a Roman Christian myth, right? There was a Jesus, and he wasn't Gnostic. He was an Essene Jew, right? And the Romans used his story, and that particular Jesus, the Essene Jew, was really hooked into reality. The Gnosticism.
Rob, you're like way off.
You're going off. You're going off.
It's the connect the dots, paint by numbers idea again.
Yeah,
But I want to clear up this Gnosticism thing because these guys are completely wrong.
You're 100% wrong, Rob.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
The Bible
what
refutes.
talking about.
Right is what I am.
No,
The Bible refutes
You
Gnosticism.
talked about sound, right? You talked about sound.
Yeah, sound
The reason-
comes from the S.
The reason why you're 100% wrong is because there are logical reasons why the Gospel of Thomas was not in the Bible or is not in the Bible, and you have no hope of ever addressing those. Hold on, Rob. Let me finish. And let me just say, you have zero hope of ever addressing those problems because you have what's called the miracle of reinterpretation. When you see a word, you change the word, and then you say, therefore, the Gospel of Thomas is correct. But when you say, like, for example, saying 114, where Jesus says that Jesus says that women have a dead spirit, you never address that. You reinterpret it. Same with like you're saying 30 or something, where it's not lying, it's the pride. And until you have the ability to read a word for what it says, you will not understand why the Gospel of Thomas was rejected. And so therefore, your fundamental basis is Gospel of Thomas, which is flawed. So your argument comes from a flawed source.
Exactly. A lot of atheists do this. They carry on about the Gnostic Gospels.
Let me address Bernie, please.
Rob, address something.
Can I respond to Bernie?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
All right. So this actually comes back to the question. There was an earlier question that was raised about how do I know that the Gospel of Thomas is a valid word? Mm-hmm. And Bernie raises the point that because I don't use the precise word, I use an interpretation of the sayings, that I'm being inaccurate, and I refute that. What I would say is this: I can give you. Wait a minute, Bernie. Let me, Bernie.
No, you admitted to change
it.
Bernie. Let him finish,
Bernie. What Bernie does is he only reads half the saying and he uses it to his own end. But the Gospel of Thomas is very clear in its meaning. What it says at the outset, it says, whoever understands these sayings will lose the taste of death. And I know that means you lose the fear of death. But from Bernie's biased point of view, he won't allow me to use the interpretive word. Yet the first saying clearly says, whoever interprets the meaning. And what I said to Bernie was this: you have to understand that the Essene Jesus lived in a time which was governed very much by the Pharisees. That's why he was at war with them. So it wouldn't have been a wise move for him not to talk in a bit of a veiled way. In fact, when we look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, we hear mention of three characters: the righteous teacher, who I say is Jesus, the wicked priest, who I say was Agrippa the Great, and the liar, who I say was Paul. It's clear to me from my research that these guys had to mask their language, because if they didn't, these Pharisees would have killed them, or if not them, the Romans. So there's a reason why once you understand it, it makes perfect sense.
Okay, can I just like refute that for a second here?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, like this is what I'm saying you do. You say, saying one, whatever, this is an interpretation, whoever will lose the taste of death, or I forget now because I don't have the thing, but what you do, whatever, what you do is instead of saying taste death, you say it means fear of death. What I'm saying is if it was supposed to mean fear of death, the author would have wrote fear of death. So that's that simple, and that's fine. That's how it is. The word is what the word, like what is written is written. I mean, if you want to go ahead and change stuff, then please don't call it the Gospel of Thomas. Call it the Gospel of Rob or something, because it's just not the Gospel of Thomas anymore when you start changing what's written. I mean, how is this difficult to understand?
No, it's not.
Listen,
Mate, let me respond.
Hold on, Rob. Well, I know. I understand what Bernie's saying. I'll have to kind of agree. I mean, taste of death and fear of death, seem like two different things to me. A taste of death is something. It's almost like someone being on their deathbed. They're at those moments right before death, and they're having a taste of it, or someone who had a near-death experience where.
Thank you.
Where like a car just missed them. And they saw their life go, flash before their eyes. It was like that to me is a taste of death, not a fear of death, though. It is two different things, Rob. You have to admit.
No, I disagree totally. Let me read the full. Let me read the full.
Rob, you want to change the meaning of words, Rob? How can you change?
No, mate. Come on, be fair. Let me read the full. Let me read the full.
If we can't agree. I always say that if we can't agree on the definition of terms, how can we have any kind of discussion?
Sure, but let me read the full saying first, and then let's have this discussion, because at the moment you're doing exactly what Bernie did. You're only taking a part of it because it suits his argument. So here's the full saying.
Say the whole saying, then. I'll give you that. Okay, say the whole saying.
Good man. So it first starts off by saying these are the secret sayings that the living Jesus spoke to Didymus, Judas, Thomas, and recorded. Saying 1, and he said, whoever discovers the interpretation of these sayings will not taste death. So we clearly have a reference that says... Secrets. No, wait a minute, mate. We clearly have a reference that says there has to be an interpretation involved. If I go on and give you saying 7, you'll clearly see that this is an interpretive work. He actually uses a bit of a masking technique. Would you like me to read saying 7 to prove my point?
No.
Read real quick, and then I'm gonna follow up with something. Go ahead.
Okay, so saying 7 says this, right? And it took me forever to bloody work out what this crap was all about, but anyway, I worked it out. So 7, Jesus said, lucky is the lion that the human will eat, so that the lion becomes human. And foul is the human that the lion will eat, and the lion will become human. We know that lion right through, even Plato used the same reference, pride of lion. The lion was used for pride. So let me put the word pride in there and let's see how it sounds.
You see? He put the word pride in.
I do, but that's my position, Bernie, is that it's an interpretive work. So let me read it to you and see what you think.
So then I can interpret this thing any damn way I please.
No.
Notice all of Rob's arguments are based on something not.
Let me read it to you and then be the judge. Don't come in half cocked. So 7, Jesus said, lucky is the pride that the human will eat. So the human, gets on top of their pride issues. So that the pride becomes human. So the human is clearly dominant. This is the enlightenment path where you know thyself and you know the two.
Rob,
wait a minute, and foul is the human that the pride will consume, and the pride will still... And the pride still will become human. So the meaning of that specifically is it's an alert about the dangers of pride, which is something that clearly Plato highlights with, and we see it in Les Mis with Javert.
Well, I can totally agree that pride and ego will be an issue. I don't think anybody here will disagree, even the Christians. It's something we battle.
Well, what's the meaning,
pride is the beginning of the fall, as it says. So we won't agree. But this still, Rob, does not explain how you can change taste of death to fear of death. You're going to go right back to, well, the one who has wisdom will interpret these things. But by your logic, I could change the word. It's like you're changing every word in that Gnostic gospel. And then why can't anyone else do the same and then make their own interpretation? You're no less guilty than I have problems with Christians interpreting things the way they want to interpret things.
No, you're wrong, John, and I'll tell you specifically why.
You could say
it has to come back. It has to always. It has to reconcile with all the other wisdoms, and it does. The interpretation reconciles perfectly with the other wisdoms that tell us very clearly that there's this duality that plays out, this good and evil, and on the evil side you have pride and the lover of gain.
Rob, do you say that the Gospel of Thomas espouses Gnostic ideas and Gnosticism?
Sorry, say again.
Do you believe that the Gospel of Thomas espouses Gnostic ideas, Gnosticism in general?
No, it doesn't actually, mate.
Well, wait. You talk about Jesus being a Gnostic, and you talk about the Gospel of Thomas.
Let me answer the question because I have an answer for you. Right? I don't come empty-handed, mate. So the question.
I have news for you. Christ is not Gnostic.
No. Let me answer the question, mate. Then ask me another one, right? Let me answer the question. Now, the question that you phrased to me. No, the question you phrased to me, Evan, was you asked me whether I believed that the Gospel of Thomas was Gnostic or had Gnosticism in it. Mm-hmm. Now, you've got to understand, and I looked at this pretty carefully, right? Gnosticism, as it's collectively understood, is a confounding of two elements. Firstly, there's the Old Torah or Nazarite traditions that are what we see the true Jesus speak, right? Pre-Babylon stuff. Wait a minute, and then you've got. Wait a minute. Let me answer the question. Let me answer the bloody question. Right now, the other element. Let me answer the question. Then the other element comes to us from the Persian tract, which is all of the angel bullshits and the heavens and hells and all that crap that the Persian Emperor Cyrus the Great started. And what happens in probably about the time of Valentinus, those two subjects get immersed together and get tagged with a term called Gnosticism. So the teachings of Jesus are not their knowing, their authentically knowing can be validated against a number of different sources, but you cannot do that with the other elements of Gnosticism that come down the Pharisee, the oral tradition.
But Rob, you're claiming that Jesus was Gnostic, that what he taught was Gnosticism.
No, that's what we're told.
You said the Gnostic Jesus.
What I'm saying to you is the real Jesus is Jesus, the Essene Jew that practiced the Nazarite traditions which come from the Old Torah, and he lived at Qumran, and he's known as the righteous teacher of the Essene community.
So what is this Gnostic Jesus you speak of?
Sorry?
So what is this Gnostic Jesus you speak of? I know of no such thing as a Gnostic Jesus.
Well, when I use that term, it's to help you guys, because that's the context that you're thinking, and it's wrong.
Wait, no. Why are you using the term Gnostic Jesus?
Well, I won't. I'll use Essene, shall I, to be more precise.
Okay, so, but are you saying that the real Jesus taught things that are opposed to what the Gospels of Jesus Christ say? Is that what you're saying?
No, I can be specific. I'll answer you right.
So why are you using this?
No, you asked the question again. You asked the question again. Let me answer it, right? So here's what happened, right? 61 of those sayings that are in the Gospel of Thomas, 61, and I've got them all, so you can have a look at them if you want. 61 of those are used by the Romans to create your New Testament.
No.
Right? No, that's absolutely true. It's absolutely true.
Answer a question, Rob.
53.
Answer a question, Rob?
Hang on, mate. Let me finish.
No. Can you ever just answer a question?
53. I am answering the question, Bernie. I am answering the question. 53 of those sayings are excluded specifically, and if you look at those 53, they are about an internal reality, not an external one. That's what they are. And the Romans didn't want that because the Romans had this special relationship.
Oh, my God. This connect the dots, paint by numbers theories of his speculation.
No, it's not, mate. It's true. It bears out in all.
What is it that you think you're proving, Rob? What is it that you really think? What do you think you're proving?
I'm proving that the Empire have owned your damn religion and they own you in as a consequence.
Let me follow up with something, Rob. I understand this because I see a little contradiction here, or a little hypocrisy. Okay, because here you so rely on this Gospel of Thomas, okay, right. And you so rely on such I don't know, vague interpretations that you get and speculations, especially when it comes to, the righteous teacher. You interpret this to be Jesus from whatever, I forgot whatever writings they were, the Essenes or whatever, and so and then at the same time, I mean, you try to validate this Gospel of Thomas by saying, listen, half of them are in the Bible, okay? But yet now you want to throw out all of the Bible.
No.
But it seems like you like to use, to your convenience, want to use part of it to kind of validate the Gospel of Thomas. This is what I take issue with. Just hold on a second. I want to let Bernie have something to say, and then after Bernie, anyone besides Neff, I'll give you a chance. Besides Neff, if they want to respond, okay, please, and then we'll get back to.
Where's my response?
Okay. The Gospel of Thomas.
Just think about what I said, and maybe.
I did. Can I respond to it?
I know you're a fast thinker. You're a fast thinker. Great, but I want other people a chance to respond. Go ahead, Bernie.
Come on, I get it, go.
The Gospel of Thomas, the first thing it says, whoever discovers the interpretation. So, like, that's like, some sort of knowledge, which exactly is what gnosis is. Gnosis is, you through knowledge, through some sort of knowledge, you will be saved. That's this Gnostic thing. And agnosticism is this lack of knowledge. You see what I mean? So the saying one right away makes it a Gnostic gospel. So you simply can't argue it's not Gnostic. You're just not reading the text. So yeah,
no,
and the rest of the Gospel of Thomas. I mean, you keep doing it.
Bernie,
Rob, it's not your turn. It's not your turn, Rob. It's not your turn. Yeah. Anyway, the rest of the Gospel of Thomas, you keep doing it. If it says taste death, it says taste death. If it says lion, well, heck, my interpretation is, hey, lucky is the human that gets the lioness. You know what I'm saying? I mean, why not?
So what? It's a spiritual context.
Your interpretation has zero basis. Your interpretation is based on your own opinion, and therefore, just please, when you have your opinion on what it means, call it the Gospel of Thomas according to you. At least change what it. Don't say it's the Gospel of Thomas. That's all. It's not the Gospel of Thomas when you change the words. Simple as that. Call it the Gospel according to Rob Beasley then. Please.
No.
All right,
it's not the Gospel of Thomas anymore.
That would be inaccurate.
Rob, okay. I mean, Rob, I have no problem if you said, in your opinion, or this is the insight. Wait a minute. No. I mean, it is your opinion. Come on. If I say this,
no, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, but if you were to say, this is what I get out of it, my interpretation, this is what I'm seeing. That's all fine and good. And this is the same thing I would say to anybody of any religion. If they get some kind of inspiration or meaning for them, that's fine. But I dare say, Rob, you're doing this. You're getting as dogmatic. As dogmatic as the fundamental Christian.
No. What's happening, John? John, to be blunt.
I mean,
what's
that's what I'm saying.
No, John. What's happening here? What's happening here is you guys aren't giving a counter explanation. Yet you're happy to take a posture of your own, but you're not happy to offer an explanation to counter mine. And until you do that, I'm very confident that I'm absolutely correct in my interpretation of Thomas.
Can I answer that?
That's fine.
Your challenge then becomes to refute it and put something else up that's a better explanation, and I'm not hearing that.
The Bible says taste of death multiple times, and it doesn't say it in that context, so why should we assume all of a sudden it does for that one?
That's a good question, Rob. That's a good question.
Yeah, could I just have a rephrase?
Yeah, the Bible, when it says taste of death, I bet Rob doesn't even know what it's referring to.
Rob?
I do.
Rob, do you know what the Bible refers to when it says, do you know what Jesus meant when he said, I tell you that there are some standing here who will not taste of death until the Son of Man returns in the clouds? Do you understand what he's talking about when he says taste of death?
Yes, I do.
What is he referring to?
Right. So what he's referring to is losing the fear of death. But what you quoted was
no, Rob.
Wait a minute. I'm not like you guys.
No,
you've
had the mic for a while. Let me get the bottom
to that. I like to address the full context. The full context said it had a Roman addition on the end until the return of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ ain't coming back, boys. We all die, and that's the end of the penny section.
No. Rob, what Jesus is
they did that because they wanted this this Jesus character hooked into the Persian story and the resurrection story, because that made it all mythical again.
Rob, you're not addressing the scripture that he gave you. Now here's
I did exactly. I precisely addressed it. What did I miss?
Rob, you're wrong about that. And I'm going to explain to you. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to explain to you. Okay. Firstly, what Jesus is referring to there is the death of the spirit. What he's meant by that is those people are going to physically die. We're all going to physically die. What Jesus meant when he said, there are some standing here who will not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in clouds, is that their body is going to be gone, but their spirit will not perish in the holy presence of God until after that time. The Bible teaches of death and resurrection. The Bible teaches with hundreds of passages, Rob. When someone dies, let me finish. When someone dies, they become silent, sleepless, in a sleep state, and mindless until they are resurrected. And there will be a resurrection for everyone. And Rob, you're going to be resurrected by Jesus Christ as well. You're going to stand before him too. And so what Jesus, let me finish now. Wait, I'm not going to take forever. So I'm refuting Rob's argument. He doesn't understand the Bible. He doesn't understand.
I agree.
But this is what the Bible refers to. The Bible refers to countless times of the death, the dying, the perishing of the wicked as the death of the spirit. Wait, let me finish. Look, you were on the mic for a long time. Just let me rebuttal you, okay? Then you can have the mic.
Resurrection first
you just don't understand the Bible, and you can't stand it when somebody who does.
I understand it perfectly.
Allow me to finish my rebuttal. Allow me.
All right.
Okay?
Where's resurrection first
So
mentioned?
the Bible tells us this with hundreds of verses. In fact, all the kings of Israel, according to the Old Testament, are sleeping in the grave. So and so died and sleeps with his fathers. It's over and over. Jehoshaphat and so and so and so and so and so and so. David died and slept with his fathers. You will die and you will sleep with your fathers until you're resurrected. Now,
I'll feed the worms.
This is why Jesus said this, because he's referring to the death of the wicked that will stand before the holy light of God, who do not have the Son of God as their sacrifice. They become their own sacrifice to God. And that's what will happen to you, Rob, if you don't repent and become a Christian. See,
shit, mate. That's
Rob,
absolutely
you don't understand the Bible at all.
I know.
I do. I understand it perfectly.
Rob, you think that what Christ meant with death is something else. What Christ meant when he spoke of death is what the whole Bible, Old and New Testament, refer to when it speaks of someone dying or perishing. When it's not referring to the flesh, it's referring to the spirit, Rob.
Can I enlighten you on that one?
You don't understand the gospel at all.
Can I enlighten you on that one? You're way wrong, and I'll tell you exactly why.
Oh, right? I can prove it with 100 passages.
No, wait a minute. You had a score. Let me tell you where you're way wrong, because this is a fundamental flaw that you poor folks, you believe that.
Well, Rob, what is it about them that dies?
The concept of the Jewish folks used to think, right? This is true. When you die, they believed you went to the Sheol. Now, Reuben, you'll know this, won't you, mate? The traditional thinking was that when you die, you go to a place called Sheol, which is basically a hole in the ground. Now, the bloody whole resurrection concept came out of Persia. Daniel did, and it's mentioned in the book of Daniel. It is. Go and read your damn book.
Resurrection
is bullshit, mate. No, there's no such thing as resurrection. What happens in life, we live and we die. We only get one crack at it, so you better get it right first time round.
No.
Exactly.
The Old Testament speaks of it. What are you talking about?
Well,
death and resurrection of the wicked, the saved, is throughout the entire Bible, Old and New Testament.
Sorry, where else?
Old and New Testament. Job said, referring to God, wash me clean and I'll be white as snow. Why? Because sin can't stand before God in the end. It will be destroyed. That's the death of the wicked. Rob, you don't understand the Bible at all.
Well, no, I do, mate. I do.
Rob, the passages that I just
a lot of tangents here. We're going off on a lot of tangents here.
Rob,
can I just quickly,
these passages that I just posted in the text,
all right,
all of them state that a king of Israel is sleeping in his grave and waiting to be resurrected. That's Old Testament, Rob. You don't know
Yeah,
jack
but-
about the Bible,
Hey,
friend.
mate, the thing that you don't know, the thing that you don't
With
know
that,
is
I'm
Kings was
smoking a
written.
cigarette.
Kings was written by the Persians, right?
No,
Kings
seriously,
was written by
Rob,
the Persians.
Rob, you have no
Was.
clue who
Was.
wrote what in the Bible. You know, you're going off
Yes, I
some sort
do.
of Cyrus cylinder, which you've given me before. That's simply not true. And you know, when you talk about, you talk about Zoroastrianism because that's the Cyrus cylinder. That's Moses was before that, so monotheism comes from Moses. You know, if you want to say when it started, and Moses is before the Cyrus cylinder. So your entire Persian element is completely unfactual. It has zero basis. Your own Cyrus cylinder refutes you. And then to top it all off, you're right. Evan is right. You don't understand the Bible because you can't even understand the Gospel of Thomas. You have to change what is written.
Okay, I've hidden Neff and Rob from the broadcast for a little bit. Guys, take a little break or something. Go to your corners. We got off topic here. But we were talking about this whole interpretation of the taste of death, and then it just started going off a tangent. And Neff brought up a scripture, and I wanted to address that scripture as well. And Rob, you didn't look at that. Look at that scripture. You can't put fear of death into there. I can't see you just taking any word and interpret it the way you want. As far as the scripture, Neff, that you used, Jesus said, "Nobody standing here will have the taste." I'm sorry if I'm butchering it, but the key word was there that you got it, Bernie.
Yeah, Matthew 16:28.
Okay, can you read it?
Yeah, this is from the NIV version, so New International. It says, "Truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in His kingdom." And my interpretation is a little different than the other guys, but
I understand that because I've had problems with that scripture as far as when we're talking about the second coming of Jesus, because it seems like Jesus says those standing here, those right there, will not taste the death.
Right.
The Son of Man cometh. So I mean, Son of Man, they did taste death obviously, and Jesus didn't come back.
Can I give you my interpretation of that one then?
Sure. I'd like to hear.
Okay, so what I think it means is because it says they will not. I'm getting it back here. So they will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in His kingdom. So when the disciples were witnessing Jesus ascending, they seen Jesus ascending into His kingdom. So those very people did not taste death before they seen Jesus ascending into His kingdom. That's seriously what I think it means, because taste death is taste death. So.
Okay.
Go ahead. I kind of know a little bit about this passage, and I know there are actually people, Christians, who accept this passage as it is written clearly, and they're called preterists. I think that's the kind of their position, and there is a lot of validity to this, and it makes sense to what we observe today. That is, all of the apocalyptists, even the Christian ones right now, always predict the apocalypse to happen within their life. That is just a common,
Yeah.
feature. And so that would make sense from a secular standpoint. For me, it makes absolute sense that this is what Jesus was referring. Although it is possible he was referring to heaven, but it's still, to me, it's more likely that he was actually, talking.
Did you know that Jesus taught the same thing the Old Testament does about death and resurrection?
Mate, you're full of bullshit.
No, he said.
Well,
that's why he said that the maid was only sleeping.
I've got another appointment. So
that's why he said the maid was only sleeping.
Enjoy your fairy then.
She was only sleeping.
Well,
when you die, mate, you're in for a big surprise.
No, I know what's coming.
Well,
I will never die.
Thanks, I enjoyed that. Actually, whether you guys didn't or not, that was fun.
I will never die. I will physically die.
No, you will, mate. You're going to be dead, and that's going to be the end of the penny section.
Can I just quickly give a counterpoint?
If you ever want to know what happens when you die, I can tell you that as well.
Jesus Christ taught the very same thing the Old Testament does, that you die and sleep in the grave.
Well, obviously,
May I ask Rob why he's so certain? I mean, he hasn't died, so why is he so certain?
What's that?
Why are you so certain you're right, and you can just assert everybody else is wrong when you are in fact in a major minority with believing in the Gospel of Thomas?
And on top of that, he calls Jesus a good teacher, but then with the things that Jesus taught, refute what he said.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, hold on.
I don't accept bullshit stories about.
Well, then why do you accept Jesus Christ as a good teacher? Because he teaches things you say don't believe.
And I don't believe in the tooth fairy. I actually do what Jesus recommended. I searched until I found an explanation that would cover everything.
Rob, Jesus spoke of the resurrection. He said 4 times that he will raise the dead.
No, mate, you're wrong.
4
again.
times? No? Okay, wait. Rob says I'm wrong. Rob says I'm wrong. Let me see if Rob is right, okay? Let's see if Rob is right that I'm wrong, okay? Let me see if I can show you
You're wrong.
This shows that I'm wrong, okay? Really?
Well,
Jesus Christ said 4 times that he will raise the dead. That he will raise from the dead on the last.
That was Romans. Yeah. Romans wrote the miracle crap.
That's
why you don't find any miracles in bloody
Romans. So then the Romans, Rob, wrote half of your Gnostic gospel.
Right.
No, that's incorrect.
According to your logic, yes, Rob. I'm sorry.
No.
Rob. Yes.
May I give this verse?
Bullshit, Rob, because you're saying the Bible is Roman propaganda. Did you not say the Bible is Roman propaganda?
Correct. The New Testament.
Now, is not half the sayings in the Gospel of Thomas come from the New Testament? Yes or no?
No, they don't. The New Testament used and this is Q-source theory, right? Q-source theory says, wait a minute.
Calls Jesus a good teacher.
Q-source theory says. Q-source theory says.
Christ teaches the very things that Rob says is not true, and yet Rob calls him a good teacher.
Q-source theory says, right?
There's no proof of any Q-source. We don't have the
Q-source theory says this. It says that the Synoptic Gospels were constructed from a sayings list. Right?
Keyword theory.
John, Rob, if Jesus was a good teacher, as you say, why does what he say refute what you say?
There's no
how
theory.
Can you call Jesus a good teacher if he taught things that you don't believe?
There's no theories that support your case. The theories go the other way. The theories say
let me show you what I'm talking about.
Hold on a second. Rob. Okay. So now you're telling me that the Gospel of Thomas. Now you're stating came before the other Gospels. Were written before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you can only base that on, and I don't have the scholars that say, because I know that scholars out there, right, and you agree, all right, there are scholars that have difference of opinion here of when the Gospel of Thomas was written. We go anywhere from 40 AD to 140 AD, and some may even say beyond that on that extreme.
Yes.
So I mean, I don't know how many of these scholars are stating that it's anywhere, the 40 to 65 AD, because Mark is around 65 AD, so they say it was written, okay? So now you have to rely now on these scholars, these, I don't know, handful, I don't know how many, I don't know, dig that up for me, say, and why they say that the Gospel of Thomas was written 40 to 65 AD. To give any validity of your claim that the Gospel of Thomas was written before the Gospels. If you cannot do that, wait a minute, let me finish. If you cannot do that, then the Gospel of Thomas is extrapolating from the Bible Gospels, which you say are total propaganda. So it's
that's right. In fact, for Rob's idea to be true, the entire Bible, Old Testament and New Testament, would have had to have been written by the Romans, because they agree on the premise. Rob, yes, let somebody else rebuttal. No. Okay, you got your nose in. Right? Let somebody else speak.
Okay.
For his idea to be true, the entire Bible.
Evan,
Rob, please let somebody else speak. Rob, let me finish. You can try to rebuttal what I have to say, but please allow me to.
To be fair, John.
To be fair, allow me to put my rebuttal forth. Okay.
Hold on.
The entire Bible would have had to have been fabricated by the Romans, because in old.
Evan, John made a statement which I haven't responded.
Yes, Neff, hold on. Let Rob respond to what I had to say quickly, please, Rob, and then I'll let Neff, and then you have to let Neff respond, okay?
Yeah.
And then after that, Bernie has something to say. Now, if it doesn't go in that order, if it doesn't happen that way, Both
You're going to kick me out. I know.
You're both getting kicked out. So
Yeah.
Rob, go ahead. I'll give you
All
a minute, and then let Neff. Thank you.
Yeah, bloody hell. What was it? What your premise again, John? Just quickly, what were you? Oh yeah, I got it. So
Okay.
what you're trying to suggest is that one thing that you're missing. Sorry, there's a very, very important point you're missing, and it's extremely important. What I did, right, is I went through every one of those 114 sayings to do what Jesus said to do, find the meaning. And I found, and it had to be a knowable meaning, it wasn't suitable to have a belief premise anywhere in that Gospel of Thomas. I found that that assertion of his is absolutely valid. You can find absolute meaning, right, that applies equally as much today as it did in his time, and probably applied bloody well before his time. Well, we know that because this Gospel of Thomas lines up perfectly with the teachings or the observations of Plato. That is my governing guide that tells me clearly this is a valid interpretation of the human condition.
And that may well be.
And I can see how it was bastardized to serve Rome. Very clearly. And I got Q source that sits with me.
Now that well may be, but you're not addressing the validity of the Gospel of Thomas being written before the Gospels in the New Testament.
No, but I did.
Show me that.
Yes, I did, mate. What I said was this. What you just said didn't prove nothing to me, Rob. I'm using Q source, right? I'm saying Q source. No, yes, there is.
No, there isn't. Show me the text of Q source. Show me the text of Q source. Show me the text of Q source.
Yeah, I will. I'll paste it for you.
You're going to show me the Q source? Wow, this is a miracle. Where did they find this manuscript?
The Gospel of Thomas, mate. It's the Gospel of Thomas.
Well, the Gospel of Thomas. Is not Q source. It's the Gospel of Thomas.
It fits the brief perfectly. It is the Q source.
But some say even parts of the Gospels in the Bible might be from Q source.
John,
they say
go back to what the
Mark
brief
and
is.
Matthew may be parts of the Q source, but you're saying that's propaganda.
Go back to what the brief of Q source is, right? The brief is that it has to be a sayings list from Jesus that will satisfy the theory that it was used, right, by someone to construct the three synoptic texts. It fits that brief perfectly. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think
you haven't. The reason you don't know, mate, is that you haven't had a look at the true meaning of. And I've got it all. I've done the whole 114, and I put up my interpretation of each one of them. And because you haven't looked at that, you don't have a context based.
So in your opinion, the Gospel of Thomas is the Q source?
Absolutely.
Based on again?
My interpretive work of the whole 114 and finding out that they actually have a context that can be cross-referenced to Plato, to indigenous wisdoms, right? And us as humans. I can relate to what he says to me as a living human. The guy spoke true.
But how does that come? Just because but how does that make a Q source?
Because Q source was the source. It was first. And what the Romans did, right, after they conquered Jerusalem and after they smashed the Essenes out of existence, they thought, right, they came back and they wrote propaganda. That's what these empires did with religions. That's why they use these friggin' religions, right, for control. Right? And the thing is, if you believe in the Tooth Fairy or Santa Claus, if I'm the teller of that story and you're the one that believes it, you've gifted me power because I'm the only one that knows the truth, not you. You believe you know the truth, and that's what these friggin' empires do. They did it.
I'm gonna have to look into the claims of Q source a little more. I will look into that. and I'll get back to
give you a reference where you can look at my analysis too.
I don't want your analysis.
Well, it's
I don't
the
want
only way you
I don't want your interpretation. You
No,
can give
but
me,
no,
you can,
mate.
wait a minute.
No,
You
no,
can,
no.
you can wait a minute. You can give me things and references that you base your interpretations on. I'll look at that, no problem. But I'm not going to solely rely on your
John,
interpretation.
you're ignoring one very important point, right? You're a human being, right?
So are you.
So
So are
you've
you.
lived your life, right?
Well, he
if
doesn't
you
know if he's a baboon or
if
human.
you read this text and you get to the other end and say, Rob, you're completely wrong based on my life story, then all right, I'll ask you to tell me exactly why. But I'll tell you this: I don't think that you'll come to that conclusion.
Okay, Rob. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for being so positive. But I will look more
I
to
am
that.
positive.
Awesome. Good. I will look into that Q source, but at this point I have to disagree. And as I promised, and Neff, thank you so much for not interrupting. I'm going to give Neff a chance to respond. And Rob, I swear, if you don't give Neff the same consideration, you're out.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Neff.
Okay, thank you. I am passionate about what I know to be true. Rob does not understand the Bible. He does not know the Bible. And his argument is completely flattened by the fact that the Old and New Testament agree and that Jesus taught exactly the things that he says are not true. These passages, many, that I just pasted here in the text, are all from the book of Kings and Chronicles. These are all Old Testament references to a king of Israel who died and slept with his fathers. Okay, so the Bible is teaching us that when you die, you will sleep in the grave. Okay, this does not mean you die there. It means your spirit will remain there in a silent state of no consciousness. The Old Testament demonstrates this many times. Job 14. So when this is 1400 BC, Job 14. So when a man lieth down, he riseth not till the heavens be no more. They shall not awake nor be raised out of their sleep. See, they won't raise until God raises them. They will remain in their perpetual sleep state. Psalms 13:3 reiterates the very same thing. It states this. Now, this is all Old Testament. Okay, consider, O hear me, O Lord, and lighten my eyes, lest I sleep the sleep of death. See, when you die, you sleep. Old Testament and New Testament both agree on this. John 11:12 tells us why these things are so, because they did not understand what Jesus was referring to, and they said, then said his disciples, Lord, if they sleepeth, they shall do well. Howbeit Jesus spake of his death, but they thought he had spoken of taking a rest in sleep. You see, Jesus was speaking of his death, but he made it sound as though I'm only going to sleep. They didn't understand that. Jesus' words, what he was teaching, confirms the Old Testament in Job and Kings, that death is a state of sleep until the resurrection. Then the spirit of them that reject God will actually die and perish. Luke, Jesus said, it says this, and all wept and bewailed her. Weepeth not, Jesus said. She is not dead, but sleepeth. Ephesians 14. 5:14, where he said, awakest thou that sleep, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. Okay. Now we come to the words of Jesus Christ himself. He says, and this is the will of my Father which has sent me, that all of which he hath given me I shall lose nothing, but should raise it up again the last day. And verse 40, and this is the will of him that sent me, that every one that seeth the Son and believeth on him may have everlasting life, and I will raise him up at the last day. Verse 44. These are all Jesus. No man come unto me except the Father which has sent him draw him, and I will raise him up at the last day. Then verse 54, still Jesus speaking, whoever eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will raise him up the last day. That's resurrection. Where are they being raised from? From the grave, from the state of sleep. Now the kicker is this: Revelation 20:6 and Revelation 21:8 gives us the final explanation for why they sleep and are resurrected and what happens. Many passages in the Old and New Testament confirm this very same thing. Blessed is the holy and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. On such the second death has no power, but they shall be the priests of God and Christ, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. The Bible teaches there are 2 births and 2 deaths. Now, Revelation 21:8, but the fearful and the unbelieving and the abominable and the whoremongers and the murderers and idolaters and liars, these are all people whose sins are not washed away by Christ, shall have their part in the lake of fire which burneth with fire and brimstone. This is the second death. That's twice Revelation tells us the second death. The Bible teaches 2 things about life and death. It teaches there are 2 births and 2 deaths. Both Old and New Testament agree all throughout, and so does the teachings of Jesus Christ, whom Rob calls a good teacher. They teach this. There is a physical birth. You are born once into the flesh. You are, if you're a Christian, you're born again in the Spirit. Everyone will physically die. That's the first death. And the spirit of them who reject Jesus Christ will die. That's the second death. There are 2 births and 2 deaths. Nicodemus referred to Jesus and said, "What is this you speak of?" And he says, "Where is the Spirit? It goes like the wind. It comes and doesn't go." In other words, it's not a physical thing. You can't put a nail on it. But he spoke of the death of them in the lake of fire, you see. And this is what Jesus meant when he said, "I tell you, there are some here standing here today who will not taste of death until they see the Son of Man coming in the clouds." And that reiterates John 6:39, 40, 44, and 54, where Jesus said he will raise them up on the last day. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "Some standing here will not taste of death." It's saying the same thing that Job does, Kings, Psalms, John 1, Luke, Ephesians, Revelation, virtually every book in the Bible teach the same doctrine on death and resurrection. The Bible. I'll conclude with this.
Okay.
The Bible teaches clearly and unarguably that when someone dies, they sleep in the grave. They will be resurrected by the angels of God. They will stand before God's holy light. Sin cannot stand in the presence of God's absolutely perfect holy power, his light, and it will fry them who still have their sin on them. They become their own sacrifice to God. Those whose sins are washed away are seen in the eyesight as justified under his law. They have 0 sin, and they are holy, therefore they do not fry in the presence of God. And that is why when Moses was on the mount and God said to him, Moses said, "Show me yourself, I want to see you." God said, "I can't show you myself, you would fry, but I will allow you to see my shadows as I move through the mountains." Because if God presented his holy perfect light directly in front of Moses, he would have cooked. You see, that is why those who still have their sins on them, and that's why Jesus said, "If you do not believe that I am he, you will die in your sins. You will take them with you to the grave, and when you're resurrected, you will cook." If you have Christ, you have no sin, and you can stand in the presence of God. So Rob's concocted stories is paint by numbers and all relying and all relying on connected dots, all relying on Jesus being a good teacher, but Jesus teaches all kinds of things Rob says are not true. It's all concocted, a methodology concocted to refute what the Bible says. But the Bible is in complete agreement on this matter. Rob says it's not true. I'm going to go with the Word of God, which is consistent on the matter from the book of Genesis all the way through Revelation on the subject of life, death, resurrection.
I got you, Neff. Thank you. I want to give Bernie a chance to respond.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. First off, Rob refutes himself. This is like what if you go to Gospel of Thomas, saying 13. I don't know if you guys got it. Saying 13. It says in the middle of the thing. It says Jesus said, "I am not your teacher." It's written there, black and white. Rob refutes himself. B. The point is, you cannot call something. You cannot, when you change what is written, it is not anymore what is written. So again, you refute the Gospel of Thomas when you decide to change what is written. So again, you're saying 13 completely debunks your entire argument, Rob. You say Jesus is a great teacher, and the Gospel of Thomas saying 13 says, well, read it, Rob. You say no, but read it. Saying 13 says, I am not your teacher. No, not your turn, Rob. It says, "I am not your teacher." You know what? I'll read the whole thing just so you have it. Jesus said to his disciples.
It's in the back. It's in the side.
Yeah, Rob.
Jesus said to his disciples, "Compare me to something and tell me what I'm like." Simon Peter said to him, "You are like a just messenger." Matthew said to him, "You are like a wise philosopher." Thomas said to him, Teacher, my mouth is utterly unable to say what you are like. Jesus said, I am not your teacher. Because you have drunk, you have become intoxicated from the bubbling spring that I have tended. And then it goes on a few more sentences. So when you, Rob, say Jesus is a teacher, you refute your own gospel. Therefore, your argument is really null and void. You don't even stand up for what you claim is your
wait a minute.
source.
No,
Rob.
You haven't heard my response yet. You're making assumptions.
You don't. Okay, you know what? You know what? That's done. I don't need any more because saying 13 refutes you. So I'm done.
Well, no, mate, that's you typically. You don't hear someone's answer. That's your
Rob,
problem.
I'll give you a chance, Rob. All right, I just want to, because you went, Neff went, Bernie went, and now I want to know if Art or Sasha have anything to say before you respond. Art?
Not really, no.
Right.
Okay, Sasha?
I'm eating right now, so I'm alright.
You're eating right now. All right, Rob, go ahead, and then, I don't know, maybe we can go to a different discussion.
Yeah, well, look, I do have to go too, so I'll leave you guys in peace. But I'll give my response, right? And that's the way these discussions should go, guys. You should be asked to provide your evidence. So anyway, here's mine. So say 13 says the following. Well, it was read out, so if anyone's got any problems, just sing out. But here's my response. Jesus is their brother in spirit, because the way I regard Jesus is that he's just a normal guy. However, he's really tapped into the wisdom story, like many people have done through history, that have really got how things work. A person with a deep conviction and passion for their well-being. In other sayings in the Gospel of Thomas, we see that he may have no interest in them raising him up as an individual, right? So Jesus is really there for the other guys. Wait.
Can you read 13?
Yes, I can.
Read 13 so that I wasn't lying.
Oh, yeah, I will. So here's 13. Jesus said to his disciples, and just to point out, Bernie, interpretation is required. His interpretation is required. That's a position you still cannot acknowledge. Jesus said to his disciples, compare me to someone and tell me, whom am I like? Simon Peter said to him, you are like a righteous angel. Now you got to remember that Peter's a Pharisee, right? That's his mindset. Matthew said, well, I'm giving you explanations as I go because it requires interpretation. Matthew said to him, you are like a wise philosopher, and that's true. Thomas said, now Thomas is one of the guys on the inside. He's one that knows Jesus. He said to him, Master, my mouth is wholly incapable of saying who you are like. Jesus said, I am not your master because you have drunk, because you are drunk, which means that they've got another spiritual context, right, that they go by. No, but I'm giving you the interpretation because that's the way I do it.
Read what is written, Rob.
You have been, but you've got to interpret it to know what it means. You have been, you have become intoxicated. You have become intoxicated from the bubbling.
Read, Rob.
Which I have measured out.
You look like a liar. Read what is written.
Yeah, because you have drunk. You have become
read
intoxicated.
the part about Jesus said, "I am not your teacher." Read that part. Is that there? Yes or no?
Yeah, but you like to hang your hat, mate. I explained this to the other night. You can't do that. No, you can't do that. If that was the way that it was written, he'd have a saying that says, "I'm not your teacher." But it's not that way. The way it works. No, mate. No. The way it works, Bernie. The way it works, Bernie. The way it works is this, right? You have to take the whole context, and you have to come up with an explanation for the whole story.
Right.
You can't just pick words. You can't pick words to suit your argument and hang your bloody hat on it. That's not appropriate.
That's what you're doing.
You've got to take the whole story because it's it's a bit of a parable. You've got to do some interpretive work, right? And he says that.
Is it possible? Okay? Hold. Just a question. Is it possible for you to just read what is written? Is that remotely possible?
Yeah. Shall I start again?
Can you just read what is written so that at least everyone can see that I'm not lying. Just read exactly word for word what is written, and then let everybody interpret it how they want. Okay? So just read what is written, and once you do that, you can give your interpretation.
Okay,
How is
Bernie.
that not fair? Because then otherwise
Okay,
I'm looking like a liar.
Bernie, I heard you. I'm going to do exactly what you said.
Put the screws to him.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Rob.
Oh,
Read the whole thing.
You're a good guy, so don't turn nasty on me. Now, Jesus said to his disciples, compare me to someone and tell me who I am like. So this is saying 13, right? Simon Peter said to him, you are like a righteous angel. Matthew said to him, you are like a wise philosopher. Thomas said to him, Master, my mouth is wholly incapable of saying who you are like. No, but I'm reading it. I'm reading it exactly. What have I missed?
It says teacher. I provided the links.
No, I'm looking at the quote that came from the
Well,
one I got.
apparently one version. Here we go. Multiple versions again.
Correct,
Apparently one version says master, one says teacher, but I think either or we could get the gist of it, and it still applies to your argument, Burden.
Yeah, I agree. We could say teacher if you like, but it does specifically say master in the one that I'm reading.
Okay.
So Thomas said to him, but I agree that there'll probably be one there with teacher. I don't have a problem with that. Okay. Thomas said to him, Master, my mouth is wholly incapable, or teacher, of saying whom you are like. Jesus said, so now we get to Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
The guy that knows stuff.
Go.
Jesus said, I am not your master because you have drunk, you have become intoxicated from the bubbling spring which I have measured out. And he took him, so he takes Thomas, right, and withdrew and told him 3 things. We're not told what they are. When Thomas returns to his companions, they ask him, what did Jesus say to you? Thomas says to them, if I tell you one of the things which he told me, you will pick up stones and throw them at me. Because that's what they did with people that they thought spoke hypocrisy. And fire will come out of the stones and burn you up. Now, what that specifically means... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, you're not finished with it?
Well, I was going to give an interpretation.
No, I thought you were going to finish it.
Well,
should I interpret it now?
I don't know if there was other verses that you have to read on to
no.
Okay. All right. Before
that's the complete saying 13 that
my first, I have one question and a comment. Okay.
Yeah.
And then because what I'm seeing, okay. First, my question is this: if you can quickly answer, what does he mean by the bubbling spring that I have tended? What does that mean?
So Jesus is giving them wisdom and enlightenment, and they've become drunk on it, which means that they haven't quite got the story yet. They've got it their own view, and what they're doing is they connected it back to the fact, because these guys they're Pharisees traditionally, right? So they're still hooked to that story. He's giving them the wisdom, but they're still not making the connection. That's exactly what...
I'm trying.
There's one passage right here in this book of Thomas that refutes this as well. Just on top of what we've already provided.
Oh no, mate.
Excuse me. It's this.
It says for a minute because he's going to take us on.
Whoever discovers the interpretation of these things will not taste death. Jesus did not teach such things. He didn't lay out any. He left no reason for doubt or misunderstanding at all about what it means to be saved or how one goes about saving. He made it absolutely clear.
What you're actually doing is exactly what.
If you believe that I am He, you're saved. If you believe not, you will die in your sin.
You have to let him finish. We gave you time. Now you have to let Evan finish, and then we'll back to you.
Neff is gone.
Well, that's a theist proposition because I was supposed to be my interpretation first, and what actually happened.
Why did you remove Evan from the room?
The facts of the matter are that Neff cut across me.
Why did you remove Evan from the room?
See, that's what happens with you theists when you don't
Goodbye. Okay, I had enough. I really had enough. Why I removed them? Ermine. I'm sorry if I
It's
mispronounced it.
Ermine. You had it right the first time. What happened?
Ermine. Yeah, I mean, well, you weren't here from the beginning, and I'm kind of on a three strikes rule, and I went even beyond that with both these guys. Okay.
Oh,
And they tended to both of them go off on tangents. I
yeah.
wanted to address certain things about this verse that they were sharing, and so Neff had a cut in there, and I tried to stop him. He didn't allow me to finish my question or my comment. And then when I left him out, Rob continued on and didn't let me either. So that's it for me. They can go, fight in mud to themselves. So, whew, oh God, you know what? I need to go get a drink now that I don't have to, moderate so much. Amin, welcome to the room. I will be right back. If you guys want to comment to each other, I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go get a drink too. I think that sounds like a plan. Oh, I wanted to share that my room is clean.
Nice.
I just was in a hangout and I put together a chest of drawers. No, last time I was in the hangout, I forgot we were live on air, and they're like, let's see your room. I'm like, okay. And then I was like, oh, no.
Well, you have a beautiful white couch.
It's actually a chair, but thank you. It's okay. Here, you can see it.
It looks like a couch.
See, much better. We'll wait, and then let's go back the other way. It's my chest of drawers. I love IKEA now.
So I'm just curious. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, what's a good topic?
Apparently not my chest of drawers.
I'm back. Bernie, why I wanted to get clarification from Rob on the bubbling spring that I attended, because the first thought when I was reading that thing where it says, Jesus said, "I'm not your teacher or master because you have drunk." The thing that came to my head right away and how I was seeing it, and that's why I needed further clarification, is that Thomas couldn't say anything because he was drunk. That's what I'm seeing here. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really say I have understanding of the Gospel of Thomas or anything. I just think that whenever you interpret what is written, if your interpretation changes the meaning of the original, you can have a couple interpretations, right? So if your second or third or even fourth interpretation ever changes the meaning of the original, then you have to be wrong. Mm-hmm. So when you sit there and it says taste death, and your interpretation changes so that it's no longer taste death, then you instantly are wrong. You know what I mean? Because then you're against what is written. Then you can literally take that text anywhere you want if you can change the word, right? That's what I think. And that's why he has. It's just logical. He's wrong. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I really do. And also again, when I was pressing him on why he relies on the Gospel of Thomas so much, and that he's speculating at this Q source, and from what I briefly read about the Q source, the Q source itself originally is thought to be parts of the Gospels, and if you're going to rely on a couple scholars to say that it was written before those, I don't know, because it seems like a lot of stuff he's getting from Jesus Seminar here. I don't know. I didn't have a chance to read
his whole thing fell apart when we asked, prove that it's the Q source, and he was like, oh, well, I can prove it. It exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I said so or something. My interpretation says it exists.
But there's no evidence of it existing prior to the other ones.
Yeah, he didn't seem to have any good case for it.
No, it was all interpretation. And again, if it does something for you, if it inspires you, if the Gospel of Time, if there's some sayings in there that do good for you, fine and dandy. But to go say this is going to be absolute truth, and then This is why everything else is bullshit, and it's ridiculous.
Like you were wearing a yin and yang shirt, like you recognize the philosophy of that. You understand that there's more to life than recognizing you have an ego, though. Like there's something past that, like society.
It's just human nature. We all kind of have this.
But he thinks that the entire thing, the entire religious experience, is about good and bad and that ego inside of you. But I mean, there's more to it. There's interaction with others.
Yeah. And just for because I got record, I put a little link on YouTube, a little YouTube link, and it's a guy called Lee Strobel, and he provides some like points that dates the Gospel of Thomas like past 150. He says 175. Year 175 at the earliest, 200 at the latest. That's what he says, and he provides some logic or some arguments for that. And I do not know any scholar. Like I know there's some scholars that say like 40 years. I know that, but I don't know any of the I don't know any scholar that I would agree with, and this could be my bias, I guess. I don't know any scholar that I agree with that dates the Gospel of Thomas early.
For sure, we would have to find like a cult of Thomas, some people that were hiding it and keeping it for themselves and like passing it down. But there wasn't. It doesn't exist.
By the way, Lee Strobel, isn't he a lawyer?
He was a lawyer. I think he was an atheist lawyer turned Christian. I'm not actually. I shouldn't even say lawyer. I don't even know that. He was an atheist who's now he's a Christian.
I think he was a lawyer. He had a show. He had his argument. I read.
You read a book. Yeah, he a big book that he wrote that was pretty popular, The Case for Christ.
Yeah, I read that book.
Right, yeah. Well, I've heard his arguments, and I'm not impressed, to put it nicely.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that. Well, I would understand where you're coming from because you're atheist, right?
Well, no, it's not that I presuppose. It's really just, the tomb was empty. Either he was a liar or no. That doesn't make sense.
Just for kicks, then what was one argument you didn't agree with?
Well, actually, this feeling that you remember that you didn't agree with it, or you remember that you're right, but you don't exactly remember.
Okay, fair enough. So you don't have something you can just give. Okay, that's fair enough.
I don't remember by heart. I just dismissed it. I remember that I was not impressed at all.
Well, yeah, but that would make sense, right?
What would make sense?
Well, it would make sense you're not impressed with it because it went against your worldview, right?
But it's not necessarily that I had a bias. I could really had good reasons to reject it, and I could have had good justification. I mean, okay, if you know his arguments, maybe you can present one of them.
No, I don't know that many of his arguments. I read he had a case for Christ where he pretty much said that documentation that existed for the Bible was very solid. There was a lot of it, and he pretty much said that you come. Sorry.
Right. That's one of his. That's what Christians say a lot. That there is a lot of there's more evidence for Jesus than there is for Caesar, etc.
Yeah.
What they mean there is that there is more quantitative evidence of the same quality, essentially. No, incorrect. Well, they don't mean that. You're right. They don't mean that, but that's what it actually is.
No, the reason why it's not is because you're talking about qualitative. You're talking about, you can say there's high quantity and there's quality as well because A, it's from multiple sources. B, their textual comparisons between all the manuscripts that are there is really high, and then it goes to more even. It goes to like patriarchal documents, which you can actually reconstruct the entire New Testament with. There's so much evidence that you can actually throw out all the original manuscripts, and by original I mean oldest surviving. You can throw out all the oldest surviving manuscripts. You can throw out pretty much all those other, like those 5,000 manuscripts. You can throw all that out. You can throw the Codex Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, Alexandrinus. You can throw it all out, and you can still, with just patriarchal documents, put the New Testament together, and you would end up with the same New Testament we have from those documents.
Are you sure?
100%. Okay, hold on. Except for 7 verses or something, 7 or 8 verses, according to J. Smith. J. Smith did a research on it.
Wasn't Paul 90% of the New Testament, and he saw Jesus in a dream?
Yeah.
So how could we get that from historical record when most of it he just made up from a dream and what he thought Jesus?
No, he didn't make. He just said his dream or his vision was that on the road to Damascus, a white light appeared to him, and he bore witness of that light. He just said this happened.
Well, he claimed that, right? Well, okay, I would agree. We have to distinguish.
Isn't there somewhere else written that contradicts that same experience?
You have to provide it to me because I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It doesn't.
It would have to be Bible, right? Like if you say there's a book saying I didn't believe, then well, okay, there's books saying everything, right?
Well, I kind of feel it's really no point because if it actually was, it's going to be reinterpreted because the Bible is not that specific. That's why I don't deal with the Bible at all. I just stick to the more underlying chronological arguments. And I would ask quickly just. Actually, before that, Bernard, we talked about the Quran and if it says that the Bible is corrupt. I have to agree. It doesn't say that explicitly. However, just like pretty much like most of the Bible, especially when it comes to Jesus' divinity, you also have to interpret that he is a God. He doesn't say explicitly that he's a God. The Quran also kind of implicitly says that the Bible is not depicting what actually happened because the Quran says that Jesus was not killed. He was not actually killed. Even though Bible says that.
But
therefore,
you're changing the argument, right?
No, it's the same thing.
Yeah, because your first argument was you said in the Quran there is a verse that said the Bible's corrupted, but now you recognize there is no verse saying that.
Right, but what I was actually arguing for is that Muslims think that the Bible and the Quran is corrupted. I was not necessarily saying that. I was not making the claim that it just says that it's corrupt. That it's not important to me. I was making a claim that in the Muslim theology, the Bible and the Quran is in fact corrupted in their view.
No. In the Muslim theology, remember your word choice here, right? In the Muslim theology, which would be the Quran and the Hadiths, the Bible is never referred to as a corrupt book. So when you say in the theology, but you have to understand. You understand your word choice. In the theology, you're wrong. When you say in the teaching, in the mosque and stuff like that, then yes, they teach the Bible's corrupted. But when you say in their theology, be careful. When you say in the theology, then you have no leg to stand on. I know I've debated Muslims for 3 years. I know this. When you say in their theology, then you don't have a point. When you say Muslims teach that the Bible's corrupted, yes, that's correct. You understand the difference?
Well, yeah, I understand the difference what you're saying, but the Bible implicitly, the Quran implies quite clearly that the Bible and the Torah are not as they were originally made because they depict events completely differently than how the Bible.
But you're back to where you started. Now give me a verse that says that.
Okay, it's the Jesus crucifixion. The Quran says that Jesus
but that's not saying the Bible's corrupted. You're saying, okay, when you say the Quran is different from the Bible, yes, I agree. When you say the Quran teaches that Jesus never died and never resurrected and was not deity, yes, I agree. But when you say that the Quran teaches that the Bible's corrupt, or implicit or explicitly, or any way you want to say, no, you're wrong. That is not there.
How else could it not be? Wait. Damn, I'm sorry. It's actually 5 o'clock at night.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Very sleepy. I'm trying to get my thoughts here. I mean, is there really a difference between me saying that you're wrong and me just proposing a different, contradicting your testimony to the events? Me saying that no, the event actually happened a different way. In both cases, I'm saying you're wrong, essentially, right?
No, okay. This is why I'm saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're wrong because in Islamic theology, the Quran never, implicitly or explicitly, says the Bible's corrupt. Now, when you want to say, does the Quran teach different concepts than biblical concepts, then yes, that's what happens. This is why Christians don't accept the Quran, because it contradicts the Bible.
But it's essentially the same thing.
No, it's not, because you're saying the Quran is saying that the Bible is wrong. But it doesn't say the Bible is wrong. What it is, the Quran teaches stuff that's not in the Bible. The Quran actually. Okay. How about this? How put it this way? This is also true. The Quran teaches the Bible is the revelation, or I shouldn't say it that way. The Torah, which is the first 5 books of the Bible, and the Injil, which is the Gospel, and the Zabur, which is the Psalms. They teach that those 3 and the Quran are all the revelation of Allah. They teach that. Then in the Quran, it says in another place, it'll say, and I'm sorry, I forget the text, but look it up. It says that Allah's word cannot be corrupted.
I think it says that this word, the new word, is not corrupted.
Oh no, you can get cute with the words, but if you read the text and just read what it says, they mean the Torah and the Injil. The Quran says
that would not make sense.
Are the word of Allah. Then it says that the word of Allah can never be altered or corrupted or changed or lost, whatever. Oh no, Allah protects His revelation. That's what it says.
Yeah, so, but it's probably, but it's referring to the new revelation.
No. It's referring to the Torah and Injil specifically. For the life of me, I can't remember the verses. Pardon?
Well, that would not make sense at all.
No. The reason why it doesn't make sense is because the Quran is false, and I know I know that makes sense. That's why this is why I'm Christian. These are reasons why I'm Christian.
Well, no, right. But it's a sort of a presupposition. You presuppose that it can be wrong.
No, I didn't presuppose. I studied Islam for 3 years.
I actually studied it a little bit myself, but in the Bible, even though not in any academic sense. But I see the same thing by Christians. Christians try to make sense of the Bible instead of just when they see a verse that at its face value, or even after some interpretation, still contradicts itself. They're going to still assume that it somehow has to work out. And you're not doing that for the Quran. That's kind of a bias.
Right, case in point here, Bernie. I found those scriptures that I was talking about. It's Acts 9:7 and Acts 22:9 are two verses of apparently the same account. And in Acts 9:7, the men who journeyed with Paul stood speechless, hearing a voice but seeing no man. But then you have in Acts 22:9. And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. So in one they heard the voice, and another they did not hear the voice.
Yeah, I see your point.
Yeah.
I think I thought there was another one where it said they heard thunder. At this point, I have no explanation for that one.
Okay, no problem. No, you were asking for the scriptures, and just there they are.
Well, the explanation is simple. It was shrooms, mushrooms. No, I'm kidding.
But I mean, it goes to the point. I mean, there's apparent contradiction there. I wanted to say hello to Lucid.
Lucid, what was the second one? Acts 9:7, and sorry, what was the second one?
It's in the chat. Acts 9:7 and Acts 22:9.
Sorry.
Lucid, welcome to the room. Apparently you got in the room, so that means that either Rob or Neff had you blocked, and that's why you couldn't get in. So I want to say hello. And which I always think is a sucky thing by Google, because I'm the one running the chat. If I have no one blocked, they should be able to come in, And Wayman, man, good to see you, man. How you doing? Al?
Hey, I'm doing all right. I just wanted to say that there's a lot of accusations going back and forth between Muslim community apologists, Jewish apologists if they exist, and Christian apologists. The Christian apologists always accuse Judaism, and of course Christ. It was put in the words of the mouth of Christ how the Judaism killed the prophets, and so all these things will happen to them. And then, even though maybe it doesn't specifically actually mention it in the Quran, there's plenty of spots, and it's insinuated, definitely in other teachings, that the books of the Tanakh were corrupted. So the Quran needed to straighten that out. So everybody has their own text, and they use Pesher to interpret it in modern day views, and they use all kinds of things, selective readings and confirmation bias. There's no end to it. They roll in it. Both belief systems and apologists out of those belief systems do it. So when you're reading a text, everybody does it. You read yourself into the text. You read modern views into the text, and you can't help it. People have always done it. And I think, too, I like what Bart Ehrman said. An apologist is nothing more than an evangelist. An apologist is nothing more than an evangelist disguised as a historian. You know, I tend to agree with that. Go ahead. Nice to see you, John.
You too, Al. Go ahead. Art, you wanted to say something?
Not really. I'm fine. Well, I do have a topic. I'd like to ask, what was his name? Bernhard, some questions, yeah.
Okay.
Bernhard, are you here?
Yeah.
Bernie? Okay.
I just muted it, so I wouldn't.
Okay, well, I'm curious. What is your case for establishing that Jesus, in fact, rose from the dead and all these miracles?
Well, the case of the Gospels. The Gospels is not one story. The Gospels is not one author, right? Like the Gospel is just a collection. When you think the Bible and you think one source, that's actually incorrect. So the Gospels are actually 4 sources asserting the same thing.
Well, it is actually a good case to be made that actually there's only a few sources, even just one source.
They were all friends, though, right? I just want to put that in there.
Yeah, and also even if there were 4, even if there were 10, even if there were 100, that's just people saying something. You know, they're just people. That's a testimony.
No, because if you read the Gospels, it says, and they're written, and this is the dispute about when they're written. It's written there when 500 men or 500 people seen Christ at one time. So that was written when most of them, and then it says most of them were still alive today. So that is written. That is written to show you that Christ appeared actually to 500 people. And
even then,
I get the choice comes down to whether you believe it or not. Like it really does.
No, it's not a choice. If it's a choice, then you don't have good reasons. I mean, and even if there is 500 people. Okay, well, wait. Even if there is 500 people who saw it, it's not a good evidence because we have 1,000 people. We have even 1,000,000 people who claim that their guru levitated. I mean, there's just not reliable evidence, and that's assuming there were 500 people because a guy says so. I can say, you know, I rose from the dead, and 1,000 people saw it.
Yeah.
It's still a claim. It's still just one claim, my claim.
Well, then you find out if the people that witnessed were true. Like, for example, if I sit there and say, the coffee table in my house is brown, I'm one person. Tell me, do you think I'm lying or telling you the truth?
That's a mundane claim. That's not.
No, I know, but just would you say I'm lying or telling the truth?
I'd say you're lying.
Yeah.
Well, you would say my table's brown. You know it's not hard. Like, why would I lie about this, right?
I would take
it's the same thing about the witnesses in the gospel. Like, you have no reason to believe they would lie.
That's a different way. That's why I said it's a mundane claim. What you say, their claim is extraordinary.
Yeah,
that's why we don't believe
extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Yeah, but the thing is, the atheist comes on a really the atheist comes on a shaky platform, because if you were to tell me, if I was to ask you to make a claim, for example, just make a claim, is there God? Yes. Is there God? No. Or is there God? I don't know. Which one would you choose?
It's not a claim to say I don't know.
Oh, right, exactly. That's why it's interesting. So which route do you choose?
I don't know if there's a God.
Right. So since you don't know, you are fundamentally coming here with that perspective, like you don't know, which is actually an ignorant claim.
But if we keep discovering things up to the point of even creation, then what is the point of your God? What is it, and why does it matter? If science can keep explaining it away.
Oh wait, that's kind of different question. Wait, I'm still curious.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna take the stance, I don't know. You're not saying that it matters if there's a God. You're saying that we can explain it without it.
Oh well, yeah, of course we can seek and experiment, and science does that. Millions of people do that, regardless of what I think or say. But I'm curious, Bernhard, how is how is me saying not knowing coming with ignorance? I mean, that's not the same.
Just ignorance. Ignorance is lack of knowledge. So when you say I don't know, it's no knowledge, no.
Right.
You know.
Yeah,
so when you sit there and say I don't know, that's actually that's a noble statement. Really, it is. But when you sit there and say I don't know, but shoot down everything a theist says, then you really are not in the I don't know camp. You're in the no camp, but you're too worried to make a claim.
No, it's I'm evaluating your claim. I'm not saying you just don't know. I'm not just saying oh, you don't know, you cannot know.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you say that, right? Your claim is I don't know. When I sit there and say, is there God? You would claim, I don't know.
Yes, because I'm not representing.
So from the basis of that claim, you are coming from the corner of ignorance. You don't know.
No. It's not a corner of. I mean, you're kind of trying to portray myself as somehow coming from ignorance. You know, that's kind of.
Because you're not making a claim.
He doesn't know. He's saying he doesn't know, but then he's willing to explain the same things you explain with your God with other things. He doesn't have to have God to explain it. So he doesn't need the God there to be non-ignorant.
Yes, I'm not ignorant myself.
If he says there's no God and then goes, then at least he makes a claim and I can attack his premise.
But what if that doesn't matter to him? What if he can explain everything without God, even up to creation?
Okay, it doesn't matter if it matters to him. It matters to me. Like I want a logical premise to which to base my belief on. Now, an I don't know statement is simply not a logical premise.
But that's not about everything.
It's not a belief.
He's talking about one thing.
Huh?
He's talking about one thing, God, he doesn't know about. Everything else he's saying can be explained without that one thing. He's saying if you take that out of the equation, everything starts making a lot more sense. That's all he's trying to say, as saying there is no God, or I don't know if there's a God.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, you can claim that, but I sit there in an atheist debate chat rooms, and all they say is Jesus is not God, and run off on how the Bible is wrong, etc., 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 and every single claim is to say there is no God.
That's
yet
in
the
Christian
fundamental
rooms.
atheist position is I don't know. So how can you sit there and say with any sort of conviction that there is no God when the fundamental premise to atheism is I don't know?
No, because it's not a fundamental.
It is. Because read what atheism means.
Maybe
an atheist.
Maybe Bernie, it's the God that you believe in.
Okay, again, that's why I'm asking for logical premises, right?
Okay, I'll give you that. I will explain to you.
Then give me the logic.
I will explain to you my view, my position. Atheist, or what I view and define as atheist, is someone who lacks a belief in a God. And by lacking a belief in a God, at the same time, he doesn't know if there is a God. They are both positions that you can hold. You see, I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm not the atheist that you are thinking of, I think. That is the agnostic atheist.
You realize when you say agnostic atheist, what that means, right?
I know. I don't know if there is a God, and I don't believe there is a God.
And the only reason he's discussing
mutually
God
exclusive.
is because you're Christian. If you were talking about quantum physics, that's what he'd be talking about.
Okay, but here's okay. So I'm trying to remember. So Art, when you call yourself agnostic atheist, you realize you just said you don't know and you don't believe.
Yes.
That's what agnostic atheist means.
Yes.
So that is the epitome of ignorance about God. You don't know and you don't believe. So when you come to the table with those sort of terms and you call yourself agnostic atheist, you have no premise, no nothing, because you say you don't know and you don't believe. So based on that not knowing and not believing, how can you say with any sort of conviction that everybody else's view or anyone who says there is God and stands forth is wrong? When you yourself, the platform you stand on is I don't know and I don't
see that. That's the thing. That's the thing.
I really enjoyed the sermon, Bernard. I really enjoyed the sermon, but I guess it can be switched the other way too.
Okay.
So I could say, oh, it's Bernard who doesn't understand atheism because he's a believer. Makes no sense at all.
Okay, you're right. That doesn't make sense. But I define atheism and agnostic according to the words. So that's what they mean. So unless you tell me it means something else, you're I don't even know. You're making a ridiculous case at this point.
Wait. Okay, well, let me try. Okay, let me make an analogy here. Do you believe in fairies?
I don't believe in fairies because they don't come with the Bible.
Okay, excellent. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Do you know for a fact there are no fairies?
I say I don't believe in fairies because they don't come with any positive evidence claiming that there is a fairy.
Excellent. That's kind of my position. You see, you don't know that they are fairies because you lack a justification to have knowledge in fairies, and at the same time, you like a belief in fairies. In the same sense, I like a belief in God, and at the same time,
Right, and Bernie, for Art, the Bible doesn't give justification for
I completely understand that, and that is why I always I'm on this atheist debate site now, I'm always asking for, give me a logical reason why you don't believe the Bible. But don't tell me that there is no evidence.
That's a logical fallacy in a way.
The Bible is
because
evidence.
you're shifting the burden of proof.
Oh, that's exactly what they accuse me of. But then I sit there and say, well, then make a claim. But then they can't make a claim.
Wait, but okay. Native Americans can pass down whatever tradition they want, and they can say whatever they want, and just because it's passed down by so many people and carried on by so many people, we don't believe it, unless another tribe happens to say that the same event happened, or the Columbus comes and writes something down and says it happened. You have to have some kind of context outside that group that says it happened.
That's very simple. There's logical arguments that prove a cause, and there's logical arguments that prove a transcendent, a spaceless, timeless being. Those are logical arguments.
Okay, explain his presence in the universe then. If you say there's evidence of it, it has to be that in the universe for us to see, right?
Yeah. So evidence for a God, you mean?
For a timeless being interacting with us?
Easy. It's called the contingent argument, and it's called the Kalam argument. You look them up.
I have a simple refutation to all of them. The Kalam.
Well, I know. I've heard the atheist refutations, but the point is, when you make the claim, I don't know, then you can sit there and attack my premises all day long. But what you leave me with is your premise, I don't know.
But his goal is not to attack your premise. His goal is to find out. He wants you to present him a God that he can actually see and find, and then he'll be like, oh, well, I do know now. But nobody's doing that for him.
I can't present him with that because his fundamental premise is I don't know with a bias to know.
No. It's nothing like that. It's like with the fairies. You don't know that they are fairies. You lack a justification to have knowledge that they're fairies because no one has provided you evidence with that. That doesn't mean you will never believe in fairies.
Yeah, if I showed you a fairy, you'd believe in them.
Right.
Why not?
You show me evidence
the whole point I'm saying is the fairy didn't come with the Bible. And when you sit there and say the Bible is not evidence, then that major part of evidence for any Christian is simply taken away. You can sit there and say, I don't believe the evidence. See, that would be a truthful saying. But don't say the Bible is not evidence.
No. I believe that the Bible is evidence presented.
Oh, thank you.
To me.
That's amazing.
I have no problem. I don't consider it to be enough evidence to accept it, and I will argue why it is not true. Now, don't think that I'm going to just sit here and say, I don't know, therefore you have no problem. I will bring you rational refutations to it.
Well, the thing is, you can say that you know, but your fundamental premise is I don't know, because you can't even say. Can you tell me no, there is no God? Can you say that?
Say again?
Can you sit there and say there is no God?
No, it's a claim. I don't claim.
Right. You can't make that claim. So yet I sit there and claim. I say yes, there is God. So in order for us to have any sort of debate, you have to claim the negative. When you claim I don't know, all you do is you attack my logic, and I have no way of ever attacking what your fundamental beliefs are because you can't give me a premise.
I know what you're saying. You're saying that you don't have anything to attack me with, and that is unfortunately true in a sense, even though, like I said, I will still present some claims in a form of justified rejection of your claims, in a form of evidence and reason. So you will still have something to defend, but ultimately a claim has the burden of proof. The person who's making a claim has the burden of proof.
Right.
You're making a claim God exists, you have the burden of proof, I don't. So that's just the fact. In the same sense, if I claimed that there is a natural cause to the universe, I have the burden of proof to prove that it actually is that way. Right? It's basic.
That's the whole point behind why atheism hangs around so long, is because what they do is they make no claims. They're very adamant on not making a claim. But that's exactly where ignorance comes into.
No. I will make claims. It's just that in this question of God existence,
that's the fundamental claim of atheism. Like if you call, for example, Gnosticism is knowledge, agnosticism is lack of knowledge.
Yes.
Theism is God. Atheism is actually saying there is no God.
Theism is the belief that there is a God. Wait. Theism is the belief that there is a God. Atheism has few definitions.
The belief that there is no God. It's the opposite.
No, it doesn't have to be necessarily.
No, I know, but I use words what they mean. And when you say not necessarily and it may not be, That's not a convincing argument. So what happens is atheists have taken the route where they say we have a lack of belief, and then they hang on to the I don't know principle. And then the funny part is you call yourself agnostic atheist, and you do exactly that. You say I don't know plus I don't believe.
Yeah, those are not mutually exclusive.
Bernard,
belief is something that you're convinced of.
Do you know why they did that, Bernard? It's in retaliation to fundamentalism.
No.
Like every day Christianity would tell us, non-believers, that it is, and they could not prove it to us, nor pass on the same experience that they had, so that we would know. And therefore, they ran into a rut, and then they tried to force us into it. So we retaliate. We retaliated to the fundamentalism. So now you have a problem on your hands where you need to have more proof of that, because atheism is getting
the problem is not mine.
And a lot more educated than the actual Christian apologists at times. They're learning foreign language, everything. They're reading the text.
Hey man, you're making a mistake. The problem is not mine. I don't care if you're. I don't care what like if you. But the problem is yours because of the definition of the terms you were using. When you call yourself agnostic,
change.
Pardon?
Definitions change. The definitions
example. When does definition change?
Wait. Let me explain, please. Definitions are dictated mostly by usage, by people, and thus they can change.
Okay, so you're saying it's a good thing that the atheist position is I don't know.
Good thing. I wouldn't necessarily.
Obviously not, right? So the atheism fundamental claim is I don't know.
Well, it's a rational position.
No, it's not a rational position.
In line with reason.
Okay,
yes.
Like if I sit there and say, how do you do something, and you tell me I don't know, how is that rational? Why would I ask you?
Well, wait. How do you say? Well, how is it rational?
No. You're asking him how you did it. That you asked the question backwards. That'd be more like if I asked you how I did something and he said I don't know. That's how that is. Because that's if I'm the Christian and he's asking how, like he's saying he doesn't believe in it. That's like me going to him and saying how am I doing this, and him saying I don't know, and me saying see you don't have an argument. But it's not up to him to try to say how I'm doing it. I know to explain how I'm doing it, which is you, the Christian.
Okay, well here's the point. If atheism is correct, right, then give me the logic, the premises that makes atheism correct.
We don't have to really, but there are arguments.
No, if you don't have to, then why are you forwarding atheism?
Because atheism doesn't necessarily mean there is no God. Atheism can mean, and I do hold the position
not
that
necessarily
I don't know there is a God, and I'm not convinced yet that there is a God. Just like I'm not convinced there are fairies and goblins and
right. But I would agree with you. I'm not convinced there are fairies either.
Case against them existing. Just like you don't have to, just like anyone else doesn't have to prove that there are no aliens. We are just waiting for the evidence. Until then, the null hypothesis is true, which is the opposite of the claim, that is, there are no aliens. But we don't have to literally claim that.
So
yeah, I just need, in order to believe, Bernard, the only thing I would need is to have a serpent talk. A serpent talked in the Bible. There's the connection back in Genesis. And as soon as my pet boa constrictor says something to me, or I'm at the Bronx Zoo and he enlightens me, then, maybe I would believe that there was a God.
Also,
I cannot tell you on how many levels that is, how ridiculous that is, but whatever.
Well, come on.
That's simply not logic. That's like asking me, I'm not going to believe in anything unless the tree falls over in front of my house. Like, I mean, that's simply not, that's like, nonsense when it comes to mind. I don't even know what you want to call it.
You agree a talking snake is absurd. I think we're missing that point.
Yes,
I think we're missing the point. He thinks it's absurd.
I'm saying that your standard to believe is absurd.
Hold on.
We don't believe. That's the point. It's the lack of belief.
Right, but your standard, okay, for example, you call yourself atheist. As an atheist, they're always telling me that we are logical. We follow science. We are logical.
Well, and many of them believe in lizard people.
And then they ask, you say, atheist, give me logically why you are correct. And then they say, no, we can't because we don't know.
Correct. I'm not claiming to be correct in a way. I mean,
so then you're wrong.
This is why I was kind of hesitating.
You're in the I don't know category again.
I am still in this.
And the reason why you're there is because atheism is fundamentally I don't know. You keep running.
Let me
you
ask
don't
you
claim it's
this
correct.
question.
Well, then you don't claim it's incorrect either.
Okay, this is really just basic skepticism, rationality discussion. Let me ask you: do you believe in aliens?
Okay, understand this. Now I'm starting to debate. They've brought teapots. They've brought aliens. They've brought the flying spaghetti monster. They've brought tooth fairies. They've brought Superman. They've brought, you have to understand, that simply is not logical to bring that to the debate. Bring stuff that you believe in, that you know to be true, and use stuff that you know to be true to solidify a logical argument. So from stuff you know to be true, make a premise, and make a logical statement.
But his point is that you need to do the same.
I understand his
Prove
point.
to him God is true.
I am trying. Okay, here. This is the kind of premise I would need, and then make it no God. I say God. This is why. Kalam cosmological argument. The universe began to exist. That's science. Big Bang, science.
Yeah, I accept the Kalam. I accept the Kalam right now.
No, but hold on. Don't refute it until I say it. Then you can go ahead and refute it.
I said I accepted it. The universe had a cause. I accept it.
If we found pixies with pointy noses and pointy ears and fairy wings, and they waved wands and universes got created and nations were blessed, is that your God? Would it qualify?
Of course it would qualify, but tell me which Bible these fairies wrote to make me believe in these fairies.
Mine.
Your Bible.
They're everywhere.
It says the universe is created.
This is how you guys make it a laughing and ridiculous argument. Here you are trying to be seriously logical, right? And then you're proposing the world got created by fairies. And then
you said you would accept that as your God, and I don't see how that...
So until you decide not to use those things as supporting evidence,
okay,
you will never come across any sort of logical argument.
Bernhard, you misunderstand. Wait, please, hold on. You misunderstand.
I don't misunderstand.
Bernie,
let me explain what we are doing by bringing up these hypothetical beings and situations. It's a valid form of falsifying someone's claim, because when you make an argument for God, it has to be consistent. And for it to be consistent, it has to be consistent with any every conceivable possible scenario. And it is possible within the realms of what you claim that is the supernatural for there to be the God that just Sasha described here. And if it contradicts some of your arguments, then it's a valid objection to your argument.
Okay, this is my response to that. I only, and this is just simply how I operate. I only use true logical statements to come to a conclusion. So I will never, ever, and then ever use some sort of statement like a tooth fairy or Superman or flying spaghetti monster to support an argument. Do you understand? Like, this is my standard, and I simply will not accept anything less than a logical standard.
But in order for us to cognitively understand your God, we have to be able to put him in some form and compare him to something, so that, because otherwise you're just saying he is on the outside of everything, and we can say, okay, yes, there's an outside of the universe, and we can call that God, sure.
Okay, so compare God to what's written. Why can't you do that?
What? No, the universe was created. Okay, the outside of the universe created the universe. The universe came out of the outside of the universe. There.
I don't know why you'd say outside, because the Christian theology is God is everywhere.
So how did I say he was still outside the universe? I said he was outside the universe and created it.
Yeah, he created the universe, and God is everywhere.
Is he in hell?
Yes, he has to be in hell to get me out of there.
Interesting. Okay.
So what is it though? Like, what is this thing, and like, how can we identify it if we ever find it?
Because okay, you will hear God when it's the truth. That's why whenever I hear stories about fairy tales, I know that it's simply not true.
Like, I can identify Egyptian gods. I can find them, like different animals that taught them things and stuff like that. Like, there's identifiable gods. Like, you can find the animals that taught them something.
Understanding gods, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there's like the god that taught them how to read the stars and stuff is the dung beetle. The dung beetle navigates and draws on the floor whenever it rolls around on its dung ball. It literally draws the stars on the sand. All right. So they called it a god. All right, I can identify that. That's called Khepri to the Egyptians. Now, where's your god, and how can I identify him? Like, how is it? Just the universe is what you're calling God, or what are you calling God?
You can identify God by what He says, and what He says about Himself. So we believe Jesus is God. So God is everywhere. So you pray to Him, and He will reveal Himself to you.
Through a book, or is all of this in the book?
Okay,
It's just
through
the book.
Through everything. The book helps you to find Him.
Can you do it without the book, or is God only in the book?
You can. Yes, you can do it without the book.
Oh, thanks goodness. I thought I was going to have to learn how to read. Bernard. Bernard.
Okay.
So
wait
this is what I'm saying, Bernard.
The first thing you say, when the first thing you say is a personal attack.
The reason why people converted back in the New Testament and in the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, was because of the miracles, mostly, that were happening on a grand scale, and that Christ could produce on a grand scale.
So
like
thank
feeding
you.
Multitudes and things like that, and healing the sick, right? So Christians make the claim about the miracles. So fine. Why don't Benny Hinn go to the VA? Why doesn't Benny Hinn go to the Children's Cancer Hospital? And far be it that he does, and set all those people out. And I think that would make a great stand for Christianity, because it would be there. Why did it take God so long to have a polio vaccination? Why did man have to come up with it? These are God's problems that He has. Suffering.
Okay.
All these things. So Bernard, if you're Christians, they talk about abortion. If everybody adopted one kid, it'd be over. But they don't. They complain about it. If they'd walk into a hospital, and instead of like the Benny Hinn, knocking everybody over, make them stand up and walk out of the hospital, we wouldn't even need a healthcare system. By all means, with all the Christians, we wouldn't need anything like that. And with Jesus just speaking the word.
Okay, can I just ask you a question,
So Bernard, I would suggest maybe you get busy and start proving some of this stuff. And
Okay,
my grandma's sick. Help her out. Help her out, Bernard.
Was this the logic to show me that there's no God, or was this logic simply to say that God doesn't? What was this logic supposed to prove?
This isn't logic. We're just making fun of you.
Right. So then, therefore, useless.
Whatever.
I mean, really.
You find it amusing.
Guys, come on, don't be like that. Guys, let's have it.
I've been
Let's have a
waiting
nice discussion here.
That's why it's useless. I can only accept a logical premise. I cannot accept why doesn't this happen or why doesn't this happen. That's not logic. Give me a logical reason why why atheism, because we're talking about atheism. Give me a logical reason why atheism is correct. Try not to Bible bash in the process.
Okay, I will give you that. There are arguments actually that are defending the hard atheism.
Honestly, I'm waiting.
Okay, I can give you that, but I have to say again that we don't have to do that, and you're just essentially strawmanning our positions.
No. Atheism is correct because buoyancy is true. Because buoyancy, all right. Just like because the cosmological argument, because we found out
how that cannot be acceptable.
Then how is then how is an argument saying that the universe exists is acceptable?
Because science proves that the universe began to exist, and then everything that begins to exist has a cause.
Okay, well buoyancy, therefore atheism.
Wait, Sasha, Sasha. Okay, I accept the kalam. The universe had a cause. Now what?
Right, and now what is that cause? What can you take from that?
It's my God, not your God.
No.
Let me make an argument.
Talk about strawmanning. That's what you're doing.
Definitely 100% my God, not your God.
Well, go.
Guys,
Okay,
come on.
You're right. You're right. Fine, have it your way. I'm not asking.
Let's have a conversation. Don't just take a piss out of the guy. Come on, let's talk.
I'm not asking you guys to believe me. I'm asking you guys to supply your logic so that I can believe you.
We don't have to. We don't have to. Prove to me there are no aliens. Prove to me there are no goblins. Prove to me there is no Allah.
I don't have to, because that's
exactly.
I cannot say that to you and be truthful.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't claim those things. I don't claim.
I know you don't claim anything.
So I don't have a burden of proof. Therefore, I don't have to prove that I don't have that there is no God.
Okay, so then I can sit there and say atheism has no logical arguments, and therefore I don't believe atheism.
I
and
just
you guys
give you
can't say anything against that because you don't give me any logic.
I just give you analogies. I mean, do you know Shock of God by any chance?
Okay, No, I don't know that one.
You don't know. Okay, so it's just the same argument. You'd be surprised.
Do you? No. Honestly, I would not be surprised because I've seen them all. I'm asking you. Give me the logic why it is correct.
Give me the logic why.
Then you say it's. Then you give me. No, I don't have to give you the logic. Okay. Then you're right. You don't have to. But then at least don't call my position ridiculous.
I don't call that. I don't call your position.
Well, yes,
I don't know your position.
Because it's all about Bible. Bible bashing, Bible bashing, Bible bashing.
Oh, no, I've never heard an argument for the Bible.
As a Christian, your role, I think that as a Christian, your role is probably what God told Ezekiel. He said, you know what? You have a responsibility to go tell the people. And if he believes and turns to righteousness, then you have done your part, and his blood is not on your hands. You're just a messenger. You're not here to convince anybody. I don't see why people, as Christians, become fundamentalists and try to push it down everybody's throat. They said their little piece. We say, okay, we just need more evidence, and we continue on our paths. But instead, we try to get railroaded into this thing. So why are you even arguing with us, Bernard? It's not biblical at all.
Okay, very easy, very easy. You say we don't get, you guys get railroaded. But let me just tell you how some things work. We, as a society, believe more in God than not. That's just the way society is. There's more people who believe in God than atheists. By the way. No, hold on. Let me finish. Then, on top of that, now when we go to school, we cannot say prayers anymore because we might offend the atheist.
Wait.
So therefore, the minority atheist.
There's no rules that says you can't pray in school.
The teacher is not allowed to pray in front of the class anymore.
The teacher's not allowed to force the students to pray.
No, the teacher's not allowed to
pray as much as they want. Students can pray 24/7.
So Bernard, that's the case because the school is funded by federal tax dollars.
All I'm asking,
church and state. The school is funded by federal tax dollars. If you want to pray, go to private school. It's simple.
Well, if you want mandatory prayer, go to private school.
I'm just asking, do you understand the point? I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm asking, do you understand my point?
The point that students can still pray in school?
No, the fact that more people believe in God, and yet in school we're not allowed to pray publicly. How is that a democracy?
Wait. You're allowed to pray publicly. We're not allowed to mandate prayer.
No, we're not allowed anymore because the teacher is not allowed to publicly pray in front of her class.
The teacher's not allowed to mandate the students to pray. The teacher can pray.
Right. There you go. And yet, I don't know what the numbers are, but there's more people who believe in God than not.
Force anyone to pray.
Why is the minority right? Why is the minority right allowed when the democratic right would allow people to pray?
Because democracy is not about who has the majority view.
Okay.
Democracy, wait. Democracy, the true democracy that you're thinking of, is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's going to be for dinner. That's the democracy you're thinking of. The true democracy is a sheep with a gun and two wolves.
No. This is true democracy. There's 100 people in the room.
No.
Can I just explain? Can I just explain what true? Okay, this is what I believe true democracy is. 100 people in a room. 70% say yes. 30% say no. The 30% are shit out of luck till the next time.
No, the 70% can pray as much as they want.
No.
Here's the analogy. Here's your analogy to reflect what is actually happening. There are 100 people in the room. 70% of the people say, we believe that you're going to hell because there's a God.
No, see, now you're strong.
And you have to do this, and you have to wait, and you all have to do this ritual that we all believe into, whether or not you believe it actually.
First off, I never condemned any of you guys to hell, and if you say yes to that, then you're simply lying, and I take lying extremely seriously.
Well, no, you kind of have to.
I don't lie.
Well, you believe that. You did not say that, but you believe that, right?
I never ever condemn you guys to hell. I never ever said that. You brought that into the conversation, and I never said it.
Okay. I'll take it back.
So then restart your scenario.
Well, okay. The scenario. Well, what is happening here is that you're not allowed to push your beliefs on people who don't hold them. That is not fair. That is a violation of human rights.
Exactly. So why are atheists allowed to push their non-belief on the majority.
No one is pushing our beliefs. What are you talking about? You are allowed
That's
to
exactly
pray.
what
You're
you're
not
doing.
allowed to push your beliefs on people who might not believe it.
Right, but the non-believers are not allowed to push their non-belief on people that believe.
Yeah, and we don't.
It goes both ways.
We
It
don't
doesn't
make
have
you
to
not
be
pray.
Yes, I'm giving
non-believers.
you a show
Maybe-
where they do.
Maybe the Muslims don't want people praying to a Christian God. Maybe people of other beliefs don't want because the prayers are going to the Judeo-Christian God, and you have people here saying, "Oh no, I want to pray to Allah. Why should I stay in the classroom and listen to prayers to a God that I don't believe in?"
Well,
That's the point.
If the majority want to pray to Allah, then the minority's SOL. That's how democracy works. But you won't get that.
You really want to live in that country?
You have a
You
damn
don't know how
big
democracy
problem.
works. That's how it works.
No,
It's
even
majority
Rome
rules. That's how democracy
incorporated
works.
new gods. Even Rome accepted the new gods and let them into the society.
That's
They're not
exactly
what
what the West has done.
No, it's not.
They
You're
are.
saying majority rules, and I'm saying even Rome, the
Well,
most
I know.
violent
No,
world.
I'm saying
Wait,
in a proper
Bernard, what
democracy.
kind of government do you think we have?
I'm sorry?
What kind of government do you think we have in the U.S.?
But not a democracy.
Oh,
It is a
there we go.
It is a democracy, but it's like
But it's not quite, is it?
yes, exactly.
There you
It's
go.
supposed to be-
There's your answer.
No, that's not my because I
supposed to
never
be
said
a
that.
republic.
I said how a democracy should work. I was arguing on a correct democracy is majority rules. How can you guys say that's not true? Do you understand concept of democracy?
Yes, you're right. That is pure democracy, but that's what we have. And that's what well, I'm in the Czech Republic, but I hope you don't have pure democracy. No. Like I said, pure democracy is two wolves and one sheep voting on what's for dinner. That's true democracy. That's literal democracy.
Not. It's simply not. True democracy is majority rules.
That's what it is. That's the majority rules.
No, it's
Majority
not.
rules. Two wolves, one
Majority-
sheep. Wolves are
No.
majority. Sheep's minority. You understand?
Yeah, you get the point?
Okay, what do you consider yourself, a wolf or a sheep then?
I would like to live in a society that doesn't care who I am, that protects all of our rights.
Okay, well then why do you bring these bad analogies to the table?
Well,
That's a
because
perfect analogy for what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, a true democracy is the majority rules. So if you say two wolves and one sheep, then you don't have a true democracy, because in a true democracy, there's either 100 wolves or 100 sheep. There's no one trying to take power or supplant the other one. That's a true democracy, which
Well, there we
I
go.
admit
That's
you're not
exactly
going to
what
get.
we have. That's exactly what we have. We're not
What's
forcing you to not pray. We're not forcing you to pray to someone else, and you're not forcing us to pray to anybody. Done.
Actually, yes, yeah. Okay, well, there's many different ways you guys are. There's many different ways that Christians are being forced, which if you're not a Christian, you don't understand. But you're not going to hear these things.
Okay,
so
please
here's an example. Here's an example.
There's a big.
I'm not allowed to say Merry Christmas anymore. I have to say season's greetings, because lest I offend the
I
Muslims.
say Merry Christmas all the time.
Well, I know, but you go to town.
It's not illegal.
Wait. You just sit around and
read
Fox
the town.
News.
Okay, no, I'm not saying personally.
There isn't a Jew out there that.
I'm saying what I'm saying is that let's say you go to a town somewhere, they won't have.
Gives a shit if
Merry
you wish them
Christmas,
Merry
they'll
Christmas.
have season's greetings. All because you don't want to offend, those who have a different faith.
Well, I'm gonna have a problem with it. Actually, I would actually say it's not that bad for people to to greet with whatever they want, with whatever.
You're not understanding. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that
I understand
that's
perfectly.
true. If
I
want to
understand perfectly. If you don't want to ever offend anyone, ever say Happy Holidays. If you want to offend someone or take that small
You're
chance
right.
so you'll offend someone that's hypersensitive, that's your damn choice. I say Merry Christmas all the time because I don't know a single Jew that gets upset when you wish him Merry Christmas.
I'm not talking about the Jews.
He'll
I'm
usually
talking
say,
about
"Oh,
the
I'm a
Muslims.
Jew," and I'll go, "Oh, okay, Happy Hanukkah also."
Hello, I'm a Muslim and I say Merry Christmas. I don't give a
Well,
shit
then,
either.
then you don't understand your religion correctly.
What?
Wait,
religion?
Muslims can't have
true,
Christmas
because
now?
because when you say Merry Christmas,
Wait. Muslims believe in Jesus.
no, they don't. They believe in Isa.
Okay,
Sure.
so they're entirely different people.
Yes.
That's just not like a translation change.
No, because the Arabic the Arabic for Jesus is Yasu, and the Arabic in the Bible is Isa. It's a different person.
Oh, please.
Well, sorry, you could say please, but sorry, that's just the way it is. And if
Okay, you might have a different
ask the
name
guy
in
who
a different
identified himself as
language.
Muslim. What's it say in the
Yeah.
Quran? It says Isa.
Bernard, they might have a different name in a different language, but it's the same character. It's obviously talking about Jesus. Who else was crucified and called that? Come on.
Okay, then let's put it this way: the Quranic Jesus contradicts the biblical Jesus.
You're assuming the Bible is correct.
No, no. Just based on whether you believe them or not. If you read them, just read them. Whether you believe doesn't matter. Just read them. The one says Jesus died. The other one says Jesus never died. So they contradict. I don't care which one you believe. They contradict.
Yeah, they do.
So the Quranic Jesus is not the biblical Jesus. It's that simple.
No, it's
the biblical Jesus is not the Quranic Jesus.
Right, exactly. I have no problem saying that they're not the same Jesus. I'm actually happy they're not the same Jesus.
Okay.
Right, I understand where you're coming from. You don't believe the Quran, you accept the Bible.
No. It has nothing to do with my belief. That's what's written.
Well, you're right. You're right. You think you have logical arguments and evidence.
No, not what I think. That's what it's written.
Well, oh yeah, right. Yeah, I am giving you. Yes, I understand. You think there is evidence, just like I think there is no evidence. I understand where you're coming from. Okay. So, I don't know. Maybe
right.
change.
So I'm saying the Quranic Jesus is not the biblical Jesus, and that's what's written. It has nothing to do with my beliefs at this point. It doesn't.
Well, there's a big difference. Okay, I really almost don't want to get into this. This is such a distinction without a difference. I would say.
No. There is a major difference because if Christ didn't die, there's no redemption of sin.
Why can't Christmas be about both of them?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch.
Why can't Christmas be about both of them?
Because Christmas means Jesus died. Jesus' birth, and they don't celebrate that holiday.
Actually, Christmas means nothing about Jesus. This Christmas
we
added
celebrate
to
that
Christianity.
day. Because we don't say Jesus was born on the day. We celebrate that day because the pagans used to celebrate that day, and the Christians wanted a holiday. Apparently, that's what it is. But if you say that Jesus was born on the 25th, that's incorrect. But we celebrate Jesus' birth on the 25th.
Yeah, they imposed that on another holiday to take over the holiday.
Right. Yeah.
So actually, we can say Happy Saturnalia.
Is there anything
if that's what makes you happy, go ahead.
in the Bible that says to
Exactly.
celebrate Jesus?
That's what makes me happy.
Okay, then go ahead and say it. Have a ball.
Okay.
I suggest Happy Newton's birthday.
Have a ball.
Happy Saturnalia.
Have a ball. I don't care.
All right. Well, can I get back to my original question, for fuck's sakes? What is your case for Jesus' miracles and why he was resurrected? Not why. What's your justification for believing this?
Oh, okay. Well, sorry. Repeat that.
What is your case for the miracles in the Bible? I mean, in other words, what is your evidence that Jesus actually rose from the dead?
Because it's written in the Bible. Simple as that.
Okay. Why should I care about what is written in the Bible?
Why should you? Well, that's your own problem.
Well, no. What do you mean? I'm asking for evidence. You
said why should I care, right? You said why should I care? Well,
I'm
I
asking
can't make
what's
you
your
care,
evidence.
so that's why.
That's my kind of cheeky way of asking what's your evidence.
I just told you my evidence was the Bible.
Okay, so the book says things, so you believe it.
Right.
That's your evidence, really? You're a presuppositionalist?
Well, no, that's not presupposition. I'm saying what is written in the book. I believe that's not presupposing.
How do you know it's true?
Because simple. Because it's amazing. It's full of wisdom. The people that wrote it were never confirmed liars. Jesus himself, in all other sources like Tacitus and Josephus and all stuff, they're written that he was a great teacher. And in this case, even the Quran admits that Jesus had a virgin birth, for example.
Actually, that passage. Hold on, let's take one claim at a time.
You asked me why, so I'm giving you a reason.
I'm pretty sure that verse that says Jesus was a great teacher of Jews is a well-known, well-accepted forgery. No person of that time would be talking like this. Say again?
That's what you claim, but yet the Bible claims that
I don't remember this by heart. Can you give me what is the book? What is the person? Is it the Pacificus or what is his name?
Tacitus or Josephus. They're supporting evidence for
They're supporting evidence for the historical Jesus.
I don't argue that he didn't actually exist. So if you could provide evidence for...
So all you need to do is type in Josephus and Christ, because it's the only text in Josephus that Christians read. They probably don't read anything else.
Here he starts off again. Do you ever just say something nice?
I mean, it'll just be an easy search, and then it'll take you right to the text of Josephus on where it is. And yes, you're right, it is spurious, and scholars debate it all the time. And even Bart Ehrman in his last book on...
Yeah, but Bart Ehrman...
and even evangelicals laugh, because probably they wouldn't know Aramaic or Hebrew or be able to speak the original languages. Anyways, if you go there and just type it in Google, you'll probably get the whole text. It's an excellent read. Wars of the Jews. Beautiful.
Wayman, I just got one quick question. How come the first thing you said was an attack on Christianity, not reading a whole book, for example? Why did you have to go there before you said your point?
Because a lot of apologists, that's where they start out, and they probably don't take the whole thing in context, kind of like...
So now it's probable, but when you said it like a fact. So you're back into the I don't know camp, where if you don't know, then you shouldn't say such a claim.
So, Bernard...
Oh, no, we do know, and most of them don't read the rest of the book.
Have you read the text, or just the evidence for Christ in that text? Like, I'm wondering if you read Wars of the Jews. If you haven't, I would encourage you to do so. Excellent history.
I have the book of Josephus. I read the first couple of chapters, and I put it down. Never read it again. Huh?
Oh, come on.
Well, you're asking me what I did with it, and now you're saying that. What?
I'm trying to get through with the Apostle Paul right now. You're killing me. I mean, if you can't get through Josephus, I'm falling asleep on Paul. We got to help each other out and learn this history, right?
Okay, go fall asleep. I don't care. Shit. Wow. If you have a logical argument, then have something. But if the first thing you say is an attack on Christians don't read, then really, like I read the whole Quran before I started commenting on it. You know? And then what are you going to tell me? That I only read part of the Quran that agrees with the Bible? Like really? No. I read the whole thing. I studied the whole thing for a year, and then I spent 3 years debating it.
Okay, here's my response to that. Christians don't read.
Do you see what I mean?
I want to know what you think about the Gospel of Thomas that predicts Muhammad and says Jesus didn't die on the cross, but Judas did, and Jesus left.
I think you're talking Gospel of Barnabas, are you?
No, that's in Thomas. Yeah,
No,
that's
not
the 1500-year-old scriptures they recently found that say that.
Right, but it's not 1500-year-old. It's written in the 1500s. See,
No, it was written around 500. Here, I got the link right here.
Okay, go ahead. Give me the link.
Right.
I know this.
Yeah, that's part of the Nag Hammadi library. That's an
There you
excellent
go.
read, too.
Here, just click that. This one's actually new. They found it's Armenian, and it was found by Turkey, and it's a 1500-year-old Bible. And
no, I'm telling you, it's not a 1500-year-old Bible.
Yeah, it is.
Year 1500.
No. This is a new one.
Okay, here. I'll since you give me a link, I'll send you the counter link. My goodness, how easy this is. 1500-year-old Bible debunked. Look it up on Google.
Well,
I mean, very simple to do. If you're gonna hit me with articles, I just hit you with articles back.
Okay, well then, if that's not old, then the Nag Hammadi scriptures are older, the ones he was talking about. So.
Okay, but then you understand. Though, when it's a book written in the 1500s.
Oh wait. Show me the link though. Still, I still want to see the link.
Yeah. Well, here, I'm coming. Give me a second.
Everything I've read about this said it was 1500 years old. That's why I was repeating that.
I know. I know you're repeating. That's why I'm. There you go. Where was the now? There it is. Got the same picture, and then if you read, it says, "Translation: In the name of our Lord, this book is written on the hands of the monks of the high monastery in the 1500th year of our Lord." Do you see that?
Hey, do you even read the title line of your article?
Yeah. Okay. Keep going. That's the whole point. It's a rebuttal. It works on that. Look how it's in quotation marks. Okay. Now go underneath the picture. Okay, and then read the translation. What's it say?
All right. Well then, that just means Jesus.
But then you realize I rebutted your argument, correct? You would say yes to that?
No. I didn't have an argument. I just wanted to know what you thought about the fact that said that Jesus didn't die on the cross.
You had an argument because you said.
I just asked. I said, what do you think about the Book of Thomas saying that Jesus didn't die on the cross, Judas did in his place, and that Jesus left? And you said I think it's fake.
You were along for the whole entire ride of the Gospel of Thomas, so you know where I stand on that. And the Gospel of Barnabas, like for example, I don't accept it. I wouldn't even accept it even if it was true. Well, I would accept it, but I would not accept it as strong evidence because it's written in the 1500s. That one you sent me. So in that case, I take the oldest evidence out there. I don't take this new 1500-year-old.
So then mostly your evidence for the Bible would be the Apostle Paul in the New Testament because his were the earliest writings. Matthew, John.
Right. Well, if you get a Muslim to say they like Paul, I'll give you $100,000.
Bernard, I thought you were way out there. I thought you were liking Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I thought.
No, he's talking about Muslim stuff. That's why I brought up this one because Muslims like this. They say that it predicted Muhammad.
Right, but now you clearly see how can something predict something after.
No, I see that. I was just wondering what you thought about it, and now I do see. It's not as old as it says it is.
I mean, I can see how the mistake got. 1,500-year-old Bible written in the 1500s. I can see how they did it, but it was malicious because you can't tell them any different. Yet that's what it says. I go by what something says. I don't care. You know what I mean? What it says.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, if we go back to the Bible, though, I would still want context outside of it. Like, if people say, oh, well, there was miracles happening all the time, people were claiming to be raised from the dead all the time, well, then how come the one that actually happened, that we so claim actually happened, wasn't written down? Like, it's the only one that they didn't write down?
You're asking for something impossible, because when you ask for context outside the Bible, the manuscript that's been handled like the best is the Bible.
Do you know who Judas Maccabeus is?
The Maccabean, that's like apocryphal books?
No, Judas Maccabeus, the guy that fulfilled much of the prophecies in the Old Testament.
I guess I would not know.
Here, I'll put a link to him. And I'm just wondering if you think, like, how come he was recorded so well, and like Jesus, it was just like his cult. It wasn't like other people saying, yeah, this guy's doing something. The government has to worry about him. We're going to have to crucify him. How come the government didn't write anything like that? But they did for Judas Maccabeus. They were like, he was like trying to start a war, basically, trying to start a revolution, which is what the Jews at the time actually wanted.
Right. Yeah. No, that's why they probably accepted him. See, they even went, for example, when Christ came, the actual reason, so from the Christian perspective, so however you want to take this, the actual reason that is written in the Bible is the Jews were expecting a king, and they were expecting
a warlord.
Yes, exactly. But when Jesus showed that he did not come like a lion, he didn't come like the warrior that they wanted, they refused to believe him.
Mm-hmm. I think they were not just expecting; their religion.
No, that was the prophecy, not just the expectation. That's what he had to do to fulfill prophecy, was get Israel back for the Israelites, and he did not.
Right. That's what Jews really believe in.
Can you show me the prophecy?
The one where he's supposed to come back like a lion. What do you think he was supposed to do? He was supposed to be the Lion of Judah. All right.
Show me the prophecy.
I'll look for it. But I'm saying, like, what was it supposed to be a lion for?
If you're coming at me with Revelation, then realize that was after Christ came in.
Here the witness. Okay, you say wait. You said there are 500 witnesses that testify Jesus. Yeah. Jesus is the Messiah. Here is 1 million witnesses who say no, he's not. The Jews.
Okay, very simple. You're talking about original witnesses first off, and what book have these 1 million witnesses written that is accepted today?
Well, you don't think Jews existed there in orders?
No, I say they existed. I'm asking you what survived of their claim that never happened.
And they didn't accept these claims. They're
I agree.
Essentially witnesses.
I agree. They did not accept, but the ones who witnessed Christ accepted.
Not all of them. I mean, you have only a few people.
Okay, I guess we're going to have to make a distinction between ascended or resurrected Christ and pre-resurrection.
No, even
post-resurrection, I'm talking about after his resurrection.
Well, wait, even post-resurrection, he had only a handful of followers. Only after the year 400.
No, a handful. If you call 500 at a time, if you call that a handful, then okay, 500 is a handful.
Where's their record?
Yeah, where is
their record is part of the Gospels.
No. A person claiming he had 500 witnesses is just one witness. The person who's claiming.
The reason why that fails is because the time when that was written. The time when that was written was when most of those 500 people, or I think it says Some
No
are
one
still
carved a
alive to
picture?
this day. So they would have read those letters, or they would have read those gospels, and they would have, if that was not true, they would have disagreed with that, and that would never have been in there.
Are you kidding? Wow,
No.
dude. Okay.
Read
now
what's
at the
written.
now at the time of internet, you can pass off such bullshit without even one person noticing. Sometimes.
Be very careful.
Wait, and you telling me before people could write, mostly only the elite of the elite could write.
I never used the word elite.
I know, but only the elite of the elite that could write at the time. The peasants saw it, right? The peasants saw it mostly.
There were more than just peasants. There were Pharisees like
And
Nicodemus. for example.
where are their records? Where are their writings? Why didn't Christians preserve them?
Okay, well, A, maybe they didn't write, and B, the gospel, the four that we agree on, the four that agreed were in there. Those we're talking about the gospels. If we want to talk about Acts and whatnot, then there's more writers.
Okay,
that's four anonymous witnesses.
They're not anonymous. Matthew, the tax collector, read it in Matthew.
Are you kidding me? Come on. Okay.
I found something about the Judas Maccabeus.
Well, why can't you go to Google and say and type in who are the writers for the New Testament or for the four Gospels?
I will give you the secular scholarship that will tell you that actually there are only about 2 authors or something.
I know, Art, but you, as an atheist, you must always embrace the negative position.
No.
Yes.
I just consider them reliable sources.
What is your logic? What is your logic, like faultless logic, that the witness of your scholar is true in saying that the authorship is not known, when Matthew itself says that it was written by Matthew the tax collector?
Well, I didn't say Matthew was not anonymous.
How many
you did say it was anonymous.
I'm sorry, it was anonymous. I'm sorry.
How many foreskins did Jesus get for Israel?
You're talking about for Israel?
Yeah. How many Edomite foreskins did he get?
Are we talking Jesus or David?
Jesus.
I don't know.
He didn't get any, and that means he didn't fulfill a prophecy.
I said I don't know.
I'm saying he didn't get any. That's the answer. So he did not fulfill a prophecy.
Okay, and what's the prophecy?
Judas Maccabeus did. He was going to have a successful invasion of the
Can
Edomites.
you show me the prophecy?
Yes, I'm talking about right here. The Jewish. Hold on. It is prophecy for Ezekiel 25:14.
Okay, I'll look it up. Ezekiel 25:14. When you bring the Talmud in there, that's not what I agree with. But see,
sorry. I was just looking up why they saw Judas Maccabeus
Ezekiel
as.
25:14. You said?
Yeah.
Oh crap! I spelled Ezekiel wrong.
Also, don't forget the Talmud's older than your information, so.
And if he was the prophet, if he was the savior because he did this, and Jesus didn't do it, then that makes sense why they wouldn't have accepted him, because he didn't do this. He didn't have a successful invasion against the Edomites and force them to circumcise.
Ezekiel 20. Oh my goodness! I'm having a rough time spelling Ezekiel here.
See, that's why Judaism doesn't proselytize. They're afraid of who they're going to attract.
Well, that's who they wanted to attract at first. They were looking for a guy like that. And
Oh my goodness!
Jesus came and told them to calm down.
Okay, hold on. Can you please just read Ezekiel? Please just read it. Okay?
Hold on. Can you read
when
it?
you read it, you'll realize how amazingly retarded that argument was.
What is it? Can you just read it? I just looked up why they accepted Judas Maccabeus.
Okay, I know. You just looked up and then you picked whatever sounded funny.
I will take vengeance on Edom by the hand of the people of Israel, and they will deal with Edom in the accordance with my anger and wrath, and they will know my vengeance, declares the sovereign Lord. And that did not happen with Jesus.
Okay, I'm asking you, where's foreskin?
No, either way, it didn't happen.
No, I'm asking, first off, where's foreskin?
The foreskin was just the completion of it. The Edomite invasion, the successful Edomite invasion was the main thing in that prophecy.
Did you say foreskin?
And I also said successful Edomite invasion.
And there was a successful Edomite invasion.
Yeah, based on the foreskins. They wouldn't have been successful if they hadn't gotten all those.
I don't see where you're getting foreskin from. I'm sorry.
No, the foreskins aren't in the prophecy, but that's how they considered it successful, because they got them to circumcise themselves. So it was successful.
That's not in the text.
Either
So-
way, Jesus didn't do it. Jesus did not do it. Either way.
Okay, so
That's
where
the
does it
context
say?
of the
Where
Torah.
does it say? Where does it say Jesus would do this?
It says that Israel, that is what they are supposed to go do. That is what the Savior, the
Okay,
Lord,
where does
is
it
supposed
say
to come do
Jesus
for
will
them.
do this? Where does it say Jesus?
No,
Or
Judas
Yeshua?
actually did do that. Judas Maccabeus fulfilled that prophecy. Jesus did not.
Okay, I'm asking you, how was that a prophecy that Jesus had to fulfill when
Because it
Jesus
says,
is nowhere written in there?
I will take vengeance on Edom by the hand of my people Israel, and they will deal with Edom in accordance with my anger and wrath.
I'm
They will know
sorry
my
you don't
vengeance
understand what I'm
declares the No, your only evidence that Jesus was supposed to be crucified is the fact that Abraham didn't kill his son. That's not evidence of that either.
Wow.
This is,
Wow.
This,
No,
this guy actually
I'm sorry,
fulfilled this prophecy.
I
Actually
never
fulfilled
said that.
something.
I never said
No,
that.
you
So,
didn't say that,
Paul,
but that's the only evidence in the Bible that Jesus was supposed to come do that.
No, it's not.
Really, where does it say that he's going to die on the cross and that God's going to sacrifice his only son?
Didn't it say that he would be hung on wood?
And it was going to be his son?
Yeah, it says in Isaiah 9:6. Therefore, I will give a sign: a virgin will give birth and conceive a son. So there's the sign.
I see no wood or his own son in there at all.
Well, I never said it was the prophecy.
No, yeah, that's just a sign. That's not him sending a deified version of himself to earth.
That's why it says a child. Okay, go to Isaiah 14, I think it is. 14, and then here's a text. It says, and his name will be Wonderful, Counselor.
And I'm asking for the evidence that he was going to get crucified and everything.
If it wasn't foretold, then what? Okay, if it was foretold he would die on a cross, then you'll find it. If it wasn't foretold he would die on the cross, you're not going to find it. Really simple.
But Judas Maccabeus did fulfill some prophecies.
Okay, so many people fulfill prophecies. If
Jesus didn't. Jesus was a sign. He was a sign from God, according to what you read.
Yes, the virgin birth was a sign. Yes.
Okay, now give me another prophecy that he fulfilled to prove that he's the Son of God, because Judas Maccabeus is over here taking foreskins for God.
Again, I don't see where you read foreskin.
He has successful invasions of the Edomites, which would conclude in them being taken over completely, which concludes in them becoming Jewish.
First off, when was Ezekiel written? That's very important, actually.
I don't know. Before it was definitely written before Jesus.
Right. I agree. I'm just trying to find out if it was written before King David or anything like that.
No, Ezekiel is written 586 during the exile.
Yeah, that's the
went with
Passover,
the
I
exiles,
think, right?
and he preached to the exiles.
That's when they cooked the bread, Ezekiel bread.
And that's a pretty powerful message. One of my favorite biblical pieces is Ezekiel, where it lays out the responsibilities of prophets. And you see very few of those today, and it's a shame. I think what Christians love to do. Sorry if I'm picking on you, Bernard. You seem big enough to take elbow jabs, so I'll give a few.
Well,
I think it's Isaiah 53. Oh, Christians roll in Isaiah. So any place you see Jacob in Isaiah, they put in Christ, and also Israel. So anything in Isaiah, you just put Christ's name in, and they use Pesher, and automatically it's.
I'm sorry, I've never heard of that. So I don't see Christ.
Oh, it's not that hard. You just need to go and see. Just Google Messianic prophecies fulfilled in the Old Testament. You'll get more than you can read in one night.
Right. So thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome. I'm glad we're
profound.
having a Bible study here, Bernard. We're all learning something together. You never thought you'd come into an atheist room and have Bible study, did you?
No, I 100%. It's always a Bible thing because atheists cannot provide their own proof positive.
Room I detest.
It's always a Bible conversation with atheists because they can't.
Well,
they don't have anything else.
Ezekiel did go with the exiles in 586.
And I'm not an atheist, just by
Excellent
the
reading,
way.
if you can get all the way through it, Bernard.
I could talk about how you stole our faith and now worship it falsely, but I'm talking about your Bible instead.
Oh, I understand. Everything always comes down to a Bible fest. But I was just all I am looking for, and I searched this unbelievably, is logical conclusions.
Wait.
Honest
I'm confused.
premises.
You were talking about, to start with, how we were taking the neutral position, then you said, no, we're taking the negative position, and then you brought up the Bible as proof. And then we're the ones making it about the Bible.
Well, no, because okay, this is why. Because I asked you point blank. I said, give me a logical premise or evidence for your negative position. But you can't.
But we don't have a negative
position. Exactly.
You're saying we have a negative position.
That's key. You don't have any.
All we can prove is that you don't have context or information to
That's
prove
exactly
your
what you do.
context.
So what you do is you attack the Bible because you don't have your own
No,
personal
we're not
logic
attacking
to
the
fall back
Bible.
on.
It's because you won't show us God, so we have to show you how your book is wrong.
No, you don't accept. You already said.
No, this started off with
Art
somebody
accepted the
looking for
Quran.
God. The guy with the Thor icon was asking you to show him God.
Right,
And then
and he
now
accepted
we're
the Quran.
talking about the book.
Right, Sash. And he accepted the Quran.
Because you brought up the book, not us.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I was talking about the logical premise of the Kalam, and Art accepted it. So
And
that
I was
really,
talking about pixies.
I know, and I didn't accept that because Pixies doesn't come with any sort of form of logic.
And
which
it doesn't
I've said
fit
100
in the
million times.
book. And it doesn't fit in the book, right?
No, it doesn't come with logic. How many times do I got to say the same
No, you said before that it didn't fit in the book. You said it would have to be a God that created the universe and fits what the book says. That's how we got in the book.
No, I never said that.
Yes, you did.
Hey, this is great because you can rewatch it.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
All I said was the Kalam. I brought the Kalam as proof positive for
I mean,
there being
I got
a
you to
cause.
specifically agree that we could find that God without the book. You did agree to that later, but the only reason I even tried to get you to agree to that was because you said we had to go to the book to find him in the first place.
No, I said the book helps you to find him, and then you asked me, can you find God without the Bible? And I said yes.
And then we started talking about Jesus and his deity and whether,
Right,
and you
right,
said you
but-
could prove without the Bible that you could get the whole New Testament without the
Okay,
Bible.
here's something interesting, Sasha. Well, let's flip it around. What do you believe in?
I believe in Comedicism. I believe in history, basically. I think that you are basically Christianity. I don't mean you specifically. Is suppressing what we call religion, and
Okay,
you're
but
using
you
the
understand,
symbols.
the first thing you do is attack Christians. All I'm
No,
asking.
no.
all
I'm telling you
asking
what you
is
did.
what's your position?
No, I'm not attacking you. I'm
So
telling
what's
you
your
you
position?
attacked us. My position is that you stole all our shit.
Okay, well, what do you believe? You believe
That
in
you
many
stole
gods,
everything.
zero-
No, I believe that you are using our symbols improperly, but you still have them within your religious places, and you are completely...
Okay. So we're using your symbols. Okay, let's move on. Now, do you believe in God or no God or gods? What do you believe in?
multiple.
So you believe in multiple gods. Okay, keep going.
What do you keep going? Where?
What do you believe in? Keep going. What do you believe in?
I believe in what I see. I believe in what I know. Like, what are you asking?
So you believe in multiple gods. Now, can you give me evidence for multiple gods?
Yeah. I remember how I was talking about the dung beetle before?
A dung beetle is not a god.
Why not?
Because it's a beetle.
How do you know how to read the stars?
Wow.
How do you know how to?
The
How do
tree
you,
is not a god. The tree is a tree.
How do you know how to do anything that has to do with navigation?
I don't know. My compass points north, and then
Do you know how we got to that point?
magnetic needle on the compass points north.
By watching a beetle. We watched the beetle.
No,
draw.
they actually use stars to navigate
Yeah,
as well.
and beetles use the stars to navigate, and they draw on the ground the patterns of the stars for us to pick up.
So in
is
other
how
words,
we
if
know
I'm
how
lost
to
in a
read the
pyramid
stars.
and a dung beetle falls beside me, he's going to show me the way out?
No, not in the pyramid. If you are outside the pyramid, he will draw the stars on the ground for you.
And therefore, that makes the dung beetle God.
No, he is one of the gods because he is.
No, okay, so, but you're saying the dung beetle is God.
No, I'm saying he's one of them because you asked how many I
Right,
believed
right.
in
So
before.
one of them, what? What's them then?
He is a god.
Right, so the dung beetle is a God.
Yes, a.
Thank you.
He's not God.
So, okay, so you believe the dung beetle is God.
No, he
Highly
is a
illogical,
god.
because
A
it's
god. No, my whole point was that he's not
Little
God.
G, not big G.
So what else is God?
It depends what you're talking about. What were you taught?
No, I'm asking what you believe in.
And
It's
I'm
got nothing to do
asking,
with me.
and
I'm
I'm asking
you
what
believe
science you're talking about because there's
I'm not
multiple
talking
gods.
any
You can't. There's
science,
no.
I'm
There's no
asking-
just one magic god in the sky like you
in.
think.
No, I'm asking. Well, you believe in many magic gods. I mean, for
No, I
example-
don't. I don't believe.
Well,
in
okay,
magic
you just
gods.
said you believe in gods.
Yes, and one of them I already showed you and
Right. So
identified
now
for
that
you.
okay, right. I'm trying to understand your position correctly. So you sit there and told me that the dung beetle is
And
one
I'm
of the
asking
gods.
you, which next god would you like me to identify? You can't just say next. I need a
Right,
science or
right.
something for you to go
whatever
on.
comes to mind first. I don't know. I don't know what you believe.
I can talk about your gods. I mean, I don't know. Christianity is what's in my mind right now. I mean,
Sasha, just tell us another god.
the sun is Ra.
Okay, so how is the sun God?
The sun is
No,
God because
the sun is Shamash. in ancient
Okay,
Near
wait,
East,
wait, man,
which is also the Hebrew name for sun. Yam in Hebrew means sea. It's even right in the Bible. Yam is the sea god of the Canaanites. Death.
So do you believe the sun is God? So do you
Well, I
believe the
have
sun?
to.
Do you believe the
Because
sun
of
is
Psalm
God?
89.
You're forgetting my favorite, Anu.
God
God of the firmament.
standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judges among the gods. Psalm
Bernard.
81.
I'm just
I
waiting for
have
Sasha.
said, you are gods. All
Are
of you are children of the Most High. Wow, that's right in the Bible? Gods? That sounds like a heavenly council there. Psalm 82?
Bernard, you
Wow,
don't
that
think
must
the sun is
be
God?
a really old hymn.
Al, you're really wound up today, Al, aren't you?
You're Christian, right,
I'm seeing
Bernard?
Al in rare form tonight.
You're Christian, right, Bernard?
I'm just curious, Sasha. When I
What?
ask you about your beliefs.
But no, but
No, Sasha. Understand this point. When I ask you about your beliefs, what do my beliefs have anything to do with what you believe?
you worship my gods just wrong.
Oh, Sasha, I am asking you, what do you believe?
Okay, let me explain. All right.
Okay, thank you.
You said you don't think the sun is God, right?
Okay, first off.
Okay,
I
just
asked you,
answer.
how
Just
is
answer.
the sun God?
And that's how I'm
you're-
going to explain.
Right,
I'm not only going to explain how the sun is my God, but how you're already worshiping it. Please tell me, do you think the sun is God?
No.
Okay. Did Jesus wear a crown of thorns?
Yes.
Right. Do you call him the sun?
I call him the S-O-N, sun, yes.
And he wore a crown of thorns, a corona.
Yes.
All right,
No,
like the
crown
sun.
of thorns.
What do you think it was representing?
The crown of thorns is representing a crown of thorns.
Really?
Well, yeah.
In the King of the Jews thing, why'd they put that on top? They thought it was funny,
The
right?
Jew, because the Jews and everything, he was saying that he was that one.
Okay, but the crown of thorns was just the crown of thorns. Had nothing to do with him saying he was the sun.
Right.
Even though it represents the
So
sun.
the crown of thorns, as far as I'm concerned, was a form of torture.
Okay, as far as you're concerned, but as far as I'm concerned, and you've stolen our faith, remember that.
Of course.
Jesus was representing the sun, and I've already explained it. You just are not accepting that the crown of thorns meant anything when you can accept the thing right above it did.
No, I said the crown of thorns was a crown of thorns.
Exactly. You can't accept that it meant anything when you can accept the sign right above it did.
I can't accept it meant anything because the crown of thorns is a crown of thorns. Like, holy crap.
Just like the sun has around it.
Well, how many times? The sun also has sun dogs. What did Jesus wear 2 crowns?
No, he wore one to represent the sun.
So then therefore that sun analogy doesn't work for sun dogs.
Yes, it does. What are you talking about, sun dogs? I'm talking about Egyptian faith that you have stolen.
You ever see 2 rainbows beside the sun? Those are called sun dogs.
Okay, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, stolen faith.
I didn't think it did, but I'm showing you how the crown of thorns. Why can't it represent the sun dogs?
Because no one was worshiping that previous, and Jesus wouldn't have got that passed to him.
How do you know?
Because show me where they were.
Well, show me where they weren't.
I can show you where they were worshiping the sun. I can show you where all this came from, and that Jesus was representing a sacrificial bull that got impregnated, that got inseminated by a ray of light. The same virgin birth, but Hathor.
Keep going with your belief. This is really interesting. I'm having a ball here.
But you're not refuting any of it. You're just like, oh yeah, I guess my
No,
stuff's right.
I tried to refute after you're done.
No, you're just
asking. When I'm asking for your
all
belief,
you've done is say that the crown of thorns didn't mean anything, and that's
right.
it. You haven't said anything. Like
you asked me what did the crown of thorns mean, and I said the crown of
no, I
thorns.
didn't.
meant
I asked
the crown
you.
of thorns.
I asked you if you worship the sun. Then I told you what all that meant.
Right, and I said no, I don't worship the sun.
Yes,
and
you
then
do.
the sun as in S-U-N. Okay, the sun.
They're both the same word. It's etymology. They both come from the same exact place. They're not magically from different places.
Well, I'm happy to not disagree with you because, for example, in other languages, would sun equal sun?
No.
Thank you.
But in English, it's,
So in other words-
different words, and you're acting like that
it's
means
worse
something.
in English.
You're acting like it means something that they're different in English, but it's the same exact word.
So if I spoke, for example, if I spoke Slavic, like Art, for example, he speaks Slavic. What's the difference between sun and sun?
Okay, I wanna know something. What religion was Jesus before? What religion was Jesus before Christianity started?
If you actually understand, religion is not truth.
Okay, but what do we know him as? He was a Jew, right? And he called himself King of the Jews, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Don't say that. Now we all have to be Jewish.
All right. And, no, that's not what I'm talking about. All right, but
thank goodness.
The Jews that were in Rome would have come from the Phoenician Semites because they had just conquered that empire just previously, and that's
you really need to talk to Rob Beasley.
No, okay, but this is where the Phoenician Semites come from, all right? And the Greek phoenix, all right, is the Phoenician Semites, all right? The phoenix, the bird that's on fire. Jesus represented that culture. That culture had been burned many times. Rome, actually, for 17 days, burned Carthage to the ground. 17 days, systematically burned them over and over and over because they didn't want the phoenix coming back from the ashes.
Okay, just curious, Sasha. When I ask you what do you believe in, and you run off to a history lesson, are you thinking that you're telling me what you believe in, or are
yes,
you?
This is what I believe in. This is literally, I'm telling you that Jesus was a fulfilling of the phoenix. The phoenix was a part of culture way before Jesus. Way before Jesus, the phoenix existed. He was just a fulfilling of this culture. And you can look it up right now. The phoenix is the Phoenician Semites. It's not some magic
So is
bird.
the phoenix also God?
No, it's a culture. It's a people. The Phoenician Semites.
Okay, so what do you believe in?
I believe that you've stolen all this and you forgot what it means, and now you just keep asking stuff like you don't hear what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking you what you believe in, so that maybe, if you're logical, I can convert to your faith.
I believe that you've stolen this stuff, and that if you want to hear more, tell me another aspect of your God, and I can tell you how you've stolen it from another place.
Okay, let me just put it this way. If I sit there and you go, and Sasha, if you go to me, Bernard, what do you believe in?
Do you want a history lesson, or do you want me to tell you certain aspects? Because you need to pick one. Either find aspects you want me to talk about, or get the whole history lesson so I can explain my entire belief system.
Okay, I think I understand. Name me all your gods.
Oh, that's impossible because I would have to name the entire cultures and weather systems.
So in other words, you are actually partially ignorant of your own religion.
No, it would just be an entire.
Well,
I can send you
then
Wikipedia links with tons and tons of stuff to read, but I'm not going to sit here for 30 minutes and list names.
So okay, so in other words, you can't.
I think there's an easy way to get around this. Sasha, just copy paste the whole world. There you go.
All right, every concept that's ever been made.
Yeah, Bernard, I heard it said that no man can know God either. I mean, that would be kind of tough. So does that make you a not very good Christian because you don't know God completely? Like, who can do that?
You're misunderstanding the term. God is incomprehensible. So in other words, you can never fully understand him. With the question I'm asking is, name me all your gods.
Hold on, I'm getting a list of all
until you understand how that is simply strawmanning an argument to proportions, I honestly have no clue where you're coming from.
I put a link to all the Hindu ones there if you want to read about all those. And
you're Hindu. That helps.
No, and here's all the Egyptian ones now too, because I'm a Kemetic Hindu. No, I'm Kemetic Hindu.
You're Kemetic Hindu.
Yes, which is
how do you spell that stuff?
You can see it from my symbol. They're both the same thing. Egyptian and Hindu concepts come from the same
idea.
ideas.
So I can type it in Google?
No, you're not going to get it from Google. Google talks about the white people version.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so you're really high in conspiracy as well.
No. I'm into Africa, not just pretending that I like Egypt.
So in other words, you have a faith that I can't research.
No, you can look up Kemetic all you want, but it's not going to tell you exactly what I'm talking about because that's the white people version. Okay, if you want to learn about the one I'm talking about, you need to look up Sawnetter TV7 on YouTube and watch a couple hours of video on there. And the ones that call themselves Kemetic are the ones that basically believe what I believe.
Which is multiple gods and...
No, which is that Africa is the source of all...
Oh my goodness, you just said you believed in multiple gods, so how can you say no to that?
No, because you're completely taken out of context. I'm saying that...
What?
That's
if you say you believe in multiple gods, and then I say you believe in multiple gods...
I'm a Kemetic Hindu, not just a Kemetic, and you're asking about Kemetics right now, and I'm telling you how to learn about the form of Kemetic that I've learned from, alright?
All I'm asking, or all I'm saying...
And not all of them believe the same as me as far as gods. Not all of them. You would have to watch a lot of them a lot of time.
When you say you believe in multiple gods, and then you say yes to that, and then when I say, so you believe in multiple gods, and then you say no.
No, and then you ask if Kemetics believe in multiple gods.
I never asked that. I never asked. I said, what do you? I said, do you believe in multiple gods? And then I got a yes once, and I got a no once.
Okay, then I thought you were talking about Kemetics. I'm sorry, because we were specifically talking about Sawnetter TV when you asked that second time.
So do you believe in multiple gods?
Yes, personally, yes.
So thank you. Now, name me another god. You got the beetle in. You got
Ra.
Yeah.
I was talking about Ra for a second.
Take care. Thanks for coming by.
All right, the sun.
So you believe the sun is God.
The sun is a god.
The sun is a god. So what is the god? What is the name of the god that put the sun in motion?
There isn't one.
Okay, so why is the sun?
We call it.
Why is the sun orbit so perfectly? For example,
the reason is called Ma'at, which is the thing that holds the universe together.
And Ma'at is a god. Is it a force?
Yeah, it's a female. It's a goddess.
It's a goddess. So
well,
Ma'at,
she is. It's a force that's identified as a goddess.
So Ma'at is the goddess. Who's the male god?
Thoth. Thoth is her husband, which is Thought. He's the one that invented math and science and all those.
Okay, so those two gods went and had sex to make more gods.
No. It's metaphorical. That she is a force, basically, kind of like gravity, that holds the universe together while it spreads apart from itself. Because the whole idea is that the universe is one and started from one point.
She's not doing a good job, then, right?
Why not?
Because the universe is constantly expanding.
Oh, that's the goal. The goal is that we all started at one point and we are stretching out, but we all still are one thing.
So then, how is she a force that holds it together?
She's holding it together in the sense that it still is all one thing.
But it's constantly moving outwards.
Yeah, but it's still one. It's still one object. It's still all one object.
How far would the stars have to move for you to say it's two things?
It doesn't matter how far apart they get. The explosion is one explosion. Even if it's not an explosion, I know that's not what they say about the Big Bang. But I'm saying it's all one thing. No, I'm saying. I'm just saying that's what it is.
I never understand. That's why I ask questions, Cerebrus.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to explain it to you. It won't ever become two things because she's there holding it together.
Right, but if she's doing a good job holding it together, then why does she even have to hold it together?
No matter how big it is,
she is the fact that it is together.
But it's not together. We know it's constantly spreading outward.
Yeah, but it all started from one point and still is one thing.
But I never disagree with that. That's why I brought the Kalam.
Okay, yeah, but it's just one thing spreading outwards. That doesn't mean there was something before it that created it.
Yeah, it actually does.
Why?
Because then the universe began to exist.
But what if it fell out of another universe?
Okay, so who created that universe it fell out of?
What if that fell out of another universe? We could go on forever with this.
We're in an infinite regression where you really have nothing you can say.
No. At this point, we question whether or not time exists, or if we are in the present, or if the present is even a thing.
But we do that with this present universe, not universe and after the universe.
Yeah,
so how many universes
we don't need God for any of this.
How many universes between that and time? Has that ever been determined?
Well, no, time doesn't exist. Space-time has now taken the place of time. Time isn't real.
Right. But I'm talking about till that point when it changed, when it transitioned. How many universes?
Oh, we don't know. We think one.
Okay, so we don't know. That's interesting. Okay.
I'm not an atheist, just by the way.
Oh no, I understand you're not an atheist. You're full.
I'm not sitting here claiming that science can explain everything.
The reason why you could say with confidence that we stole your stuff is because you believe in every single god. So did the Muslims steal your faith too?
God, because I can see that this one came first, and I can see the Hindus still carrying it on, and I can see the exact same things that you're doing carrying it on, and I can see the Muslims have a Shiva Lingam inside their big little Kabbalah thing.
Okay, so is there any religion that didn't steal your faith?
No, all of it came out of Egypt.
Okay, very interesting. And then so what is your highest authority? What book?
What book? The Book of the Dead.
The Book of the Dead is your highest authority.
Well, it is. It talks about.
No, I'm just curious. The Book of the Dead is your highest authority. Yes or no? Really.
The Book of the Dead provides the living with the concepts that the dead would have left for them. So, I mean, it's like reading the Bible.
Right. That's why I said so. Therefore, the Book of the Dead is your highest authority.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call it mine. It's just like reading the Bible.
Well, heck, okay, so what is your highest authority?
I mean, I live in the modern world, so I look for modern concepts, and Ma'at still exists. We don't read the Book of the Dead, but we do have
any highest authority.
No. You didn't let me finish. We have her in front of courthouses still, and she has evolved with us. We don't have to go back to ancient texts. We can use modern texts that have evolved. You can look up maxims, which are part of Ma'at. The maxims, like that comes from, and she's in front of the courthouse. She's wearing a blindfold. She's holding a scale and a sword. She's still standing there.
Okay, I know that person. She's the justice.
Lady Justice. Yeah,
that's justice, whatever. Okay, all I'm asking is what book
There is no society is the book. It evolves. Okay, the scarab again. We can go back to this. When it starts off as an egg, turns into a larva, and then turns into a beetle. They saw that that's how society worked. It doesn't just stay stagnant. It turns into a larva, then turns into a beetle from the egg form. All right, and you can't just expect it to stay the same. You have to be willing to progress. And Egyptian mythology does not just stay stagnant. And we look 10,000 years ago and say, oh, well, they had it right. Nope. It has to evolve and learn.
So you believe in Egyptian mythology
and Hindu mythology, like that's most of the stuff that
you believe in a myth then.
No. I don't believe in the myth. I see that the myth is a metaphor for nature.
Please understand, when you use a word and you agree,